scanning their camp with urgent intensity. "No hiding that we were here," Elias muttered. "We move fast and hope they pass us by." I was certain it was just those cursed ravens. Perrin hurriedly heaved the saddle onto Bela, propping his axe against his leg as he bent to cinch the girth tight. "What's happening?" Egwene's voice trembled. "Trollocs, is it a fade? Ride east or west." Elias instructed Perrin. "Find cover and wait for me. If they spot a wolf," he melted into the gathering evening shadows, his crouched form nearly dropping to all fours before he disappeared. Egwene scrambled to collect her things, her questions growing more frantic as Perrin stayed silent. Fear prickled at his own neck, but it lent speed to their movements. Only once they were moving westward, with the sun sinking behind them, did he speak. Trotting ahead of Bela, his axe held ready across his chest, he threw the words over his shoulder between breaths, all while searching the darkening landscape for a refuge. A large group of riders. They came up behind the wolves without seeing them. They're making for the pool, probably just need water. But Dapple says. He glanced back. The low sun carved strange concealing shadows across Egwene's face. What does she see when she looks at you now? Dapple says their scent is off, like a sick animal, something twisted inside. The pool had vanished behind them. In the fading light, he could still make out the scattered boulders, all that remained of some ancient monument, but couldn't distinguish the one that had held their fire. "We'll avoid them, find a spot, and wait for Elias." Why would they trouble us? Egwene insisted, a desperate edge in her voice. This was supposed to be safe territory, light. There has to be somewhere safe in this world. Perrin redoubled his search for shelter. They couldn't have travelled far from the water, yet twilight was deepening into near darkness. The hilltops still held a faint glow, making the hollows between seem pitch black by comparison. Then he saw it, a broad, flat stone jutting from a hillside to the left, its silhouette sharp against the dusky sky, casting the slope below into deep shadow. "Here," he said, and turned toward it. He moved at a jog, checking over his shoulder for any sign of the approaching riders. Nothing yet. He had to pause more than once, waiting for Egwene and the weary mare to catch up. Bela picked her way carefully over the rough ground, and Egwene was slumped over her neck. "They're both exhausted. This hiding place had better work. We won't have the strength to find another." At the hill's base, he studied the massive slab outlined above. There was a strange familiarity in its shape. The top formed uneven, giant steps. He climbed the short slope and ran his hands along the stone's face. Despite ages of erosion, he could trace the remains of 4 joined columns. He looked up at the stepped top looming over him like a vast lean-to. Fingers. "We're taking shelter in the hand of a forgotten king. Maybe some shred of his justice lingers here." He motioned for Egwene to come up. When she didn't move, he slid back down and explained what he'd found. Egwene strained to peer up the dark hillside. "How can you possibly see anything out there?" she asked. Perrin started to answer, then closed his mouth without a word. Perrin licked his lips, truly seeing his surroundings for the first time. The sun had vanished completely, and thick clouds smothered the moon, yet a deep, lingering twilight seemed to cling to the air. "I felt the stone," he finally said. "That's our shelter. Against its shadow, they won't spot us even if they ride this close." Taking Bela's bridle, he led the mare toward the rocky outcrop shaped like a giant hand, acutely aware of Egwene's gaze fixed on his back. As he helped her dismount, shouts erupted from the direction of the pool. Her hand settled on his arm, a silent question hanging between them. The men spotted wind, Perrin admitted, the reluctance thick in his voice. Untangling meaning from the wolves' thoughts was a struggle. There was something about fire. they've lit torches. He guided her down to crouch at the base of the stone fingers, settling beside her. They're splitting into search parties. There are so many of them, and the wolves are all wounded. He forced a heartier tone. But Dapple and the others can avoid them, even hurt. They aren't expecting us. People never see what they don't expect. They'll give up soon and make camp. Elias was with the pack and wouldn't abandon them while they were hunted. So many riders, why were they so relentless? He felt Egwene nod in the dark, though she couldn't see the gesture. "We'll be all right, Perrin." A flicker of wonder cut through his fear. She was trying to comfort him. The shouting persisted. In the distance, small clusters of torchlight weaved through the blackness like dying stars. "Perrin," Egwene whispered, her voice soft yet clear. "Will you dance with me at Sunday, if we're home by then?" A silent tremor shook his shoulders. He couldn't tell if it was laughter or tears. "I will. I promise." Against his will, his grip tightened on the axe, its weight a cold reminder. His voice fell to a whisper. "I promise," he repeated, clinging to a fragile hope. Now parties of 10 or 12 torch-bearing riders combed the hills. Perrin lost count of how many groups there were, sometimes seeing 3 or 4 at once crisscrossing the terrain. Their shouts to one another continued, punctuated now by terrible screams of horses and of men that sliced through the night. He experienced it from 2 places at once. Crouched beside Egwene, he watched the firefly torches drift through the darkness. Simultaneously in his mind, he ran with Dapple, Wind, and Hopper. Too injured by the ravens to run far, the wolves aimed to drive the men from the dark, to herd them back to the false safety of their fires. Men always fled to fire when wolves owned the night. Some riders led strings of riderless horses. The animals whinnied and reared, eyes rolling white, when grey shapes darted among them. They screamed, tearing their lead ropes free and scattering in panic. Mounted horses shrieked too as shadows flashed from the dark fangs, severing tendons. And sometimes their riders cried out just before jaws found their throats. Elias was out there as well, a dimly sensed presence, stalking with his long knife, a 2-legged wolf with a single steel fang. The shouts had curdled into curses, yet the searchers pressed on. Suddenly, Perrin recognized a pattern. Each time the torch parties came into view, at least one group was closer to their hillside hideaway. Elias had said to hide, but what if we run? Could we lose them in the dark if we keep moving? Maybe. It has to be dark enough. He turned to voice the desperate idea to Egwene, but the choice was ripped from him. A tight bunch of 12 torches rounded the base of their hill, light wavering with the trot of the horses. The gleam of lance tips caught the flame. He held his breath, his fingers clenching the wooden handle of his axe. The riders passed by the slope, but a shout from one of them sent the torchlight sweeping back. Desperation clawed at him as he searched for an escape. Any movement now would give them away completely, and even the cover of night wouldn't save them once they were spotted. The mounted men halted at the base of the hill, each holding a flickering torch and a long spear, guiding their horses with their knees. In the orange glow, Perrin recognized the pale cloaks of the Children of the Light. They lifted their torches high, straining to see into the dark shadows beneath the stone monument. "Something's up there," a voice called out, too loud and edged with fear. "I said someone could hide in that. Is that a horse?" Egwene's hand gripped Perrin's arm. Her wide eyes were visible even in the gloom. Her unspoken question was clear. "What do we do?" Somewhere out in the blackness, Elias and the wolves were still moving. The horses below stamped and snorted nervously. "If we run now, they'll ride us down." One of the white cloaks urged his horse forward and shouted up the slope. "If you understand human words, come down and surrender. You will not be harmed if you walk in the light, refuse and you die." You have 1 minute. Their spears dipped, the polished steel points catching the firelight. Perrin, Egwene whispered, her voice tight. We can't outrun them. If we don't give up, they'll kill us. Perrin. Another distant, choked scream echoed, a white cloak who had pursued Dapple too eagerly. If we run, Egwene was watching him, waiting for his decision. If we run, wearily, as if in a dream, he rose and stumbled down the hill toward the waiting soldiers. He heard Egwene's resigned sigh and the reluctant scrape of her feet behind him. Why this relentless hate for the wolves, and that smell, a faint, oily wrongness that seemed to cling to the riders when the wind shifted? Drop the axe, their leader commanded. Perrin shuffled forward, his nose wrinkling at the odd scent. Drop it, farm boy! The leader's spear point angled toward Perrin's heart. For a heartbeat, Perrin stared at the gleaming tip, a length of steel that could pierce him through. Then he roared. No, a shout not meant for the man before him. From the darkness, Hopper surged, and Perrin's mind merged with the wolf's. Hopper, who had once watched eagles wheel in the sky and yearned with a cub's whole heart to fly. Hopper, who leaped higher than any other, never losing that wild dream. Now he came in a mighty bound, soaring like those long-ago eagles. The white cloaks barely had time to curse before Hopper's jaws clamped on the throat of the man, threatening Perrin. The impact carried both wolf and rider from the saddle. Perrin felt the crushing grip, tasted the hot blood. Hopper landed lightly, already separate from the dead man. Blood soaked his fur, his own and that of others. A fresh slash crossed his face and the hollow where his left eye had been. His remaining eye met Perrin's for a fleeting instant. Run, brother! He spun to leap again, to soar one final time, but a spear pinned him to the ground. A second blade drove through his ribs, anchoring him to the earth. As he kicked, snapping at the shafts that held him, his last thought was of flight. Agony tore through Perrin, and he screamed, a raw, wordless cry that held the echo of a wolf's howl. Thought vanished. He charged forward, still screaming, lost to everything but the pain and the fury. The riders had crowded together, leaving no room to swing their lances. In his grip, the axe felt light as a feather, a single, brutal fang of steel. Then something heavy smashed against his skull. As the world went dark, he couldn't tell whether it was Hopper or his own life slipping away. The last thought was a fragmented whisper about eagles and soaring. Muttering, Perrin forced his eyes open. A dull, throbbing ache filled his head, and the reason for it was a blank. He blinked, squinting against the lamplight. Egwene was crouched beside him, her face tight with worry. They were in a spacious, square tent, its floor a simple ground cloth. 4 tall stands, one in each corner, held oil lamps that cast a sharp, clear glow. "Light be praised, Perrin," she exhaled, the words a rush of relief. "I feared they'd finished you." He didn't reply. His gaze was fixed on the grey-haired man sitting in the tent's only chair. The face was grandfatherly, with dark eyes that seemed kind and bluff, an odd contrast to the white and gold tabard he wore and the polished armor over his spotless white undercoat. The face suited the tent's elegant, austere furnishings, a folding bed, a washstand with a plain basin and pitcher, a wooden chest with subtle geometric inlays. Every piece of wood held a soft, warm glow. Every bit of metal shone without being garish. It was the work of true craftsmen, a quality only someone like Master Luhan or the cabinet-maker, Master Adair, would fully appreciate. The man was frowning, using a blunt finger to sift through 2 small piles on the table. Perrin recognized the contents of his own pockets in one heap, along with his belt-knife. A silver coin, the one Moiraine had given him, rolled free, and the man thoughtfully pushed it back. After a moment, he left the piles and lifted Perrin's axe, testing its weight. Then his attention returned to the 2 captives from Eamon's Field. Perrin tried to sit up. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through his arms and legs, turning the attempt into a helpless jerk. For the first time, he realized he was bound, hands and feet. He looked at Egwene. She gave a rueful shrug and twisted to show him her back. Her wrists and ankles were wrapped with multiple cords, the ropes biting into her skin. A shorter line connected her ankle bonds to her wrists, keeping her in a perpetual, painful crouch should she try to stand. Perrin stared, stunned. Being tied was shock enough, but this was overkill, enough rope to hobble a team of draft horses. What in the light did they think we were? Some kind of monsters? The grey-haired man observed them, his expression one of curious contemplation, like Master Alver working through a tricky bit of bookkeeping. He held the axe as if he'd forgotten it was in his hand. The tent flap stirred, and a tall, gaunt man entered. His face was long and severe, with eyes so deeply set they peered from shadowed hollows. He was all taut muscle and bone, without a spare ounce of flesh. Perrin caught a fleeting glimpse of night outside, dotted with campfires, and 2 guards in white cloaks at the entrance before the flap fell shut. The newcomer stopped immediately inside, standing rigid as a steel pike, his eyes locked on the far wall of the tent. His plate and mail armor shone like silver against his snow-white cloak and tunic. "My Lord Captain." His voice was as hard and unyielding as his posture, grating and utterly devoid of inflection. The grey-haired man made a casual, dismissive gesture. "At ease, child buyer. Have you tallied the cost of this unfortunate encounter?" The tall man shifted his feet slightly apart. That was the only concession to ease Perrin could detect. 9 men dead, my Lord Captain, 23 injured, 7 gravely, all remain fit to ride. 30 horses required putting down. Here his flat voice gained a faint, icy edge. They were hamstrung. He said it as if the mutilation of the animals was a greater outrage than the loss of his own men. Many of the replacement horses have been scattered. We might locate some at first light, my Lord Captain, but with wolves driving them off, it will take days to round them all up. The men tasked with their care have been reassigned to night watch until we reach Camelin.
We do not have days.
Child buyer, the grey-haired man replied calmly. We depart at dawn. That is unchangeable. We must reach Camelin on schedule. Is that understood? As you command, my Lord Captain. The older man's gaze flickered toward Perrin and Egwene before shifting away. And what do we have to show for tonight's efforts, beyond these 2 youths? Bayer inhaled slowly, pausing. I ordered the wolf, travelling with this group, to be skinned, my Lord Captain. The pelt should make a suitable rug for your tent. Hopper. Without thinking, Perrin snarled and strained against his bonds. The ropes cut into his flesh. His wrists grew slick with blood, but they held fast. For the first time, Bayer turned his attention to the captives. Egwene recoiled from his stare. His face was a mask, but a vicious fire smouldered in his deep-set eyes, as palpable as the flames in Balzamon's. Bayer hated them with the intensity of a lifelong feud, not that of strangers met only hours before. Perrin glared back, defiant. The image of his teeth sinking into the man's throat pulled his lips into a grim smile. Then, abruptly, the smile vanished. He shuddered. My teeth? I'm a man, not a beast. Light? When will this end? Yet his eyes remained locked on Biar's, matching hatred with hatred. I have no interest in wolf-hide rugs, child Biar. The Lord Captain's gentle reproof made Biar's spine go rigid, his eyes fixing on the tent wall. You were recounting our accomplishments tonight, were you not? Assuming we accomplished anything. I estimated the pack that assaulted us at 50 animals or more, my Lord Captain. We killed at least 20, possibly 30. I deemed it too risky to retrieve the carcasses tonight and lose more horses. At dawn I will have them collected and burned. Those the scavengers haven't claimed. Besides these 2, there were at least a dozen other men. I believe we eliminated 4 or 5, but given the Dark Friends' habit of removing their dead to conceal losses, we are unlikely to find the bodies. This appears to have been a coordinated ambush, which raises the question of Perrin's throat constricted as the gaunt man continued. Elias. Tentatively, reluctantly, he reached out with his feelings for Elias, for the wolves, and found only emptiness. It was as though that connection had never existed. Either they're gone, or they've left you behind. He felt a bitter laugh rising in his chest. Finally, he had what he'd wished for, but the cost was staggering. The grey-haired man chuckled then, a rich, dry sound that brought 2 bright spots of colour to Bayar's cheeks. So, child Bayar, it is your expert assessment that we were ambushed in a premeditated attack by over 50 wolves and more than 10 dark friends. Is that it? Perhaps after you've seen a bit more action in the field. But, my Lord Captain Bornhold, I would say 6 or 8 wolves, child Bayar, and likely no other humans besides these 2. You possess true zeal, but no experience beyond city walls. Bringing the light is a different matter when streets and houses are far away. Wolves and men have a way of seeming greater than they are in the darkness. 6 or 8 at most, I'd wager. Bayar's flush deepened. I also suspect they were here for the same reason we were, the only reliable water for a day's travel in any direction. A far simpler explanation than spies or traitors among the children. The simplest answer is usually the correct one. You will learn with experience. As the grandfatherly man spoke, Bayar's face turned ashen. By contrast, the 2 spots on his hollow cheeks darkened from red to a furious purple. Perrin caught the Lord Captain's brief, sharp glance toward him and Egwene. He resents us even more now, Perrin thought, for overhearing this. But what did we ever do to earn his contempt in the first place? Give me your assessment of this, the Lord Captain said, lifting Perrin's axe into the lamplight. Bayar shot a questioning look at his commander and only moved after receiving a slight nod. He took the weapon, hefted it, and let out a soft, surprised sound. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he sent the axe whirling in a tight, humming arc above his head, missing the tent canvas by inches. He handled it with a born familiarity, as if it were an extension of his own arm. For a fleeting moment, something like reluctant respect showed in his eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared, his face settling back into a cold mask. Superb balance, my Lord Captain. The craftsmanship is simple but exceptional, likely the work of a master smith. His dark gaze returned to the prisoners, sharp and accusing. This is no tool for a villager, nor for a farmer. Indeed not. The grey-haired man turned to Perrin and Egwene with a tired, almost grandfatherly smile, the sort worn by an elder who knows the young have been up to no good. I am Geofram Bornhold, he said. You are called Perrin, I believe. And you, young lady, what is your name? Perrin glared, but Egwene shook her head. Don't be stubborn, Perrin. I'm Egwene. Just Perrin. Just Egwene, Bornhold murmured, almost to himself. Though I suppose if you were truly dark friends, you would wish to conceal even your names. We are not dark friends. Perrin snarled, straining against his bonds to push up onto his knees. He never saw the blow coming. Bayar moved with a viper's speed. Perrin caught a glimpse of his own axe handle swinging toward his head and tried to twist away, but the thick wood cracked against his temple. The world exploded into white flashes. The air rushed from his lungs as he hit the ground, his head throbbing, warm blood trickling down his cheek. You have no right, Egwene began, then shrieked as the axe handle whipped toward her. She flung herself sideways, the weapon whistling through empty air as she tumbled onto the ground cloth. You will keep a civil tongue, Bayar stated, his voice utterly flat, when addressing an anointed of the light, or you will have no tongue left to offend with. The chilling part was the complete lack of feeling in his words. Removing their tongues would be a mere task to him, neither a pleasure nor a regret. "Ease your hand, child Bayar." Bornhold studied the captives again. "I expect you know little of the Anointed, or of Lords Captain of the Children of the Light." "No, I thought not." "Well, for child Bayar's sake, if not your own, try not to argue or raise your voices. I desire only that you walk in the light. Letting anger rule helps no one." Perrin stared up at the gaunt man looming over them. For Bayar's sake? He noted that the Lord Captain had not actually ordered Bayar to stand down. Bayar met his look and offered a thin smile that never reached his eyes, the skin stretching taut over his bones until he resembled a grinning skull. A cold shiver ran down Perrin's spine. "I have heard tales," Bornhold said thoughtfully, "of men who run with wolves, men who are said to speak with wolves and with other creatures of the shadow. A foul business. It makes me fear the last battle approaches faster than we hoped." "Wolves aren't?" Perrin began, then stopped short as Bayar drew back his boot. He took a steadying breath and continued in a calmer tone. Bayar lowered his foot, his expression faintly disappointed. "Wolves aren't creatures of the shadow. They despise the Dark One. At least, they hate Trollocs and Fades." To his surprise, the gaunt-faced man gave a slight, almost private nod. Bornhold raised an eyebrow.
"And who told you that?"
"A warder," Egwene answered, shrinking back from the heat in Bayar's stare. "He claimed wolves despise Trollocs, and Trollocs fear wolves." Perrin was relieved she hadn't brought up Ilias. "A warder," the grey-haired man sighed, his tone shifting from weary to sharp. "A creature of the Tar Valon witches. What else would such a man tell you when he serves the Dark One's own? Have you not seen that Trollocs bear wolves' snouts and fangs, even their fur?" Perrin struggled to focus, his mind a fog of throbbing confusion. Something felt off, but he couldn't pin down the flaw in the man's logic. "Not all of them," Egwene muttered under her breath. Perrin shot a cautious glance at Bayar, but the lean man merely observed her, unmoved. "Some have horns, like rams or goats, or beaks like hawks, or, well, all kinds of things." Bornhold shook his head with theatrical disappointment. "I offer you every chance, and with each word you bury yourselves deeper." He raised a finger. "You run with wolves, creatures of the Dark One." A second finger joined the first. "You admit knowing a warder, another servant of the shadow. I doubt such a man shares secrets with casual strangers." A third finger lifted. "You, boy, carry a Tar Valon token in your pocket. Most men outside that city discard such marks swiftly, unless they serve the witches there." A fourth finger rose. "You bear a warrior's weapon, yet dress like a farmhand, a skulker then." Finally, his thumb extended. "You know of Trollocs and Murdrol, this far south? Only scholars and those who've journeyed to the borderlands believe they are more than fireside tales. Perhaps you've travelled there. Name a place. I know those lands well." He paused, letting the silence stretch, then dropped his hand heavily onto the table. His grandfatherly expression now held the sternness of a man confronting grave mischief. "Why not simply tell me the truth of why you were fleeing through the night with wolves?" Egwene opened her mouth, but Perrin recognized the stubborn set of her jaw. She was about to launch into one of their rehearsed tales. That wouldn't work here. Not now. His head pounded, and he desperately wished for time to think. But there was none. Who knew where Bornhold had been, what towns or roads he knew? If he caught them in a lie, the truth would never matter again. Bornhold would be certain they were dark friends. "We're from the Two Rivers," Perrin said quickly. Egwene stared at him, barely hiding her surprise before composing herself. He pressed on with a version of the truth. They had left home to see Caemlyn. Along the way they'd heard rumours of a ruined city, but when they found Shadar Logoth, Trollocs were there. They escaped across the river Arinel, only to become utterly lost. Then they met a man who offered to guide them to Camelin. He refused to give his name and was far from friendly, but they needed help. The first time either had seen wolves was after the children of the light appeared. All they had wanted was to hide, to avoid being torn apart by wolves or cut down by the riders. "If we'd known you were children of the light," he finished, "we'd have come to you for help straight away." Baia let out a derisive snort. Perrin didn't much care if the Lord Captain believed them. Baia could do nothing. It was clear Baia would cease breathing if Bonhold ordered it. "There is no mention of a warder in that story," the grey-haired man said after a moment. Perrin's imagination stalled. He knew he should have planned this better. Egwene jumped in to fill the gap. "We met him in Baerlon. The city was packed with miners come down after the winter, and we were seated at the same table in a crowded inn. We only spoke to him for the length of a meal." Perrin breathed a silent sigh of relief. "Thank you, Egwene. Child Baia, return their personal effects to them. The weapons, naturally, are to remain with us." When Baia stared at him, clearly taken aback, Bonhold continued, his tone turning stern. "Unless you have developed a taste for plundering those not yet touched by the light. That is a dark path, is it not? A thief cannot find his way in the light." Baia appeared genuinely offended, his face a mask of disbelief at the very notion. "Does this mean we are free to leave?" Egwene asked, her voice laced with surprise. Perrin raised his eyes to study the Lord Captain's face. "Of course not, child," Bornhold replied, his voice carrying a note of genuine sorrow. "Your knowledge of Baerlon and the mines suggests your claim of being from the Two Rivers may hold truth. But Shadar Logoth, that is a name known to precious few, and most of those who whisper it walk in shadow. Anyone with enough wisdom to know that cursed name possesses enough sense to avoid it entirely. I advise you to craft a more believable tale for our journey to Amador. You will have ample time for reflection, as we are obliged to stop in Camelin. The truth would be preferable. There is liberation in truth and in the light." Baia momentarily shed his customary deference. He whirled away from the prisoners, outrage sharpening his words. "You cannot be serious. This is not permitted." Bornhold merely arched a single eyebrow in silent inquiry, and Baia caught himself, visibly swallowing his anger. "My apologies, Lord Captain. I spoke out of turn and humbly beg your pardon, submitting myself for any penance. But as you yourself have noted, our schedule to Camelin is tight. With most of our spare horses lost, we will be hard-pressed to make time without the burden of prisoners." "And what alternative do you propose?" Bornhold asked, his calm unshaken. "The penalty for dark friends is death," Baia stated, his voice flat and devoid of emotion, making the pronouncement all the more chilling. He might have been commenting on the weather. "There is no treaty with the shadow. There is no mercy for those who serve it. Zeal is a virtue, child Baia, but as I must frequently remind my own son, Dane, excessive zeal can become a grave flaw. Recall that the tenets also teach, no soul is so far gone that it cannot be led back to the light. These two are young. Their corruption cannot yet be profound. They can still be redeemed if they will only permit the shadow to be lifted from their eyes. We are obligated to offer them that chance." For a fleeting moment, Perrin felt a strange warmth toward this grey-haired, almost grandfatherly figure who stood as a barrier between them and Baia's cold judgment. Then Bornhold turned that same gentle smile upon Egwene, and its nature changed. "If by the time we reach Amador you still refuse to embrace the light, I will have no choice but to deliver you to the questioners. Beside their methods, child Baia's fervour is but a flickering candle next to the blazing sun." He sounded like a man burdened by a grim duty he would not shirk. "Repent, renounce the Dark One. Come to the light, confess your sins, and reveal what you know of this unnatural business with the wolves, and you will be spared that fate. You will walk away free, bathed in the light. His focus then shifted squarely to Perrin, and he sighed, a sound of profound regret that sent a shiver of ice down Perrin's spine. But you, Perrin from the Two Rivers, you killed 2 of the children. His eyes went to the axe, still in Bayar's grip. For you, I fear, a gibbet is already being prepared in Amador. Elsewhere, Rand squinted against the sun, watching a plume of dust rising several bends ahead on the road. Matt was already moving toward the wild, overgrown hedge that bordered their side, its thick evergreen foliage offering potential cover. A sudden capricious wind gust swirled the dry road dust into a choking cloud around him. He blinked rapidly, pulling the dark scarf tighter over his nose and mouth as the world momentarily vanished in a gritty haze. The opposite side of the road offered only skeletal bushes and an open, abandoned field stretching to distant woods. No refuge at all. They needed to get through that hedge, and quickly, his mind racing to judge the speed of the approaching dust cloud, now hidden from view. The scarf, though grimy and irritating against his skin, was a vital shield against the choking dust. A farmer with worry-etched lines on his long face had pressed it into his hands. "Whatever you're fleeing, I don't need to know," the man had muttered, his eyes darting toward a distant farmhouse. "Think of my family. Take these, my sons have others. You never met me, understand. Times are hard." That simple act of generosity was a rare beacon. The mental tally of kindnesses Rand kept since Whitebridge was painfully short, and he doubted it would grow much longer. Matt, a woolen blur save for his darting eyes, frantically searched the dense hedgerow, yanking at branches. Rand's hand drifted to the heron mark on his sword hilt, then dropped. They'd learned the hard way that cutting through a hedge could betray their position. That rising plume of dust was drawing nearer, and it held its shape too well to be just the wind. At least the sky was clear. Rain would have laid the dust flat, robbing them of their only advance warning of approaching danger. Sometimes that warning came far too late. "Over here," Matt hissed, and seemed to vanish straight through the wall of leaves. Rand rushed to the spot. An old, partially overgrown gap existed, a ghost of a passage invisible until you were right upon it. As he squeezed through, the distinct rhythm of hoofbeats reached his ears. Definitely not the wind. He crouched behind the thin screen of branches, fingers tight around his sword as the riders passed. 7 men, dressed plainly but armed with swords and spears. Some wore studded leather, and 2 had steel caps. They could have been merchants' guards between jobs, or they could have been something else entirely. One rider's gaze swept casually toward the hedge as he passed the opening. Rand eased an inch of blade from its sheath. Beside him, Matt let out a soundless, feral snarl above his scarf, his hand already gripping the dagger from Shadar Logoth beneath his coat. Lately, Matt seemed to forget he even carried a bow, his obsession with the ruby-hilted weapon becoming a grim, unspoken joke between them. The riders moved on at a steady trot, their dust seeping through the foliage. Rand waited for the hoofbeats to fade before risking a look. The dust cloud was receding down the road west. Eastward, the sky was empty. He climbed back onto the hard-packed road, watching the tail diminish. "They weren't hunting us," he said, the words hanging between relief and doubt. Matt scrambled out, scanning both directions warily. "Maybe," he grunted. Or maybe Rand didn't know which meaning to take, so he just nodded. Maybe? Their journey down the Camelin Road hadn't started with this constant gnawing dread. In the first days after Whitebridge, Rand would often catch himself staring backward, heart leaping at a distant lanky figure or a flash of white hair on a wagon seat, always a peddler or a farmer, never Tom Merrilin. That stubborn hope had slowly bled away with each passing mile. The road itself was surprisingly busy, a stream of wagons, riders and folk on foot, more traffic than Rand had ever seen in the quiet Two Rivers. They didn't crowd the path, and stretches of lonely, leafless trees were common, but the world here was undeniably and unsettlingly full of strangers. Most of the traffic flowed eastward, the same direction they were headed toward Camlin. Occasionally they'd catch a short lift on a farmer's cart for a mile or so, but mostly they walked. Any sight of a man on horseback sent them scrambling off the road to hide until the rider passed. Rand knew a fade wouldn't be so careless as to be spotted in a black cloak, but it wasn't worth the risk. At first it was only the half-men they were avoiding. The first village beyond Whitebridge hit Rand with a wave of nostalgia so strong it slowed his steps. It could have been Eamon's Field plucked from home and set down here, the high-peaked thatched roofs, the women chatting over garden fences in their aprons, children playing on a worn village green. Sure, the women wore their hair loose, and a few other small details were off, but the feeling was unmistakable. Cows grazed lazily, geese paraded across the road as if they owned it, and the children's laughter rose from a dusty patch where the grass had long vanished. Not a single head turned as he and Matt passed through. Strangers were clearly no novelty here. Even the dogs barely lifted their noses to scent them. Evening was settling in, and lamps began glowing in the windows. A sharp pang of homesickness twisted inside him. "It looks like home," a quiet, mocking voice whispered in his mind. "But Tam isn't in any of those houses. And if he were, could you even face him now? You know the truth, don't you? Who you really are? Or rather, who you aren't. No more fever dreams to hide behind." He hunched his shoulders, trying to shut out the taunting laughter in his head. "Might as well give up. One place is the same as another when you don't belong anywhere, and the Dark One has his mark on you." Matt tugged urgently at his sleeve, but Rand shook him off, staring at the cozy houses. He didn't want to stop, but he couldn't help memorizing the scene. So much like home, but you'll never see the real thing again. Matt yanked harder, his face pale and strained around the eyes and mouth. "Let's go," he muttered, casting a nervous glance back at the village as if expecting a trap. "We can't stop here. Not yet." Rand turned a slow circle, taking in the peaceful scene one last time, and sighed. They weren't far from Whitebridge. If a murdrawl could slip past those walls unseen, this open village would be nothing. He allowed Matt to pull him away, leaving the thatched roofs behind as they moved into the deepening countryside. Full dark fell before they found a spot under some brittle, leafless bushes by moonlight. They drank their fill from a chilly, shallow stream nearby and curled up in their cloaks on the cold ground, skipping a fire. Light could be seen. The cold was safer, restless with memory. Rand woke often through the night, each time hearing Matt thrashing and muttering in his sleep. Rand didn't recall dreaming, but sleep was thin and fitful. "You'll never see home again." That wasn't the only night they spent huddled in their cloaks against the biting wind, or the occasional cold, drenching rain. More than once, a meal was nothing but handfuls of cold water. Between them, they had enough coin for a few cheap meals at an inn, but a bed would cost too much. Everything was pricier outside the two rivers, and especially east of the Arenelle compared to Berlon. What little they had left needed to be saved for a real emergency. One gloomy afternoon, with their stomachs long past rumbling and a bank of dark clouds threatening rain, Rand brought up the ruby-hilted dagger as they trudged down the empty road. The weak sun was sinking, and another night under the bushes seemed all that awaited them. He prayed for a bit of luck, hoping the sky would only spit a cold drizzle. He shuffled forward a few steps before noticing Matt had halted. Rand paused as well, flexing his toes inside his boots. At least his feet were still warm. He adjusted the straps digging into his shoulders. The blanket roll and Tom's bundled cloak weren't heavy, but after miles on an empty stomach, even a few pounds felt like a burden. "What's wrong, Matt? Why are you so eager to sell it? Matt shot back, anger sharp in his voice. I'm the one who found it, remember. Ever think I might want to hold on to it, even just for a little while? If you're so keen to sell something, why not that fancy heron-marked sword of yours? Rand's hand drifted to the sword hilt at his side. My father gave me this. It was his. I wouldn't ask you to sell something from your father. For pity's sake, Matt, do you enjoy starving? Besides, even if I found a buyer, what farmer needs a sword that Ruby could buy us a carriage ride all the way to Camelin, maybe even to Tar Valon? We'd eat at inns and sleep in real beds every night. Or do you actually like the idea of walking across the world and sleeping on dirt? He fixed Matt with a hard stare, and his friend glared right back. They stood squared off in the middle of the road until Matt finally broke, shrugging uncomfortably and looking down at the dust. Who would I even sell it to, Rand? Some farmer would pay in chickens. We can't buy a carriage with chickens, and if I showed that thing in any village we've passed, they'd likely think we stole it. Who knows what would happen then? After a moment, Rand gave a reluctant nod. You're right. I know it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap. It's just the hunger talking, and my feet are killing me. Mine too, Matt muttered. They trudged on, even wearier than before. A gust of wind kicked dust into their faces. Mine too, Matt repeated, coughing into his sleeve. Farms occasionally offered a meal or a night out of the cold. A haystack, if you burrowed deep, was nearly as warm as a room with a fire, far better than huddling under wet bushes, and it kept off most rain unless it poured. Sometimes Matt tried sneaking eggs, and once he even attempted to milk a cow staked out in a field. But most farms had dogs, sharp and watchful. A 2-mile sprint with baying hounds on their heels was too high a price for a couple of eggs, in Rand's view, especially when those dogs sometimes kept them treed for hours. It was the lost time he resented most. Rand didn't like it, but he preferred approaching a farmhouse openly in daylight. Sometimes they were chased off with dogs anyway. These days folk living alone were jumpy around strangers, but often an hour of chopping wood or hauling water earned a meal and a place to sleep, even if it was just straw in the barn. Yet every hour doing chores was an hour not moving, an hour for the murdrawl to close the gap. He wondered how many miles a fade could cover in an hour. He begrudged every minute lost, though he had to admit a hot bowl of soup from a farmer's wife took the edge off his resentment. When they had no food, the knowledge that they'd kept moving toward Camelin did little to quiet a growling stomach. Rand couldn't decide which was worse, losing time or going hungry, but Matt's worries ran deeper than an empty belly or being pursued. What do we really know about them anyway? Matt demanded one afternoon as they shoveled manure in a small farm's stable. Light, Matt, what do they know about us? Rand sneezed. They were working stripped to the waist, sweat and straw clinging to their skin, the air thick with dust. Matt stabbed his pitchfork into the mix of straw and manure, then shot a suspicious glance at the farmer shuffling from the back of the barn with a bucket and stool. The old man, bent and leathery with thinning grey hair, faltered under Matt's stare. He averted his eyes and scurried out, milk sloshing over the bucket's edge in his rush. He's plotting something, I swear, Matt insisted. Did you see how he couldn't look at me? Why are they so nice to a pair of strangers they've never met? Answer me that. His wife says we remind her of their grandsons. Can you quit fretting about them? Our real worries are back the way we came. At least I hope they are. He's up to something, Matt grumbled under his breath. After finishing, they rinsed off at the trough outside the barn, their shadows growing long in the evening light. Rand used his shirt as a towel as they headed toward the farmhouse. The farmer met them at the door, leaning a little too casually on a quarterstaff. Behind him, his wife wrung her apron, peeking over his shoulder and chewing her lip nervously. Rand sighed. It was clear they no longer reminded the couple of their grandsons. Our boys are visiting tonight. the old man announced.
All 4 of them I plumb forgot. They're big, strong lads. Should be here any minute, afraid. We won't have that bed for you after all. His wife pushed a small cloth-wrapped bundle toward them. Here's some bread, cheese, pickles, and lamb. Should last you 2 meals, maybe. Please, take it. Her wrinkled face silently begged them to leave. Rand accepted the bundle. Thanks. I get it. Come on, Matt. Matt trailed behind, muttering as he tugged his shirt on.
Rand figured they should put as much distance behind them as possible before stopping to eat. The old farmer owned a dog, after all. It could have been worse, he reflected. Just 3 days prior, while they were still laboring, dogs had been set on them. The farmer, his 2 sons brandishing clubs, and the hounds had chased them all the way to the Camelin Road and half a mile beyond before giving up. They'd barely grabbed their things in time. The farmer had held a bow with a broadhead arrow ready. "Don't come back. Here!" he'd yelled after them. "I don't know what you're after, but I don't want to see your shifty eyes again." Matt had begun to turn back, hand going to his quiver, but Rand yanked him onward. "Are you insane?" Matt shot him a sulky look, but kept running. Rand sometimes questioned whether stopping at farms was worth it. The farther they travelled, the more suspicious Matt grew of everyone, and the less he tried to hide it. The meals grew smaller for the same work, and sometimes they weren't even offered the barn to sleep in. But then, at the Grinwell farm, a solution to all their troubles seemed to appear. Master Grinwell and his wife had 9 children, the oldest a daughter just a year younger than Rand and Matt. Master Grinwell was a sturdy man who likely didn't need extra help, but he looked over their dusty, worn clothes and allowed that he could always find work for more hands. Mistress Grinwell declared that if they were eating at her table, they wouldn't do it in those filthy rags. She was about to do laundry and had some of her husband's old clothes that would fit them well enough for chores. She smiled as she said it, and for a moment, with her bright yellow hair, a colour Rand had never seen before, she reminded him strikingly of Mistress Alvere. Even Matt seemed to relax, a little under her warm gaze. Their eldest daughter, however, was a different story. Dark-haired, with large, expressive eyes and a pretty face, else flashed them mischievous, impudent grins whenever her parents weren't looking, as they laboured in the barn, shifting barrels and sacks of grain, else lingered nearby. She leaned over a stall door, humming softly and chewing on the end of her long braid, her gaze fixed on them, particularly on Rand. He attempted to ignore her, but soon gave in and pulled on the borrowed shirt from Master Grinwell. It strained across his shoulders and was too short, yet it was better than nothing. Else let out a bright laugh when he struggled into it. Rand began to suspect that this time, if they were sent packing, it wouldn't be Matt's doing. He wished Perrin were there. Perrin would have known just what to say, some easy remark that would have made her laugh with him, instead of staring so dreamily where her father might notice. But no clever comment came to Rand's mind. Whenever he glanced her way, she offered a smile so warm it would surely have her father setting the dogs on them if he saw. Once she mentioned how much she liked tall men, noting all the local farm boys were rather short. Matt snorted unhelpfully. Desperate for a joke that wouldn't come, Rand focused on his hayfork. The younger children, at least, were a welcome distraction. Matt's usual guardedness softened whenever kids were around. After the evening meal, everyone gathered by the fireplace. Master Grinwell filled his pipe with tabac while his wife sorted her sewing and the freshly washed shirts she'd done for the boys. Matt produced Tom's coloured balls and started to juggle something he only did for children. They giggled when he feigned dropping them, snatching each ball back at the last instant, and they applauded his fountains, figure-eights, and a 6-ball circle that he nearly fumbled but saved with a grin. Even the grown-ups clapped along. When Matt finished with a bow as elaborate as any Tom might have given, Rand drew out the Gleeman's flute from its case. Handling the instrument always brought a twinge of sorrow. Tracing the gold and silver scrollwork felt like touching a memory of Tom himself. Rand never dared try the harp. Tom had always said it was beyond a farm boy's clumsy fingers. But whenever a farmer let them stay, he made a point to play one tune on the flute after supper. It was a small extra thanks and a way to keep Tom's spirit close. With the cheerful mood Matt's juggling had set, Rand launched into 3 girls in the meadow. The Grinwells clapped in time, and the little ones danced around the floor, even the toddler stomping his feet clumsily to the rhythm. Rand knew he wouldn't win any prizes at Beltane, but thanks to Tom's lessons, he wouldn't be ashamed to try. Else sat cross-legged before the hearth. As the last note faded, she leaned forward with a sigh and smiled at him. "That was so beautiful. I've never heard anything lovelier." Mistress Grinwell's needles suddenly stilled. She arched an eyebrow at her daughter, then turned a long, measuring look on Rand. He had been reaching for the leather case to put the flute away, but under her scrutiny he fumbled, nearly dropping both the case and the instrument. If she accused him of leading her daughter on in a panic, he lifted the flute back to his lips and played another song, then another, and another still. Mistress Grinwell never stopped watching. He played "The Wind That Shakes the Willow, Coming Home from Tarwin's Gap," "Mistress Inora's Rooster," and "The Old Black Bear." He played every melody he could recall, but her eyes remained fixed on him, silent and weighing. It was late when Master Grinwell finally rose, chuckling and rubbing his hands together. "Well, that's been a rare bit of fun, but bedtime's long past for us. You travelling boys keep your own hours, but morning comes early on a farm. I'll tell you, boys, I've spent good coin at a tavern for entertainment that wasn't half as good as what I've seen tonight. Honestly, I've paid for far worse. I believe they deserve a reward, Father," Mistress Grinwell said, lifting her youngest son, who had dozed off by the hearth hours ago. "The barn is no proper place to rest. They can use Else's room for the night, and she will share my bed." Else made a face. She kept her head lowered, but Rand caught it. He suspected her mother did as well. Master Grinwell nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes, far better than the barn, provided you don't mind sharing a bed, of course." Rand felt his cheeks grow warm. Mistress Grinwell's gaze was still fixed on him. "I truly wish I could hear more of that flute, and your juggling act too. It's quite good, you know. There's a small chore you could assist with tomorrow, and—" "They'll be needing an early start, Father," Mistress Grinwell interrupted. "Arion is the next village along their route, and if they hope to try their luck at the inn there, they'll have to walk the entire day to arrive before nightfall." "Yes, ma'am," Rand said. "We will. And thank you." She offered him a thin, knowing smile, as if she understood perfectly that his gratitude extended beyond her advice, encompassing the supper and the warm bed as well. The entire following day, Matt teased him relentlessly about Else as they trudged down the road. Rand kept attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere, and the Grinwells' suggestion about performing at inns was the most convenient topic at hand. That morning, with Else sulking as he departed, and Mistress Grinwell watching with a sharp, relieved look that seemed to say good riddance and out of sight, out of mind, it was merely a way to stop Matt's chatter. Yet by the time they actually reached the next village, it had transformed into something entirely different. As twilight settled, they walked into the sole inn in Arion, and Rand approached the innkeeper. He played Ferry O'er the River, which the portly innkeeper referred to as Darling Sarah, and a segment of the road to Dun Arend, while Matt performed a brief juggling routine. The result was a roof over their heads that night and a meal of roasted potatoes and hot beef. It was, to be sure, the most modest room in the establishment, tucked under the eaves at the rear, and the food arrived midway through a long evening of playing and juggling, but it was still a proper bed beneath a solid roof. Even better, to Rand's mind, every hour of daylight had been spent moving forward, and the inn's patrons didn't appear bothered by Matt's suspicious stares. Some of them even eyed each other with similar wariness. In these times, distrust of strangers was commonplace, and an inn was always full of them. Rand slept more soundly than he had since departing Whitebridge, despite sharing a bed with Mat and his nighttime mumbling. Come morning, the innkeeper attempted to persuade them to stay another day or two, but when he saw they were determined, he summoned a bleary-eyed farmer who had overindulged the previous night and couldn't drive his cart home. An hour later they were 5 miles farther east, lounging on their backs atop the straw in the bed of Isil Forney's cart. This became their pattern of travel. With a bit of luck and perhaps a ride or two, they could nearly always make the next village by dark. If a village had more than one inn, the innkeepers would sometimes bid for their services once they heard Rand's flute and witnessed Mat's juggling. Together, they were no match for a gleeman, but they offered more entertainment than most villages saw in a year. 2 or 3 inns in a town meant a better room, sometimes with 2 beds, heartier portions of better meat, and occasionally even a few coppers in their pockets when they departed. In the mornings, there was almost invariably someone offering a ride, another farmer who had stayed too late and drunk too much, or a merchant who had enjoyed their performance enough not to mind if they rode on the back of one of his wagons. Rand began to believe their troubles were behind them until they reached Camelin. But then they arrived at 4 Kings. 4 Kings was a larger settlement than many they had passed, yet it wore its grand name like a borrowed coat that didn't quite fit. The Camelin road carved its usual straight path through the middle, joined by a well-worn southern highway. Unlike the farming communities they knew, this place thrived on the constant flow of commerce. It was a way station for merchant trains bound for Camelin and the mining towns west of Berlon, with the southern road bearing goods from Lugard. The land around it was stingy, yielding just enough for the locals and the town itself, making every aspect of life here revolve around wagons, drivers, and the loading crews. Dusty, wheel-packed plots lay scattered between buildings, crammed with parked wagons left under the watch of indifferent guards. The streets were broad avenues of churned mud and deep ruts, lined with stables and corrals. Children played a dangerous game, darting between wagons and the drivers' colourful curses. Village women moved with purpose, scarves drawn tight, eyes fixed ahead as they ignored the lewd calls from passing wagoneers, comments that made Rand's ears burn and even drew a surprised blink from Mat. There was no friendly chatter over fences here. The houses were drab wooden structures pressed tightly together, their occasional whitewash faded to a memory, shutters sealed by rust. The air itself was thick with noise, the clang of blacksmiths, the shouts of teamsters, and raucous laughter spilling from inns, as their merchant wagon drew even with a garishly painted inn, a splash of green and yellow among the dull buildings. Rand hopped down. The wagon train rolled on without a pause, every driver focused on the stables and the promise of an ale as dusk gathered. Rand stumbled in a rut, then jumped aside to avoid an oncoming wagon, earning a shouted oath from its driver. A woman brushed past him, never looking up. The whole scene set his nerves on edge. "I've got a bad feeling about this place," he said, raising his voice over the din. He thought he caught a thread of music woven into the chaos, but couldn't pinpoint its source. "Maybe we should keep moving." Mat shot him a look of pure disdain, then gestured pointedly at the darkening, cloud-choked sky. "Sleep under a bush in that. I've rediscovered the joys of a mattress." He tilted his head, listening. "Besides, I'll wager none of these places have a proper juggler." He adjusted his bow across his back and started for the inn's bright yellow door, his gaze sharp and assessing. With a sigh, Rand followed inside. The noise was a physical force. A zither and drum fought a losing battle against drunken shouts and coarse laughter. They didn't bother seeking out the innkeeper. The next 2 establishments were the same, a deafening racket that shook the floorboards, filled with rough men waving tankards, and lunging at serving girls who dodged with practiced, weary smiles. The air was sour with spilled ale and stale sweat. Notably absent were any well-dressed merchants. They were undoubtedly sequestered in private rooms upstairs, far from the unpleasantness below. It was a stark, grimy world of transit and toil, and Rand felt profoundly out of place. Rand and Matt had already poked their heads into 3 other places, each one more unwelcoming than the last. They were starting to believe their only option was to push on and hope for better luck down the road. The 4th inn, called the Dancing Cartman, sat quiet and still, like the others. It was a garish sight, painted in a jarring mix of yellow, bright red, and a sickly, eye-straining green, though here the colours were faded and peeling. They pushed the door open and stepped inside. A handful of men were scattered among the tables, each hunched miserably over his drink, lost in his own gloomy thoughts. Business was clearly poor, though the size of the room suggested it had seen better days. There were exactly as many serving women as there were customers, all pretending to be busy. The floor was caked with grime and cobwebs draped the ceiling corners, but most of the women were just shuffling about to avoid being caught idle. A gaunt man with lank, shoulder-length hair turned a sour scowl their way as they entered. Outside, the first low rumble of thunder rolled through Four Kings. "What do you two want?" He was wiping his hands on a filthy apron that reached his ankles. Rand found himself wondering whether more dirt was coming off on the apron or onto the man's skin. He was the first scrawny innkeeper Rand had ever seen. "Well, out with it, buy something, or clear out. Do I look like some kind of carnival act?" Feeling his face grow hot, Rand launched into the offer he'd practiced at the previous inns. "I play the flute, and my friend here juggles. You won't find a better pair this side of the mountains. Give us a decent room and a solid meal, and we'll pack this common room for you." He remembered the crowded taverns they'd already visited that evening, especially the man who'd thrown up right at his feet at the last stop. He'd had to jump back to save his boots. The memory made him stumble over his words, but he pressed on. "We'll bring in customers who'll spend 20 times what we cost you in food and drink. Why let? Already got a man who plays the dulcimer," the innkeeper cut in sourly. "You've got a drunk, Samuel Hake," one of the serving women said. She was carrying a tray with 2 mugs and paused to offer Rand and Matt a round-cheeked smile. "Half the time he's too far gone to even find the common room," she added in a stage whisper. "Haven't laid eyes on him in 2 days." Without even looking at her, Hake swung his arm back and struck her hard across the face. She let out a choked gasp and tumbled to the filthy floor. One mug shattered and wine spilled into the dirt, tracing little channels through the grime. "You're docked for the breakage and the wine. Fetch fresh drinks, and be quick about it. Men don't pay to watch you laze around." His tone was as casual as the blow had been. None of the drinkers looked up from their cups, and the other serving women kept their eyes carefully lowered. The plump woman rubbed her cheek and shot Hake, a look of pure hatred, but she gathered the broken pieces and the remaining mug onto her tray and walked off without a word. Hake sucked at his teeth, studying Rand and Matt. His gaze lingered on the heron-marked sword at Rand's hip before he finally looked away. "Tell you what," he said after a moment. "You can have a couple of pallets in an empty storeroom out back. Rooms cost too much to give away. You eat after everyone else is done. There'll probably be something left." Rand wished desperately there was another inn in Four Kings they hadn't already tried. Since leaving Whitebridge, he'd faced coolness, indifference, and open hostility, but nothing that gave him this creeping sense of dread. He told himself it was just the filth, the gloom, and the coming storm. But the unease wouldn't leave. Matt was watching Hake like he expected some kind of trap, but he showed no sign of wanting to trade this place for a damp bed under a hedge. Another peal of thunder shook the window panes. Rand let out a tired sigh. "The pallets will do if they're clean, and if there are enough clean blankets. But we eat 2 hours after full dark, no later, and we get the best you have." Here, we'll show you what we can do. He reached for his flute case, but Hackey shook his head. The innkeeper's dismissive wave was almost as sharp as his words. Doesn't matter. This crowd will cheer for any kind of racket that vaguely resembles a tune. His gaze drifted once more to the sword at Rand's hip. The thin smile that followed didn't reach his eyes. Eat when you like, but if you don't draw a crowd, you're out on the street. He jerked his head toward two men leaning against the far wall. They weren't drinking, and their arms were as thick as tree limbs. When the innkeeper, Hake, glanced their way, their flat, expressionless stares settled on Rand and Matt. Rand rested a hand on his sword hilt, hoping the churning in his gut wasn't written on his face. As long as we receive the agreed payment, he stated, keeping his voice steady. Hake blinked, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his own features before he gave a curt nod. Just what I said, right? Well, get to it. You won't pull in customers by standing around like statues. He turned and stalked away, immediately beginning to shout at the serving girls as if the nearly empty room were a packed hall they were ignoring. At the room's far end, near the back door, stood a small raised platform. Rand hauled a bench onto it and arranged his cloak, bedroll, and Tom's bundled cloak behind it, placing the sword on top. A sudden sharp memory surfaced, Tam showing him how to care for the blade's edge, the smell of oil and leather in their farmhouse, a memory that now felt like it belonged to someone else. He pushed it aside. Wearing the sword openly was a risk. While swords themselves were common enough, the heron etched into the blade invited questions and unwanted attention. Any notice at all made his skin crawl. He could be painting a bright trail for the Myrddraal to follow, though if the Fades needed such a trail, they hadn't shown it. Part of him was simply unwilling to set it aside. Tam had given it to him, his father. The sword was a tangible thread, however frayed, that still connected him to the man who raised him, a thread that let him, in his own heart, still claim that name. Too late for second thoughts now, he told himself, though he wasn't entirely sure what he meant by it. The feeling of finality was just there, heavy and cold. The first bold notes of Cock o' the North cut through the murmur of the common room. The handful of patrons lifted their heads from their drinks. Even the two bouncers leaned forward slightly. They all applauded when he finished, the two toughs included, and again when Matt sent a cascade of coloured balls weaving through the air. Outside, the sky grumbled. The rain was holding back, but the waiting tension was thick in the air. The longer the delay, the harder the eventual downpour would be. Word travelled, and by full dark, the inn was crammed with men whose laughter and shouts nearly drowned out the music. Only the cracks of thunder could overpower the noise. Lightning flashed white at the windows, and in the rare, sudden silences, Rand could just make out the drumming of rain on the roof. Newcomers left glistening trails of water across the floorboards. Whenever he paused, voices bellowed song names through the din. Plenty were unfamiliar, though. When he got someone to hum a few bars, he often realized he knew the tune. It had been like this in other towns. Here, Jolly Jame was called Rhea's Fling, while 2 villages back it had been Colours of the Sun. Some titles stayed constant, others changed before you'd travelled 10 miles, and he'd picked up new songs along the way. The Drunken Peddler was new to him, though sometimes it went by Tinker in the Kitchen. 2 Kings Came Hunting was also known as 2 Horses Running, and half a dozen other names besides. He played what he knew, and the men hammered the tables for more. Others shouted for Matt to juggle again. Sometimes petty squabbles erupted between those wanting music and those demanding more juggling. Once a knife flashed in the lamplight, a woman shrieked, and a man stumbled back from a table, blood sheeting down his cheek. But Jack and Strom, the 2 bouncers, moved in with swift, brutal efficiency. Showing no favour, they hauled everyone involved out the door, leaving them in the muddy street with fresh lumps on their heads. That was their solution for any trouble. The talking and laughing surged back as if nothing had happened. Nobody even bothered to look around except those jostled by the bouncers passing. The patrons were not shy about grabbing at the serving maids whenever one let her guard down. Jack or Strom would eventually step in to pull a man away, but they never seemed in any particular hurry. Hake would fly into a rage, screaming and shaking the girl as if the whole incident were her fault, and her tearful, stammered apologies showed she believed it too. The women flinched at every scowl from the innkeeper, even when it wasn't directed at them. Rand couldn't understand why they stayed. Hake kept glancing their way with a thin smile. It took Rand a moment to realize the man wasn't smiling at them, but at the heron-marked sword resting behind them. Once, when Rand set the gold and silver chased flute on the stool, that earned the same greedy look. The next time they swapped places on the dais, Rand leaned close to Matt's ear, shouting over the din. "Hake's planning to rob us." Matt nodded as if this was the most obvious news in the world. "We'll just bar the door tonight." Bar it. Jack and Strom could punch through a door. "We should leave after we eat," Matt said. The crowded room was growing restless and Hake was glaring. "I'm starving. They can't try anything with this many people here. Besides, you really want to sleep in that storm." A violent flash of lightning lit the windows brighter than the lamps, punctuating his point with a deafening crack of thunder. "I'd just like to keep my skull in one piece," Rand muttered. But Matt was already slouching back to his stool. With a sigh, Rand lifted his flute and launched into the road to Dunaren. The crowd loved it. He'd played it 4 times already, and they still roared for more. The frustrating part was that Matt was right, in a way. Rand was hungry too, and it was hard to see how Hake could make a move with the common room so packed. For every patron who staggered out or was tossed by the bouncers, 2 more came in from the rainy street. They yelled for juggling or for favourite tunes, but mostly they were focused on their ale and the serving women. One man, however, stood out completely. He was utterly foreign to the rough clientele of the dancing cartmen. This wasn't a place for merchants. There weren't even any private dining rooms. The other patrons wore work-hardened clothes and had the tough, sun-weathered skin of labourers. This man was sleek and soft-handed, draped in a velvet coat with a dark green cloak lined with blue silk thrown over his shoulders. Every stitch of his clothing spoke of expensive tailoring. His shoes were velvet slippers, utterly unsuited for the muddy, rutted streets of Four Kings, or any streets at all. He had entered well after dark, shaking rain from his cloak with a look of pure disgust. After one sweeping glance around the room, he seemed ready to leave, but then he startled at something only he could see. He took a seat at a table Jack and Strom had just cleared. A serving maid approached, brought him a mug of wine at his quiet request, and then hurried away. He never touched the drink. She and others who drifted near gave him a wide berth. Despite his soft appearance, any burly wagon driver who considered sharing his table took one look at his cold, dismissive stare and thought better of it. He sat as if he were alone in the room, except for his fixed attention on Rand and Matt. Over his steepled fingers, which glittered with rings, he watched them with a smile of cold, certain recognition. Rand leaned close to Matt as they swapped positions once more, and Matt gave a quick nod. "I spotted him too," Matt mumbled. "Who is that guy? I swear I've seen him somewhere." The same nagging feeling had brushed against Rand's own memory, but he couldn't quite pull it into focus. He was certain, though, that the man's face was completely unfamiliar. After roughly 2 hours of performing as best as Rand could guess, he carefully placed his flute back in its case, and the 2 of them began collecting their gear just as they stepped off the low platform. Hake hurried over, his thin face tight with irritation. "It's time to eat. Rand cut in before Hake could speak. "And we don't want our things walking off. Would you mind letting the cook know?" Hake paused, still fuming, his gaze repeatedly darting to what Rand was carrying. Rand casually adjusted his bundles so one hand rested lightly on the sword hilt. "Or you could always try throwing us out," he added pointedly. "There's still plenty of night left for us to play. We need to keep our strength up if we're going to perform well enough to keep this crowd spending. How long do you think this room stays packed if we collapse from hunger?" Hake's eyes flickered across the room full of patrons whose coins were filling his pockets. He turned and shoved his head through the doorway to the back. "Feed 'em," he barked. Whirling back to Rand and Matt, he snapped. "Don't take all night about it. I expect you back up there until the last man leaves." Some customers were already calling out for the musician and the juggler, and Hake spun away to calm them. The man in the velvet cloak was among those looking impatient. Rand motioned for Matt to follow him. A solid door separated the kitchen from the inn's common room, except when it swung open for a serving maid. The drumming of rain on the roof was louder here than the shouts from the front. The kitchen was large, hot and thick with steam from the stoves and ovens. A massive table was strewn with half-prepared food and platters ready to be served. A cluster of serving maids sat on a bench near the rear door, rubbing their feet and all talking at once with the portly cook, who waved a large spoon to emphasize her points as she talked right back. They glanced up when Rand and Matt entered, but didn't slow their chatter or stop massaging their tired feet. "We should slip out now while we have the chance," Rand said under his breath. But Matt shook his head, his eyes locked on the two plates. The cook was heaping with beef, potatoes, and peas. She barely looked at them, continuing her animated conversation with the women as she used her elbows to clear space on the table and set down the plates, tossing forks beside them. "After we eat is soon enough," Matt said, sliding onto a bench and attacking his food as if he were shoveling coal. Rand sighed, but was right behind him. He'd had nothing since the previous night but a stale crust of bread. His stomach felt utterly hollow, and the rich cooking smells weren't helping. He was soon eating just as eagerly, though Matt managed to get his plate refilled by the cook before Rand was even halfway done. He hadn't meant to listen in on the women's talk, but some of their words seemed to leap out and grab his attention. "Sounds downright crazy to me." Crazy or not, that's what I heard. He went to half the inns in town before stopping here. Just walked in, looked around, and walked right back out without a word, even at the Royal Inn, like the pouring rain meant nothing to him. Maybe he decided this was the coziest spot that set off a round of laughter. What I heard is he didn't even reach Four Kings until after dark, and his horses were lathered up like they'd been run hard. Where did he come from to get caught out after nightfall? Only a fool or a madman travels without better planning. Well, maybe he is a fool, but he's a wealthy one. I hear he even has a second carriage just for his servants and luggage. Mark my words, there's real money there. Did you catch a glimpse of that man's cloak? I wouldn't mind owning one just like it myself. He's a bit too round for my liking, but I've always believed a man's weight is easily overlooked if his pockets are heavy enough. The group erupted into laughter, the cook's booming voice leading the chorus. Rand set his fork down with a clatter. An unwelcome suspicion began to simmer in his mind. "I'll be right back," he announced. Matt, busy shoveling a potato into his mouth, gave only a vague nod. Scooping up his cloak and sword belt as he rose, Rand fastened the weapon at his waist while moving toward the rear door. No one seemed to notice his departure. Outside, the rain was coming down in sheets. He flung his cloak around his shoulders, yanked the hood up, and clutched the fabric closed as he jogged across the stable yard. A wall of water obscured everything except during the stark, momentary flashes of lightning. He spotted his quarry. While the horses were safely stabled, two glossy black carriages sat outside, shimmering under the deluge. A rumble of thunder was followed by a brilliant streak of light across the sky. In that instant he deciphered a name painted in elegant gold script on a coach door. Howell Goad. He stood there, oblivious to the rain hammering against him, staring at the spot where the name had vanished. His memory flashed back to the last place he had seen such luxurious black coaches, complete with owner names on the doors, and the sleek, well-fed men who wore velvet cloaks with silk linings. Whitebridge. A merchant from Whitebridge could have a perfectly ordinary reason for travelling to Keimlin. But does that reason involve checking half the inns in town before settling on the very one where you're staying? Does it explain why he looked at you as if he'd just found a lost treasure? A shiver ran through Rand, and he suddenly became aware of a cold trickle of water running down his spine. His cloak was well made, but it was never intended for a storm of this magnitude. He hurried back toward the inn, his boots splashing through rapidly forming puddles. Yak was leaning in the doorway, blocking his path. "Well, well, well. Out here all alone in the dark. The dark can be a dangerous place, boy." Rain plastered Rand's hair to his forehead. The stable yard was deserted except for the two of them. He wondered if Hake had decided the sword and the flute were valuable enough to risk his patrons growing bored and leaving for livelier entertainment. Wiping water from his eyes with one hand, Rand rested the other on his sword hilt, even soaked. The textured leather provided a solid grip. Has Hake decided all those men will be content with just his ale, instead of seeking out a place with some real amusement? If so, we'll consider the meal payment for our work so far and be on our way. Dry and smug in the doorway, the big man glanced out at the pouring rain and snorted. In this weather? His gaze dropped to Rand's hand on the sword. "You know, me and Strom have a little wager going. He thinks you stole that blade from your old grandmother. Me, I think your grandmother would toss you around the pig pen and hang you out to dry." He offered a grin, his crooked yellow teeth making him look even more malicious. "The night is still young, boy." Rand pushed past him, and Jack let him go with a low, unpleasant chuckle. Back inside, he shed his dripping cloak and slumped onto the bench at their table. Matt had finished his second helping and was methodically working through a third, eating more slowly now, but with a grim determination, as if finishing the meal was a matter of personal survival. Jack resumed his post by the stable-yard door, leaning against the wall and keeping a steady watch on them. Even the cook fell silent under his gaze. "He's from Whitebridge," Rand said, keeping his voice low. There was no need to specify who he was. Matt's head snapped around, a forkful of beef frozen halfway to his mouth. Conscious of Jack's eyes on them, Rand poked at the food on his plate. He couldn't have swallowed a bite if he was starving, but he pretended an interest in the peas as he quietly recounted everything about the carriages and what the women had said, just in case Matt had been too engrossed in his meal to listen. It was painfully obvious that he had not been paying any attention at all. Matt blinked in surprise, letting out a low whistle before his expression soured. He stared at the meat on his fork, with distaste, grunted, and tossed the utensil clattering onto his plate. Rand wished his friend would try, just a little, to be less obvious. "They're after us," Matt muttered, once he'd swallowed, the lines on his forehead carved deeper. "A dark friend, you think? Could be? I really don't know." Rand's eyes flicked toward Jack. The large man stretched with exaggerated casualness, his shoulders rolling like a blacksmith's. "Do you see any way we get past him without a scene? Not a chance. He'd shout the roof down and bring Hake and the other thug running. I told you we never should have stopped at this place." Rand opened his mouth to argue, but the door from the common room swung open. Hake stood there, with Strom's bulky frame looming behind him. Jack shifted to block the rear exit completely. "Planning to camp out here all night?" Hake barked. "I didn't serve you a meal so you could lounge around like Lord..." Rand shot a look at Matt. Later, Matt mouthed silently. Under the heavy gaze of Hake, Strom, and Jack, they collected their belongings back in the common room. A wave of shouts for juggling and calls for favourite tunes erupted the moment Rand and Matt stepped into view. The man in the velvet cloak, Howell Goad, still gave the impression of ignoring the entire room, yet he was perched on the very edge of his chair. When he saw them, he settled back, that smug, satisfied smile returning to his lips. Rand took the first shift on the dais, his fingers moving through, drawing water from the well, while most of his mind was elsewhere. No one in the boisterous crowd appeared to notice his scattered wrong notes. He wrestled with the problem of their escape and made a conscious effort not to glance toward Goad. If the man was hunting them, there was no sense in tipping him off. As for actually getting away, it struck him then with a cold clarity what a perfect cage an inn could be. Hake, Jack, and Strom didn't need to watch them closely. The packed room would sound the alarm if he or Matt tried to leave the platform. While the crowd was present, Hake couldn't simply send his men after them, but that same crowd made it impossible to slip out unnoticed. And all the while, Goad's eyes tracked their every move. The whole situation was so absurdly, bitterly ironic, he'd have laughed if he weren't so close to being sick. Their only choice was to stay alert and wait for an opening. Any opening at all. When they swapped places, Rand stifled a groan. Matt was making no effort to hide his hostility, glaring openly at Hake, Strom, and Jack, utterly careless of whether they noticed or wondered why. Whenever he wasn't actively juggling, his hand crept under his coat. Rand hissed a warning, but Matt ignored him. If Hake caught a glimpse of that ruby-hilted dagger, he might not wait for privacy to act. If the patrons saw it, half of them might decide to help Hake claim it. Worst of all, Matt fixed the Whitebridge merchant, the possible dark friend, with a stare twice as intense as his glares at the others, and Goad certainly noticed. It was impossible for him not to. Yet the man's composure didn't crack in the slightest. If anything, his smile grew more pronounced. He gave Matt a nod, as if acknowledging an old friend, then turned his gaze to Rand and raised a single mocking eyebrow. Rand had no desire to know what that silent question was. He tried to avoid looking back, but he knew the damage was done. They were seen. They were known. It was too late. Again. Only one thing seemed to unsettle the man in the velvet cloak: Rand's sword. He had kept it on. A couple of drunken men had wobbled over to jeer, asking if his playing was so terrible he needed a weapon for protection. But none had spotted the heron etched into the hilt. Goad had. His pale hands had clenched into fists, and he'd frowned at the sword for a long, tense moment before his smile reluctantly returned. When it did, it lacked its earlier certainty. One small victory, at least, Rand thought grimly. If he believes I might actually know how to use a heron-mark blade, maybe he'll think twice. Then we only have to deal with a greedy innkeeper and his two brutes. It was cold comfort. Sword or no sword, Goad kept watching, and he kept smiling, to Rand, trapped on the dais, with fear coiling in his gut. The night seemed to stretch on for an eternity. All those eyes fixed on him, Hake, Jack, and Strom watched like vultures circling a trapped animal, while Goad's gaze felt even more sinister. Rand started to suspect everyone in the common room had some hidden agenda. The air was thick with the smell of sour wine and unwashed bodies, making his head spin. The roar of voices pounded against his ears until even the sound of his own flute felt like a harsh scrape. Thunder crashed, echoing inside his skull, and a deep weariness settled over him like a heavy chain. As the night wore on, the practical need to rise at dawn began pulling men reluctantly out into the darkness. A farmer might answer only to himself, but merchants paying for drivers cared little about headaches or sore heads. Slowly, the room emptied. Even those with rooms upstairs stumbled off to find their beds. Goad was the last to linger. When Rand reached for his leather flute case, Yawning, the velvet-cloaked man stood and draped his cloak over his arm. The serving women were already cleaning, grumbling about spilled drink and shattered crockery. Hake turned the big key in the front door lock. After a brief, hushed exchange, the innkeeper called over a maid to show Goad to a room. With a knowing, almost mocking smile aimed at Rand and Matt, Goad vanished up the stairs. Then Hake's attention shifted squarely to the two youths. Yak and Strom flanked him like shadows. Rand hurried to arrange his belongings over his shoulders, holding them awkwardly behind his back, with his left hand to keep his right free near his sword. He didn't draw it, but he needed to feel it was within reach. Fighting back another yawn, he reminded himself not to let them see how exhausted he truly was. Matt shouldered his bow and pack clumsily, but his hand slid under his coat, his eyes never leaving Hake and the two bruisers. Hake lifted an oil lamp and offered a stiff, slightly mocking bow, gesturing toward a side door. "Your beds are this way." Only a faint twist of his mouth betrayed his insincerity. Matt jutted his chin toward Jack and Strom. "Need an escort just to find a pallet."
"A man of property has to be careful,"
Hake replied, smoothing his stained apron. Another boom of thunder shook the windows, and he glanced meaningfully upward before flashing a toothy grin. "So, do you want to see where you'll sleep or not?" Rand's mind raced. What if he said they'd rather leave? If you actually knew how to use that sword beyond Land's basic drills. "Lead on," he said, hardening his voice. "I don't like anyone at my back." Strom gave a low snicker, but Hake merely nodded and turned toward the side door, his two men swaggering after. Rand drew a steadying breath and cast one last wishful look toward the kitchen. If the back door was already locked, running would only start the trouble he hoped to avoid. Reluctantly, he followed. At the side door he paused, and Matt bumped into him from behind. The reason for the lamp became clear. The hallway beyond was pitch black. Only the circle of light around Hakey, Jack, and Strom gave him the nerve to keep moving. If they turned, he'd see it. But then what? The floorboards groaned under his boots. The passage ended at a rough, unpainted door. He hadn't noticed if others lined the way. Hake and his men went through. Rand hurried after, not wanting to give them a chance to set an ambush, but inside Hake simply raised the lamp. "Here you are." It was, as promised, an old storeroom clearly unused for ages. Weathered barrels and splintered crates took up half the space. Rain blew in through a broken pane in the grimy window, and water dripped steadily from several spots in the ceiling. Dust-coated shelves held unidentifiable junk, and thick grime covered nearly everything. The only surprise was the presence of two thin, musty pallets laid out on the floor. The sword kept Hake on edge. He wouldn't make a move until we were dead asleep. Rand had no plans to sleep under that roof. The moment the innkeeper was gone, he was going out that window. "It'll do," he said, his eyes never leaving Hake, watching for any sign to the two smirking men flanking him. He fought the urge to lick his dry lips. Leave the lamp. Hake gave a grunt but set the lamp on a shelf. He paused, studying them, and Rand was certain the order for Jack and Strom to attack was coming. Instead, the innkeeper's gaze drifted to the sword at Rand's hip, his frown turning thoughtful. With a sharp jerk of his head, he signaled the two big men out. Surprise flickered across their dull faces, but they followed without a word. Rand listened to the slow creak, creak, creak of their retreating footsteps fade, then counted to 50 before peering into the hallway. The darkness was absolute, save for a distant rectangle of light from the common room door, seeming as far off as the moon. As he pulled back, a hulking shape shifted in the blackness near the far end. Jack or Strom, standing watch. A quick check of their own door confirmed his fears. The thick, stout planks were solid, but it opened inward with neither lock nor bar. I thought they were coming for us, Matt whispered, the dagger in his white-knuckled fist catching the lamplight. His bow lay forgotten on the floor. What are they waiting for? For us to drift off, Rand said, already sifting through the clutter of barrels and crates. Help me find something to block this door. Why bother? You're not actually thinking of staying, are you? Let's just go out the window. I'd take a soaking over a stabbing any day. One of them's down the hall. We make a sound, and they'll be on us before we can think. I reckon Hake would rather face us awake than risk us getting away. Grumbling, Matt joined the search, but the floor was littered with useless junk, empty barrels, splintered crates. Piling it all in front of the door wouldn't stop a determined push. Then Rand spotted something familiar on a dusty shelf. 2 rust-covered splitting wedges. He snatched them down with a grim smile. Working quickly, he shoved the wedges under the door. As the next boom of thunder shook the inn's timbers, he drove them home with 2 sharp kicks of his heel. The thunder faded. He held his breath, listening. Only the relentless drumming of rain on the roof answered. No sound of rushing feet. The window, he said. It was crusted with years of grime and filth. They threw their weight against it, shoulders straining. Rand's legs were trembling by the time the sash gave a protesting groan and began to move, inch by reluctant inch. When the gap was finally wide enough, he crouched to slip through and froze. Blood and ashes. Matt hissed. No wonder Hake wasn't worried. Iron bars, set in an iron frame, glistened wetly in the lamplight. Rand pushed against them. They were immovable as stone. I saw something, Matt said, frantically pawing through the shelf litter. He returned with a length of rusty crowbar and jammed it under the frame. Rand winced at the scrape of metal. Remember the noise, Matt? Matt shot him a sour look, but waited muttering curses under his breath. Rand gripped the crowbar, his boots slipping in the puddle now spreading across the floor. A peal of thunder rolled, and they heaved together, with a nail-shrieking squeal that raised the hairs on Rand's neck. The frame shifted, maybe a quarter of an inch. They timed their efforts to the thunder, heaving again and again. A quarter inch, a frustrating hair's breadth. Nothing, nothing. Then, in a moment of grim irony, Rand's feet shot out from under him in the water. They crashed to the floor in a heap, and the crowbar struck the iron bars with a reverberating clang like a funeral bell. Rand lay in a puddle, holding his breath and listening. Only the sound of rain broke the silence. Matt cradled his bruised knuckles, shooting a glare in Rand's direction. At this pace, we're never getting out of here. The iron window frame had been pried out just enough that you couldn't even fit 2 fingers beneath it. A grid of thick nails crisscrossed the narrow opening. We have to keep trying, Rand insisted, pushing himself up. But as he positioned the crowbar under the frame's edge, the door groaned. Someone was trying to force it open. The splitting wedges held for now. He and Matt exchanged a tense look, and Matt's hand went back to his dagger. The door protested again with a sharp creak. Rand drew a steadying breath, fighting to keep his voice level. "Go away, Hake. We're sleeping. I fear you are mistaking." The voice was so smooth and self-satisfied, it identified its owner instantly. Howell Goad. Master Hake and his little helpers will not be a problem. They are sleeping quite soundly, and come morning they will only wonder where you've gone. Now let me in, my young friends. We have matters to discuss. We have nothing to say to you, Matt snapped. Leave us alone. Goad's chuckle was unpleasant. But of course we do. You know that as well as I. I saw the recognition in your eyes. I know what you are, perhaps better than you know yourselves. I can feel it radiating from you. You are already halfway pledged to my master. Stop this pointless running and accept it. Everything will become so much simpler. If the witches from Tar Valon find you first, you'll beg for a chance to end your own lives before they're finished. But you won't have the means. Only my master can offer you protection. Rand swallowed against a dry throat. "We don't understand what you're talking about. Just go." The floorboards in the hallway groaned. Goad wasn't alone.
How many men could he have brought in just 2 carriages? Enough foolishness. Goad's voice turned impatient. You know perfectly well. The great Lord of the Dark has claimed you as his own. The prophecies say that when he awakens, new dreadlords will be there to hail him. You must be 2 of them, or I would never have been sent to find you. Just think of it, eternal life and power beyond your wildest dreams. His voice grew thick with a hunger for that very power.
Rand glanced back at the window just as a bolt of lightning tore across the sky, and he nearly groaned aloud. The momentary flash illuminated figures standing outside in the downpour, men ignoring the rain as they watched the window. "I am growing tired of this," Goad announced. "You will submit to my master, to your master, or you will be forced to submit. The latter would be most unpleasant for you. The great Lord of the Dark is the master of death itself. He can grant a living death or a deadly life as he chooses. Open this door one way or another. Your flight ends here. Open it, I command you." He must have given a signal, for a heavy weight suddenly slammed against the door. It shuddered, and the wedges scraped forward a fraction of an inch, the sound of rust grating on wood. Again and again the door shook under the assault. Sometimes the wedges held firm, sometimes they slipped another tiny bit. Inch by agonizing inch, the door was being forced inward. "Submit," Goad demanded from the hall, "or spend all eternity regretting that you did not." "What if we don't have a choice?" Matt whispered, licking his lips under Rand's intense stare. His eyes darted like a cornered animal's. His face was ghostly pale, and he spoke between panting breaths. "We could say yes, then find a way to escape later. Light, Rand. There's no other way out." The words seemed to reach Rand as if through layers of thick wool. "No way out," thunder rumbled overhead, then was drowned by a vicious slash of lightning. "We have to find a way out." Goad's voice continued, now demanding, now coaxing. The door slid another inch inward, a way out. Then a searing light filled the room, blinding him. The air itself roared and turned to fire. Rand felt himself lifted and thrown violently against the wall. He slid down in a crumpled heap, ears ringing, every hair on his body standing on end. Dazed, he struggled to his feet. His knees buckled, and he had to brace a hand against the wall to keep from falling. He stared in stunned disbelief. The lamp, knocked onto its side on the edge of a shelf that still clung to the wall, continued to burn, casting its flickering light. Barrels and crates, many charred and smoking, lay scattered where they had been thrown. The window, its bars, and a large section of the wall were simply gone, replaced by a ragged, splintered opening. The roof sagged dangerously, and thin trails of smoke wrestled with the rain around the gap's jagged edges. The door hung crookedly from a single hinge, wedged at a sharp angle into the frame and leaning out into the hallway. With a dizzy sense that none of this could be real, he carefully righted the lamp. In that moment, ensuring its fragile flame survived felt like the most crucial task in the world. Nearby, a stack of crates shuddered and burst apart as Matt struggled to his feet from the wreckage. He swayed unsteadily, blinking rapidly and patting himself down as if to confirm all his limbs were still there. He squinted in Rand's direction. "Rand, you're alive. I was sure we were both finished." He cut himself off, biting his lip as his shoulders shook. It took Rand a second to realize Matt was laughing, a breathless, nearly hysterical sound. "What happened, Matt?" "Matt, talk to me. What happened?" One final tremor passed through Matt, and then he went still, his expression grim. "Lightning, Rand. I was staring right at the window when it struck the bars. I can't see a blasted thing." He stopped abruptly, peering toward the slanted door, his voice turning urgent. "Where's Goad?" The dark hallway beyond the doorway was still and silent. There was no sign or sound of Goad or his men, though anything could be lurking in that blackness. Rand found himself fiercely hoping they were dead, but he wouldn't have stuck his head out to check for a king's ransom. Nothing moved in the night outside the shattered wall either, but the inn was stirring. Muffled, confused shouts and the thudding of running feet echoed from the floors above. "We have to go now," Rand urged, working quickly. They dug their belongings from the rubble. Rand grabbed Matt's arm, half pulling, half guiding his friend through the gaping hole into the stormy night. Matt clung to him, stumbling along with his head thrust forward, straining to see. As the first cold drops of rain struck Rand's face, another bolt of lightning split the sky above the inn, and he froze. Goad's men were still there, sprawled on the ground with their feet toward the opening. Rain pelted their lifeless faces, their eyes staring blankly at the sky. "What is it?" Matt demanded, his voice tight. "Blood and ashes. I can barely see my own hand in front of my face." "Nothing," Rand said softly. "Luck. The light's own luck, or is it?" A chill ran through him as he carefully steered Matt around the grim scene. "Just the lightning. There was no light except the sporadic flashes from the sky." Rand stumbled in the deep wagon ruts as they staggered away from the inn. With Matt leaning heavily on him, every misstep threatened to send them both tumbling, but they ran on, tottering and gasping for breath. He glanced back only once, just before the rain intensified into a deafening downpour that swallowed the dancing cartman from view. A flash of lightning outlined the figure of a man at the rear of the inn, shaking a fist either at them or at the storm-laden sky. It could have been Goad or Hakey, either was a dire threat. The rain became a deluge, isolating them within a roaring wall of water. He pushed onward through the darkness, his ears straining over the storm's roar for any sound of pursuit. Under a heavy leaden sky, the high-wheeled cart jolted and rattled eastward along the Camelin Road. Rand hauled himself up from the straw in the wagon bed to look over the side. It was a little easier than it had been an hour ago, though his arms felt like stretched rope, and his head swam dizzily for a moment. He hooked his elbows over the rough wooden slats and watched the countryside roll past. The sun, still hidden behind a blanket of dull clouds, was high overhead as the cart clattered into another village of red brick houses draped in thick vines. These towns had been growing closer together since they'd left 4 kings behind. A few villagers waved or called out to Hyam Kinch, the farmer driving the cart. The leathery-faced man, a pipe clenched between his teeth, would grunt a few words in return. The words were mostly garbled by the stem in his mouth, but the tone was friendly enough, and the villagers seemed content, turning back to their tasks without a second look at the cart or its passengers. The whitewashed village inn, with its grey slate roof, slid past. People moved in and out, offering casual nods and waves, their conversations easy and familiar. Their clothes, boots, trousers and coats weren't so different from Rand's own, though they showed a distinct preference for brightly striped patterns. The women wore deep bonnets and striped white aprons, just townsfolk and farmers, Rand thought, sinking back into the straw. Does it even matter who they are? He watched the village shrink between his feet as the cart rolled on. Now the road was lined with neat fences, trimmed hedges, and small farmhouses where smoke curled from red brick chimneys. The occasional woodlots were tidy and managed, as domesticated as a barnyard, yet their bare branches stood stark against the sky, a sharp reminder of the untamed forests far to the west. A line of heavy wagons rumbled toward them, forcing Master Kinch to steer the cart onto the grassy verge. He shifted his pipe, spat, and kept one eye on the hedge to avoid tangling a wheel. His mouth tightened as he watched the merchant train pass. None of the drivers, cracking whips over their 8-horse teams, nor the hard-eyed guards riding alongside, so much as glanced at the humble cart. Rand's chest felt tight. His hand crept under his cloak, gripping his sword hilt, and he didn't release it until the final wagon had lurched past. As that last wagon rattled toward the village behind them, Matt turned on the seat beside the farmer. He leaned back until he could meet Rand's gaze. A thick scarf was tied low around his forehead, shading his eyes, but he still squinted in the dull daylight. "See anything back there?" he asked quietly. "What about those wagons?" Rand shook his head. Matt gave a slow nod. He hadn't seen anything suspicious either. Master Kinch shot a glance at them from the corner of his eye. He shifted his pipe, gave the reins a flap, and said nothing, but he had noticed their tension. The horse obligingly picked up its pace a step. "Your eyes still bothering you?" Rand asked. Matt touched the scarf. "Not much. Only if I look right at the sun. You feeling any better?" "Some," Rand admitted, and he truly was. It felt like a minor miracle to recover so quickly. A gift, he told himself. It has to be a gift from the light. There's no other explanation. Suddenly, a column of horsemen overtook the cart, moving west like the merchant wagons. They wore red cloaks and undercoats over mail and plate, with long white collars, their attire finer and better fitted than the gate tenders' uniforms in Whitebridge. Their conical helmets gleamed like silver, and they rode with rigid posture, lances held at a uniform angle, thin red streamers fluttering from the tips. Several of the riders looked into the cart as they passed in two orderly files. Their faces were hidden behind barred steel visors. Rand was intensely grateful his cloak concealed his sword. A few offered a neutral nod to Master Kinch, who returned it with a similar lack of warmth, though a flicker of respect seemed to pass through the farmer's stony expression. Their horses were only walking, but combined with the cart's own speed, the armoured column was gone in moments. Rand kept a mental tally as the column passed. 10, 20, 30, 32 men in total. He lifted his gaze to follow their steady progress down the Camelin road, the rhythmic clatter of hooves and armour fading into the distance. "Who were they?" Matt inquired, his tone a blend of curiosity and wariness. "Queen's Guards," Master Kinch replied, the stem of his pipe clenched between his teeth. His eyes remained fixed on the road ahead. "They likely won't venture much past Breen's Spring these days unless summoned. Times have changed." He took a long draw from his pipe, exhaling a slow plume of smoke. "I reckon there are corners of the realm now that won't see a guard's cloak for a year or more. Nothing like the old days. What's their purpose here?" Rand asked. The farmer shot him a sidelong glance. "Upholding the Queen's law and keeping her peace," he stated, giving a firm nod as if approving of his own words. "Hunting down troublemakers and delivering them to justice." He released another stream of smoke with a thoughtful hum. "You lads must be from a fair distance, not to know the Queen's Guard on sight. Where do you hail from?" "A long way off," Matt said quickly, just as Rand answered, "The Two Rivers." The moment the words left his mouth, Rand regretted them. His mind still felt clouded. Here they were, trying to remain unnoticed, and he'd named a place that might ring like a clarion call to any pursuing fade. Master Kinch's eyes flicked toward Matt, and he puffed on his pipe in silence for a long moment. "That is far," he conceded finally. "Practically at the edge of the realm. But things must be deteriorating more than I realized if there are folks within the realm itself who don't recognize the Queen's Guards. A far cry from how it used to be." Rand found himself wondering what Master Elvira would say if told the Two Rivers belonged to some Queen's domain, the Queen of Andor, he assumed. Maybe the mayor was aware. He knew plenty of surprising things, and perhaps others were too, but Rand had never heard it mentioned. The Two Rivers was simply the Two Rivers. Villages managed their own affairs, and if trouble spanned more than one settlement, the mayors and village councils worked it out among themselves. The idea of a distant queen holding authority there felt almost laughable, a bureaucratic fiction from a world that didn't touch their stone bridges and quiet fields. With a tug on the reins, Master Kinch brought the cart to a stop. "This is my turning," he announced. A narrow dirt track branched off to the north, winding towards several farmhouses visible across open ploughed fields, still waiting for seed. "You'll make Camelin in 2 days' walk, or you would if your friend here had his full strength back." Matt hopped down and gathered his bow and belongings, then offered a hand to help Rand from the back of the cart. The weight of his bundles felt immense, and his legs trembled as his feet touched the ground. He waved off Matt's assistance, determined to test his own stability. After a few tentative steps, the weakness persisted, but his legs held to his relief. They even seemed to gain a little firmness with each movement. The farmer made no move to depart immediately. Instead, he studied them both while sucking thoughtfully on his pipe. "You're welcome to rest a day or two at my farm," he offered. "Won't set your journey back much. Whatever ailment you're shaking off, lad. Well, my wife and I have weathered every sickness you can name, and nursed our children through them, besides. I'd wager you're past the point of passing it on." Matt's expression turned guarded, and Rand felt his own brow furrow. "Not everyone is part of this," he reminded himself. "It can't be everybody." "Thank you," Rand said, "but I'm fine now, truly. How far is it to the next village?" "Carrisford." "You can make it by nightfall if you keep walking." Master Kinch removed his pipe, pursing his lips in contemplation. "My first thought was you were runaway apprentices," he admitted. "Now, I suspect it's something graver you're fleeing. I don't know what, and I don't need to know. I've a good enough eye for character to say you're no dark friends, and you're not the sort to rob or harm folk. Not like some travellers on the roads nowadays." A faint, knowing smile touched his lips. "I found my own share of trouble at your age. If you need a quiet place to lie low for a few days, my farm is 5 miles down that track." He jerked his thumb toward the northern path. "And nobody ever has cause to wander out that way. Whatever is hunting you probably won't track you there." He cleared his throat, seeming almost self-conscious for having strung so many words together. "How could you possibly recognize a dark friend?" Matt shot back, stepping away from the wagon. His hand slipped beneath his coat. "What do you know about them?" Master Kinch's expression hardened. "Have it your way," he muttered, clicking his tongue to urge the horse forward. The cart rumbled off down the narrow trail without a backward glance. Matt looked over at Rand, his angry scrumble softening into regret. "I'm sorry, Rand. You need somewhere to rest. Maybe we should catch up to him." He gave a weary shrug. "I just can't shake this feeling that everyone is hunting us." "By the light? I wish I knew why. I wish it was finished, I wish." His voice faded into a miserable silence. "There are still decent folk in the world," Rand said quietly. Matt started toward the cart path, his jaw set as if marching to his doom. But Rand stopped him with a hand on his arm. "We can't afford to stop just to rest, Matt. And honestly, I don't think there's any place left for us to hide." Matt nodded, a clear wave of relief washing over his features. He reached to take some of Rand's load, the saddlebags and Tom's bundled cloak hiding the harp. But Rand held firm. His legs did feel stronger now. "Whatever's chasing us," he thought as they set off down the road again. Not chasing, waiting. The downpour had hammered them relentlessly through the night since they'd stumbled away from the dancing cartman, a cold, punishing deluge that matched the fury of the thunder cracking across a sky torn by lightning. Their clothes were soaked through in minutes. Within an hour, Rand felt waterlogged to the bone. At least they had put 4 kings behind them. Matt was nearly blind in the darkness, wincing with each brilliant flash that froze the trees in stark, momentary relief. Rand guided him by the hand, but Matt still shuffled each step with painful uncertainty. A deep worry settled in Rand's mind. If Matt's sight didn't return, their pace would slow to a crawl. They'd never escape. Matt seemed to sense his fear, despite his hood. The rain had matted his hair across his pale face. "Rand," he said, his voice trembling, "you won't leave me, will you? If I can't keep up, I won't leave you," Rand promised, tightening his grip on his friend's hand. "I won't leave you no matter what happens." "Light, help us both!" A tremendous crash of thunder shook the ground, and Matt stumbled, nearly dragging them both down. "We have to stop, Matt. If we keep going in this, you'll break a leg. Goad." As Matt spoke the name, a searing bolt of lightning split the darkness directly overhead. The immediate thunderclap seemed to pound all other sound into the mud, but in that blinding flash, Rand saw the word form on Matt's lips. "He's dead," Rand said firmly, more to himself than to Matt. "He has to be. Light, please let him be dead." He led Matt toward a thicket of bushes revealed by the lightning, enough leaves to offer a meager break from the lashing rain. It wasn't the shelter of a sturdy tree, but he had no desire to tempt another lightning strike. Their luck might not hold a second time, huddled together beneath the dripping branches. They tried to drape their cloaks over the limbs to create a makeshift tent. It was far too late to stay dry, but simply stopping the constant battering of raindrops would be a mercy. They crouched close, sharing what little body warmth remained, soaked to the skin. With cold drips still finding their way through the cloaks, they eventually shivered themselves into an exhausted, fitful sleep. Rand knew immediately it was a dream. He was back in Four Kings, but the town was deserted. The wagons stood silent, with no people, no horses, not even a stray dog in sight. Nothing living moved. Yet he knew with a cold certainty that someone was waiting for him. As he walked down the muddy, rutted street, the buildings at the edges of his vision seemed to blur and smear as he passed. When he turned to look directly, they were solid and whole, but that unsettling indistinctness lingered in his periphery. It was as if only what he focused on truly existed, and only for the moment he was looking. He felt a creeping certainty that if he spun around fast enough, he would catch a glimpse of... He wasn't sure what, but the thought alone filled him with a deep unease. Then the dancing cartman materialized directly in front of him. The once vivid paint of the building now appeared dull and ashen. Inside, Rand found Goad seated at a table. He knew the man only by his rich attire of silk and dark velvet, for his skin was a raw, cracked red, oozing and burned. Goad's face was nearly skeletal, lips shriveled back from teeth and gums. When he turned his head, strands of his hair broke away, powdering into soot upon his shoulder, lidless eyes fixed on Rand. "So you are dead," Rand stated, surprised by his own lack of fear. Perhaps knowing this was a dream made the difference. "Yes," came Baalzamon's voice. "But he did find you for me. That deserves a reward, wouldn't you agree?" Rand turned and felt fear surge through him, dream or not. But Alzamon stood clothed in the hue of dried blood, his face a battleground of rage, hatred, and triumph. "You see, youngling, you cannot hide from me forever. I will find you, one way or another. What shields you also leaves you exposed. One moment you conceal yourself, the next you light a beacon. Come to me." He extended a hand. "If my hounds must drag you down, they may not be gentle. They envy what you will become once you kneel. It is your destiny. You belong to me." Goad's scorched tongue produced an eager, angry garble. Rand tried to moisten his lips, but his mouth was dry. "No," he forced out, then found his voice. "I belong to myself. Not to you, not ever. If your dark friends kill me, you'll never have me." The fires in Baalzamon's face intensified, heating the air until it shimmered. "Alive or dead, you are mine. The grave belongs to me. Dead is simpler, but alive is better. Better for you, youngling. The living hold more power." Goad gabbled again. "Yes, my faithful hound. Here is your reward." Rand glanced at Goad just as the man's body disintegrated into dust. For an instant, the burned face held an expression of sublime joy, which twisted into horror in the final moment, as if he had glimpsed an unexpected fate awaiting him. The empty velvet garment settled onto the chair and floor amid the ash. When Rand looked back, Balzamon's outstretched hand had clenched into a fist. "You are mine, youngling, alive or dead. The eye of the world will never aid you. I mark you as my own." His fist opened, releasing a ball of flame that shot forward, striking Rand in the face. It exploded in a burst of searing heat. Rand jolted awake in the darkness, water dripping through the cloaks onto his skin. His hand trembled as he touched his cheeks. The flesh felt tender, like a sunburn. Suddenly, he realized Matt was twisting and moaning in his sleep. Rand shook him, and Matt awoke with a whimper. "My eyes light, my eyes—" He took my eyes. Rand held him close, cradling him like a child. "You're all right, Matt. You're all right. He can't hurt us. We won't let him." He felt Matt shuddering, sobbing into his coat. "He can't hurt us," Rand whispered, wishing he believed it. "What shields you leaves you exposed. I am losing my mind. Just before first light, the heavy rain tapered to a drizzle, fading completely at dawn. The clouds lingered, ominous until late morning. Then a wind rose, driving the clouds southward, revealing a cold, pale sun that did little to warm them. Their clothes were still soaked, and the wind cut through the fabric. They had not slept again. Groggily, they pulled on their cloaks and set off eastward, Rand leading Matt by the hand. After a while, Matt even felt well enough to grumble about what the rain had done to his bowstring. Rand wouldn't let him stop to replace it with a dry one from his pocket, though not yet. They came upon another village shortly after midday. The sight of snug brick houses and chimney smoke made Rand shiver harder, but he kept his distance, guiding Matt through the woods and fields to the south. The only person he spotted was a lone farmer working a muddy field with a spading fork. Rand took care to stay hidden, crouching low as they moved through the trees. The farmer remained focused on his task, yet Rand kept watch until the man vanished from view. If any of Goad's followers still lived, they might be convinced that he and Matt had taken the southern road out of Four Kings, especially if no one in this village could recall seeing them. They returned to the main road well out of sight of the town and walked until their clothes were no longer soaked, though still unpleasantly damp. About an hour past the town, a farmer in a half-empty hay wagon offered them a ride. Rand had been caught off guard, lost in concern over Matt's condition. Matt shielded his eyes from the weak afternoon sun, squinting and muttering about the glare. The rumble of the wagon reached Rand too late. The muddy road had muffled the sound, and the two-horse rig was already upon them, the driver studying them curiously. To Rand's surprise, the man reined in and offered a lift. Rand hesitated, but they had already been seen, and refusing might make them more memorable. He helped Matt onto the seat beside the farmer, then climbed up behind. Alpert Mull was a solid, weary man with a square face and work-worn hands, and he seemed eager for someone to talk to. His cows had gone dry, his chickens stopped laying, and the pastures were worthless. For the first time he could remember, he'd had to buy hay, and old Bain would only let him have half a wagon load. He worried whether he'd get any hay or decent crop from his own land this year. "The Queen ought to do something, the light shine on her," he muttered, touching his forehead respectfully but absently. He barely glanced at Rand or Matt, but when he let them off by the narrow rail-lined track leading to his farm, he paused. Almost speaking to himself, he said, "I don't know what you're running from, and I don't want to. I've got a wife and children, you understand. My family, these are hard times for helping strangers." Matt tried to slip a hand under his coat, but Rand seized his wrist and held firm. He stood in the road, looking silently at the farmer. "If I were a good man," Mull said, "I'd offer a couple of soaked lads a chance to dry out and warm by my fire. But it's hard times and strangers. I don't know what you're running from, and I don't want to. You understand, my family." Abruptly, he pulled 2 long, thick woolen scarves from his coat pocket. "It's not much, but here belong to my boys."
They have others. You don't know me. Understand? It's hard times. We never even saw you, Rand agreed, taking the scarves. A sudden, unexpected memory flashed in his mind, his father giving him a similar scarf on a cold winter morning, a gesture of simple, unspoken care. "You are a good man, the best we've met in days." The farmer looked startled, then grateful. Gathering his reins, he turned his horses down the lane.
Before the wagon had fully turned, Rand was leading Matt back onto the Kemlin road. The wind sharpened as dusk gathered. Matt began to whine about stopping, but Rand pressed on, pulling Matt along, searching for better shelter than a hedge. With their clothes still damp and the wind turning bitter, he doubted they could endure another night in the open. Full night fell without him finding anything suitable. The wind grew icy, clawing at his cloak. Then in the darkness ahead, lights appeared.
A village. His hand went to his pocket, feeling the coins. More than enough for a meal and a room for both of them. A room away from the cold. If they stayed out in this wind with damp clothes, anyone who found them would likely find 2 corpses. They just had to avoid drawing attention. No flute playing, and with his eyes, Matt certainly couldn't juggle. He gripped Matt's hand and headed toward the inviting lights.
"Oh, splendid! Just what we needed. Another charming hamlet where everyone minds their own business, unless it involves staring at suspicious travellers. Because blending in has worked out so wonderfully for us thus far." "When are we going to stop?" Matt asked again. His voice edged with exhaustion and pain. Rand wasn't certain Matt could even see him, let alone the distant village lights, the way his friend was squinting and leaning forward into the cold. "When we're somewhere warm," Matt muttered in reply. The town streets were dotted with cheerful pools of light from house windows, and people moved along them without a care for the darkness beyond. The only inn was a sprawling single-story affair that looked as if rooms had been tacked on in haphazard clusters over many years. As the front door swung open to let a patron out, a wave of hearty laughter followed him into the night. Rand stopped dead in the street, the sound of that drunken mirth from the dancing cartman suddenly ringing in his memory. He watched the man weave his way unsteadily down the lane, took a steadying breath, and pushed the door open himself, making sure his cloak concealed his sword. The laughter washed over him like a physical force. Hanging lamps from the high ceiling bathed the room in a bright, welcoming glow, and the difference from Samuel Hakey's place was immediate. For one, no one here was falling down drunk. The common room was filled with what looked to be farmers and townsfolk, perhaps not entirely sober, but far from it. The laughter had a genuine core, even if it was edged with a deliberate effort, the sound of people trying to laugh their troubles away and sometimes succeeding. The room was tidy and warm from a roaring fire in a large hearth. The serving women's smiles seemed as genuine as the heat, and when they laughed, it was because something actually amused them. The innkeeper matched his establishment's cleanliness, a stout man with a spotless white apron tied around his middle. Rand felt a flicker of relief at his solid build. He doubted he'd ever fully trust a skinny innkeeper again. His name was Rulon Allwine, a good omen, Rand thought, the name carrying a comforting echo of home. Allwine gave them a polite but appraising look before mentioning, quite civilly, that payment in advance was the custom. "Not suggesting you're the sort, understand," he said, "but there's a fair number on the road these days who aren't too particular about settling accounts come morning. Seems a lot of young folks are making for Keimlin." Rand took no offence, given their damp, bedraggled state. But when Master Allwine named the price, his eyes went wide, and Matt made a strangled sound as if he'd swallowed wrong. The innkeeper's jowls wobbled as he shook his head with a practiced regret. "Times are hard," he said, his voice resigned. "There isn't much to be had, and what there is costs 5 times what it did. I'll wager it'll be more come next month." Rand fished out his coins and shot a look at Matt, whose mouth was set in a stubborn line. "You fancy sleeping under a wet hedge tonight?" Rand asked, with a defeated sigh. Matt reluctantly emptied his own pocket. After settling the bill, Rand grimaced at the pitifully few coins they had left to split. Yet just 10 minutes later, they were seated at a corner table near the fireplace, devouring a hot stew and sopping it up with chunks of bread. The portions weren't as generous as he'd have liked, but the food was hearty and warm. The heat from the hearth began to seep into his bones. He kept his gaze mostly on his bowl, but his attention was fixed on the door. Everyone coming or going looked like ordinary farmers, but it did little to quiet the nervous flutter in his chest. Matt ate with deliberate slowness, savouring every mouthful, though he grumbled about the lamplight. After a while, he dug out the scarf given to him by Alpert Mull and wound it around his forehead, pulling it down until his eyes were nearly hidden in shadow. The act drew several curious looks from nearby tables, attention Rand would have gladly done without. He finished his meal quickly, urged Matt to do the same, and then asked Master Allwine for their room. The innkeeper seemed surprised they were turning in so early, but made no comment. Fetching a candle, he led them through a confusing maze of corridors to a small, remote room tucked into a far corner, furnished with 2 narrow beds. The moment the man left, Rand dropped his bundles, flung his cloak over a chair, and collapsed onto the coverlet, still fully dressed. His clothes were still damp and uncomfortable, but if they needed to run, he wanted to be prepared. He kept the sword belt on, sleeping with his hand resting on the hilt. A rooster's crow jolted him awake at first light. He lay still, watching the window grow pale, debating whether he dared steal a little more sleep. Sleeping in daylight felt like a waste when they should be moving. A deep yawn cracked his jaw. "Hey," Matt exclaimed, "I can see." He pushed himself up on his bed, squinting around the room. "Well, sort of. Your face is still a bit fuzzy, but I can tell it's you. I knew I'd be fine. By tonight I'll probably see better than you." Again, Rand sprang from the bed, scratching as he grabbed his cloak. His clothes were stiff and itchy, wrinkled from drying on him overnight. "We're burning daylight," he said. Matt scrambled up just as quickly, scratching his own arms. Rand actually felt pretty good. They were now a day from 4 kings, and none of Gode's men had appeared. They were a day closer to Caemlyn, where Moraine would surely be waiting. Once they were back with the Aes Sedai and the warder, there would be no more worrying about dark friends. It was a strange feeling to be so eager to see an Aes Sedai again. "Light, when I see Moraine, I might just hug her." He laughed quietly at the thought. He felt good enough to spend a little of their shrinking coin on breakfast, a large loaf of bread and a pitcher of milk, still cold from the spring house. They were eating at a table in the back of the common room when a young man entered. He had the look of a village lad, walking with a cocky bounce and twirling a cloth cap with a feather on one finger. The only other person there was an old man sweeping the floor, who never looked up. The young man's eyes swept the room jauntily, but when they landed on Rand and Matt, the cap tumbled from his finger. He stared at them for a long moment before snatching the cap from the floor, then stared some more, running his fingers through his thick, dark curls. Finally, he shuffled over to their table, his earlier spring gone from his step. He was a few years older than Rand, but he stood looking down at them hesitantly. "Mind if I sit?" he asked, then swallowed hard as if he'd said something wrong. Rand figured he might be angling to share their food, though his clothes suggested he could afford his own. His blue striped shirt had embroidered trim at the collar, and his dark blue cloak was decorated all along the hem. His leather boots looked like they'd never seen a day of real work. Rand gestured to a chair. Mart stared at the fellow as he pulled the chair out. Rand couldn't tell if it was a glare or just Matt straining to see. Either way, Matt's frown had an effect. The young man froze halfway to sitting and didn't settle fully until Rand nodded a second time. "What's your name?" Rand asked. "My name?" "Ah, call me Pater." His eyes darted nervously. "Look, this isn't my idea, you understand? I have to do this. I didn't want to, but they made me. You have to believe that. I don't." Rand was starting to tense when Matt growled, "Dark friend?" Pater jerked as if struck, half rising from his chair and staring wildly around the empty room. The old sweeper's head remained bent over his broom. Pater sank back down, sweat beading on his upper lip as he looked from Rand to Matt and back. It was an accusation that would make anyone sweat, but he offered no denial. Rand shook his head slowly. After Goad, he knew dark friends didn't wear the dragon's fang on their foreheads, but aside from his fancy clothes, this Pater could have been from Eamon's field. There was nothing about him that whispered of murder and worse. He was utterly ordinary. At least Goad had been distinctly unsettling. "Leave us alone," Rand said, his voice low and firm, "and tell your friends to do the same. We don't want anything from them, and they'll get nothing from us."
"If you don't," Matt added, his voice sharp with anger, "I'll tell everyone exactly what you are. Let's see how your friends in the village like that." Rand hoped Matt didn't truly mean it. A threat like that could stir up just as much trouble for the two of them as it would for Pater. Pater appeared to take the warning to heart, his face going pale. I heard about what happened at Four Kings. Some of it, anyway. News travels. We have our ways of learning things, but there's no trap here."
"I'm alone, and I just want to talk about what?" Matt demanded, just as Rand said. "We're not interested." They exchanged a glance, and Matt shrugged. "Yeah, we're not interested." Rand finished his milk in one gulp and tucked the crust of his bread into his pocket. With their funds nearly gone, it might have to serve as their next meal. The question was how to get out of the inn. If Pater realized Matt could barely see, he'd tell other dark friends. Rand remembered once watching a wolf single out a lame sheep from the herd. Other wolves had lurked nearby, and he couldn't leave the flock or get a clean shot with his bow. The moment the sheep was isolated, bleating in panic and stumbling on 3 legs, the one pursuing wolf seemed to multiply into 10. The memory still turned his stomach. They couldn't stay put either. Even if Pater was telling the truth about being alone, how long would that last?
"Time to go, Matt," he said, holding his breath. As Matt began to rise, Rand drew Pater's attention by leaning forward and stating firmly, "Leave us alone, dark friend. I won't tell you again. Leave us alone." Pater swallowed hard, pressing back into his chair. All the color had drained from his face, reminding Rand unsettlingly of a murderal. By the time Rand looked back, Matt was on his feet, his movements steady enough to hide his impairment.
Rand hurriedly slung his saddlebags and bundles over his shoulders, keeping his cloak draped over the sword. Maybe Pater already knew about it. Maybe Goad had told Baal-Zamon, who then told Pater, but Rand doubted it. He suspected Pater only had a vague idea of what had transpired in Four Kings. That was likely why the man was so terrified. The relatively bright outline of the doorway helped Matt head straight for it, not quickly, but not so slowly as to seem unusual. Rand followed close behind, silently praying. Matt wouldn't stumble. He was grateful for the clear, direct path, free of tables or chairs. Suddenly, Pater jumped up from his seat behind them. "Wait!" he pleaded desperately. "You have to wait! Leave us alone!" Rand replied, without turning around. They were almost at the door, and Matt hadn't misstepped yet. "Just listen to me," Pater insisted, reaching out to grasp Rand's shoulder and stop him. A rush of images flooded Rand's mind. The Trolloc named Nag lunging at him in his own home, the Myrddraal threatening them at the Stag and Lion in Baerlon, half-men everywhere, Fades chasing them to Shadar Logoth, coming for them in Whitebridge. Dark friends seemed to lurk in every shadow. He spun around, his hand clenching into a fist. I said, "Leave us alone!" His punch landed squarely on Pater's nose. The dark friend fell back, landing hard on the floor, where he sat staring up at Rand in shock. Blood began to trickle from his nose. "You won't get away," he spat out angrily. "No matter how strong you are, the great Lord of the Dark is stronger. The shadow will swallow you." A sharp gasp came from deeper in the common room, followed by the clatter of a broom handle hitting the floorboards. The old man with the broom had finally noticed. He stood frozen, eyes wide as he stared at Pater. The blood seemed to leave his wrinkled face, and his mouth moved without producing any sound. Pater stared back for a moment, then let out a frantic curse, scrambling to his feet and bolting out of the inn and down the street, as if wolves were snapping at his heels. The old man shifted his frightened gaze to Rand and Mat, looking no less terrified. Rand hurried Mat away from the inn and out of the village as quickly as possible, his ears straining for a shout of alarm that never sounded, yet roared just as loudly in his mind. "Blood and ashes," Mat grumbled. "They're always right behind us, every single time. We'll never shake them." "They aren't," Rand insisted. "If Baal Zamon had known we were here, do you really think he'd have sent only one man? There would have been another goad, plus a whole gang of thugs. They're searching, but they won't know anything until Pater reports in, and for all we know, he might be working alone. He could have to travel all the way to Four Kings to find anyone to tell. But he said, 'I don't care.' Rand wasn't sure which he meant, and it didn't matter. We're not just going to give up and let them catch us. They managed 6 short rides that day. One farmer, chuckling so hard he had to wipe tears from his eyes, mentioned a wild old man at the Market Sharon Inn who was ranting about dark friends in the village. Dark friends in Market Sharon. He claimed it was the funniest tale he'd heard since Ackley Farron got drunk and decided to sleep on the inn's roof. Later, a round-faced wagon-wright with tools strapped to his cart and a pair of wheels in the back told a darker story. He spoke of 20 dark friends holding a secret meeting in Market Sharan, men with twisted forms and women even worse, all clothed in rags and filth. Their very gaze could weaken your knees and turn your stomach, he said, and their horrible laughter would echo in your skull for hours, leaving your head pounding. He insisted he'd seen them from a safe distance and argued that if the Queen wouldn't act, someone ought to call on the Children of the Light. Somebody needed to do something. It was a relief when the wagon-wright finally let them off. As the sun sank behind them, they entered a small village, much like Market Sharon. The Camelin Road cut it neatly in two, lined on both sides by tidy brick houses with thatched roofs. Tangles of vine clung to the bricks, though only a few brittle leaves remained. The village had a single inn, a modest building no larger than the Winespring Inn, with a sign swinging and creaking in the wind. The Queen's Man. It felt strange now to think of the Winespring Inn as small. Rand could remember a time when it seemed like the biggest building possible. Anything larger would have been a palace. But he'd seen more of the world now, and it struck him suddenly that nothing would ever look the same when he returned home. If you ever do. He paused outside the inn, knowing that even if the prices here were lower than in Market Sharon, they couldn't afford a meal or a room. Mat noticed where he was looking and patted the pocket holding Tom's coloured balls. "I can juggle well enough, as long as I don't try anything too fancy." His vision had been improving, though he still wore the scarf around his forehead and had squinted at the sky all day. When Rand didn't reply, Mat added, "There can't be dark friends in every inn between here and Camelin. Besides, I'd rather sleep in a bed than under another bush." He didn't move toward the door, though, just waited for Rand. After a moment, Rand nodded. He felt a deep weariness, heavier than any he'd known since leaving home. The mere thought of another night outdoors made his bones ache. It's all catching up to you, all the running, all the watching over your shoulder. They can't be everywhere, he agreed, but with his very first step into the common room, he questioned his decision. The place was clean but packed. Every table was full, and men stood along the walls with nowhere to sit. From the harried looks on the serving maids' faces, and even the landlord's, this crowd was larger than they were used to handling. The inn was far too crowded for such a small village. It was easy to spot the outsiders, even though their clothes were no different. They kept their heads down, eyes fixed on their mugs and plates, while the locals watched them with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. A steady hum of talk filled the common room, so loud that Rand had to gesture for the innkeeper to lead them into the kitchen for a private word. The noise was hardly better there, with the clatter of pots and the cook's assistants rushing about. The innkeeper wiped his brow with a cloth. "Let me guess, you're headed to Caemlyn like every other fool in the land, hoping to catch a glimpse of that false dragon. Well, it's 6 to a room and 2 or 3 to a bed here. If that doesn't suit you, I've got nothing." Rand delivered his practiced plea with a growing knot in his stomach. With so many strangers on the roads, any one of them could be a dark friend, and there was no way to tell. Matt showed off his juggling, keeping it to 3 balls and moving cautiously, and Rand produced Tom's flute. He'd barely played a few bars of the old Black Bear before the innkeeper cut him off with a wave. "You'll do. I need something to distract these idiots from arguing about Loghain. We've already had 3 brawls over whether he's the real dragon or not. Stow your gear in the corner, and I'll try to clear a spot for you. If there's any room left, that is. Fools, the world's overflowing with people who don't know enough to stay where they belong. That's what causes all the trouble." Mopping his face once more, he hurried out, still muttering to himself. The kitchen staff paid Rand and Matt no mind. Matt kept fussing with the scarf wrapped around his head, pushing it up only to wince at the light and yank it back down. Rand wondered if his friend could even see well enough to manage more than 3 balls. As for himself, the queasiness in his gut tightened into a cold, heavy dread. He sank onto a low stool, head in his hands, despite the steam in the air and the heat blazing from the stoves. A deep chill settled into his bones. He began to shiver, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Wrapping his arms around himself did nothing to help. It felt as if ice was spreading through his marrow. Vaguely he was aware of Matt asking him something, shaking his shoulder. Someone cursed and ran from the room. Then the innkeeper was back, the cook scowling beside him, and Matt was arguing loudly with both. Their words blurred into a distant buzz in Rand's ears. He couldn't seem to form a coherent thought. Suddenly Matt had him by the arm, hauling him to his feet. All their belongings, saddlebags, bedrolls, Tom's bundled cloak and instrument cases, were slung over Matt's shoulders along with his bow. The innkeeper watched them, wiping his face nervously, stumbling and leaning heavily on Matt. Rand let himself be guided toward the back door. "Sorry, Matt," he forced out through chattering teeth. "Must have been the rain. Oh, one more night out, woo won't hurt. I guess outside twilight had deepened, pricked by the first few stars." "Don't be ridiculous," Matt said, his attempt at cheerfulness strained by worry. He was terrified the other guests would find out someone was sick in his inn. "I told him if he threw us out, I'd march you right into the common room. That would have cleared half his rooms in 10 minutes. For all his talk about fools, he wasn't willing to risk that." "Then where?" "Here," Matt said, pulling open the stable door with a loud groan of rusty hinges. It was darker inside than out, the air thick with the smells of hay, grain, horses, and the underlying tang of manure. When Matt lowered him onto the straw-covered floor, Rand curled forward, chest to knees, still hugging himself and shaking violently. It seemed all his strength was being spent on the tremors that racked his body. Matt stumbled in the dark, cursing under his breath. and the clatter of metal followed. Then light bloomed as he lifted a dented old lantern. The stable was as packed as the inn, every stall occupied by a horse that blinked sleepily at the sudden glow. Matt glanced at the ladder leading to the hayloft, then down at Rand, who was curled on the ground. He shook his head. "No way you're making that climb," he muttered. Hanging the lantern on a nail, he scrambled up and began heaving down bundles of hay. After a quick descent, he fashioned a rough bed at the rear of the stable and half-dragged Rand onto it. He covered him with both their cloaks, but Rand immediately pushed them off. "It's so hot," he whispered, though a moment before he'd been freezing. Now he felt trapped in a furnace. He clawed at his collar, his head tossing side to side. Too hot. He felt Matt's cool hand press against his forehead. "I'll be right back," Matt said, vanishing into the night. Rand thrashed on the hay for what felt like an eternity until Matt returned, balancing a heaping plate in one hand, a pitcher in the other, and 2 white cups hooked on his fingers. "No wisdom in this town," Matt announced, kneeling beside him. He filled a cup and held it to Rand's lips. Rand drank greedily, as if he'd been wandering a desert for days. "They've never even heard of one. They've got a woman named Mother Brune, but she's off delivering a baby, and nobody knows when she'll return. I managed to get some bread, cheese, and sausage, though good old Master Inlow will give us whatever we need, as long as we stay out of his guests' sight. Come on, try a little." Rand turned his face away. The mere sight of the food made his stomach churn. After a moment, Matt sighed and began to eat himself. Rand kept his eyes shut tight, trying to block out the sounds. The chills returned, then the fever, cycling over and over. Matt covered him when he shook and gave him water when he cried out from thirst. The night grew heavier, and in the flickering lantern light, the stable seemed to breathe. Shadows detached themselves from the walls and moved with a life of their own. Then he saw him, Baal-Zamon, striding down the center of the stable, eyes like burning coals, a pair of Myrdril flanking him, their faces lost in the black voids of their hoods. Rand's fingers scrambled for his sword hilt. He tried to lurch to his feet, shouting, "Matt! Matt! They're here! Light help us! They've found us!" Matt jerked awake from where he sat, propped against the wall. "What? Dark friends, where?" Wobbling on his knees, Rand pointed desperately down the stable, and then he just stared. Shadows shifted. A horse stamped in its sleep. Nothing else. He collapsed back into the straw. "It's just us," Matt said, his voice weary. "Here, let me take that." He reached for Rand's sword belt, but Rand's grip tightened on the hilt. "No, I have to keep it. He's my father, do you understand? He's my father." A fresh wave of shivers took him, but he clung to the sword as if it were the only solid thing in the world. "My father!" Matt gave up and pulled the cloaks back over him. Other visions came in the night while Matt dozed. Rand could never be sure what was real. Sometimes he would look at Matt, head slumped on his chest, and wonder if he would see them too if he woke. Egwene emerged from the shadows, her hair in that familiar dark braid from home, her face etched with sorrow. "Why did you leave us?" she asked, her voice a hollow echo. "We're dead because you went away." Rand shook his head weakly on the hay. "No, Egwene, I never wanted to leave, please. We are all dead now," she said, her tone infinitely sad, "and death belongs to the Dark One." "He has us because you abandoned us." "No, I had no choice, Egwene." "Please, Egwene, don't go. Come back." But she dissolved into the shadows, becoming one with them. Then Moiraine appeared, her expression serene, yet her face was as pale and bloodless as a statue. Her cloak hung on her like a burial shroud, and when she spoke her voice was a whip-crack. "That's right, Rand. Althor, you have no other path. You must travel to Tar Valon, or the Dark One will claim you forever, an eternity bound to the shadow. Only the Aes Sedai can protect you now. Only they hold that power. Tom gave him a grim, twisted smile. The Gleeman's fine garments were now just scorched tatters, a stark reminder of the blinding flashes when Tom fought the Fade to buy their escape. The skin beneath was seared and blackened. Put your faith in an Aes Sedai, lad, and you'll soon be begging for death. Never forget, the cost of their aid seems smaller than you'd ever think, yet ends up greater than you could possibly fathom. And which Ajah will find you first, eh? The red Ajah? Or perhaps the black best? To just run, boy. Run and don't look back. Lan's gaze was like stone, his face streaked with drying blood. Odd to find a heron-marked sword in the grip of a shepherd. Do you deserve to carry it? You'd better. You're on your own now. Nothing solid to stand on behind you, and nothing certain ahead. Remember, anyone could be a dark friend. He offered a sharp, predatory smile, and fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Anyone at all. Then the visions came. Perrin arrived, his eyes full of blame and a silent plea for aid. Mistress Alver wept for her lost daughter, while Baal Doman roared curses at him for drawing the Fades to his ship. Master Fitch wrung his hands amid the smouldering ruins of his inn, and Min screamed, trapped in the grasp of a Trolloc. Faces he knew and faces he'd barely met swirled around him, but the most crushing was Tam. Tam simply stood over him, frowning, shaking his head in profound disappointment, and said nothing. "You have to tell me," Rand pleaded, his voice breaking. "Who am I? Please tell me. Who am I?" he shouted into the emptiness. "Easy, Rand." For a heartbeat, he believed it was Tam's voice answering, but then he saw the space where Tam had been was empty. It was Mat leaning over him, offering a cup of water. "Just rest. You're Rand Althor, that's who, the fellow with the most unfortunate face and the hardest head in the whole of the Two Rivers. Hey, you're sweating. The fever's finally broken." "Rand Althor." Rand whispered, the name feeling foreign. Mat gave a firm nod, and there was such a simple, solid comfort in that gesture that Rand slipped back into sleep without even taking a sip. It was a shallow, dreamless sleep, or at least one he couldn't recall, but light enough that he stirred each time Mat checked on him. Once he hazily wondered if Mat was getting any rest himself, but the thought dissolved before he could hold on to it. The sharp creak of the barn door finally pulled him fully awake, though for a long moment he just lay in the hay, wishing he was still unconscious asleep. He wouldn't feel the state of his body. Every muscle ached as if it had been twisted dry, utterly drained of strength. He tried weakly to lift his head and managed it on the second attempt. Mat was slumped in his usual spot against the wall, within easy reach. His chin was on his chest, his breathing deep, and even in the rhythm of true sleep. The scarf he wore had slipped down, covering his eyes. Rand's gaze shifted to the doorway. A woman stood there, one hand holding the door open. For an instant she was just a dark silhouette in a dress, framed by the dim grey light of dawn. Then she stepped inside, letting the door swing shut. In the glow of the single lantern he could see her clearly. She was around Nynaeve's age, he guessed, but she was no village woman. Her dress was of pale green silk that seemed to shimmer with her slightest movement. Her cloak was a rich, soft grey, and her hair was caught up in an intricate lace net. She absently touched a heavy gold necklace at her throat as her thoughtful eyes studied Mat and then him. "Mat!" Rand said, then more urgently, "Mat!" Mat snorted, jerking awake so suddenly he nearly toppled over. Rubbing his eyes, he stared at the woman. "I came to check on my horse," she said, with a vague wave toward the stalls, yet her attention never truly left the two of them. "Is he unwell?" "He's fine," Mat replied, his tone guarded and tight. "Just caught a chill in the rain is all. Perhaps I should examine him. I have some skill in healing." Rand studied her, suspicion coiling in his gut. Could she be Aes Sedai? More than her expensive clothes, it was her air of absolute certainty, the way she held her head, as if accustomed to being obeyed, that felt utterly out of place in this simple barn. "I'm all right now," he insisted, trying to wave her off. "Really, it's fine." She paid him no mind, picking her way carefully down the stable aisle, lifting the hem of her dress to avoid the straw. With a faint look of distaste for the mess, she knelt beside him and pressed a cool hand to his forehead. "No fever," she announced, studying him with a critical frown. Her features were sharp and pretty, yet her face held no emotion, neither warmth nor chill, just a hollow, detached calm. "But you have been ill. Yes, and you're still weak as a newborn, I think, perhaps." Her hand slipped beneath her cloak, and then everything happened too fast for Rand to do more than choke out a warning cry. Her movement was a blur. Something glinted as she threw herself past Rand, straight at Matt. Matt tumbled sideways in a whirl of limbs, and there came a heavy, sickening thud of metal biting deep into wood. It was over in a heartbeat, leaving a frozen, breathless silence. Matt lay partly on his side, one hand locked around her wrist, just above the ornate dagger now buried in the wall where his heart had been. His other hand held the cursed blade from Shadar Logoth steady at her throat. She didn't dare move, only her eyes shifting downward to the weapon at her neck. They widened in sudden recognition. She drew a sharp, shaky breath and tried to lean away, but Matt kept the edge pressed close. After that she went perfectly still, like a statue. Rand stared up at the scene, his own weakness forgotten in a rush of cold dread. Even if he'd had his full strength, he doubted he could have moved. Then his gaze dropped to her dagger, and his mouth went dry. The wood around the embedded blade was darkening, curling into blackened charcoal, and a thin, acrid smoke began to rise from the burn. "Matt! Her dagger, look!" Matt flicked a glance at the wall, then back to the woman. She hadn't stirred, but she was nervously wetting her lips. Roughly, Matt pried her fingers from the hilt and shoved her backward. She sprawled onto the straw, catching herself on her hands, her eyes never leaving the blade in his grip. "Don't move," Matt warned, his voice low and hard. "I'll use this if you so much as twitch, believe me." She gave a slow, careful nod, her attention fixed on that ruby-hilted dagger. Keep an eye on her, Rand. Rand wasn't sure what he was supposed to do if she tried anything. Yell, probably. He certainly couldn't chase her, but she sat perfectly still while Matt wrenched her dagger from the wall. The blackened patch stopped spreading, though a faint, ghostly wisp of smoke still curled from the char. Matt looked around, then thrust the dagger toward Rand. He took it as gingerly as if it were a coiled snake. It looked deceptively normal, an ornate piece with a pale ivory hilt and a narrow, polished blade no longer than his palm. Just a dagger. But he had seen what it did. The hilt wasn't warm, yet his hand grew slick with sweat. He prayed he wouldn't drop it in the hay. The woman hadn't moved from her sprawl, watching Matt with an unsettling curiosity, as if waiting to see what he'd do next. But Rand saw the sudden hardening in Matt's eyes, the white-knuckled grip on his own dagger. "Matt, don't!" "She tried to kill me, Rand. She'd have killed you next. She's a dark friend, Matt," spat the word like a curse. "But we aren't," Rand said firmly. The woman gasped softly, as if only then understanding what Matt had been considering. "We are not like that, Matt." For a long moment, Matt remained frozen, the lantern light glinting coldly on the blade in his fist. Then he gave a tight nod. "Move over there," he ordered the woman, jerking his head toward the tackroom door. She rose slowly, pausing to brush straw from her dress with deliberate calm. Even as she walked where he pointed, she moved with a maddening, unhurried grace. But Rand noticed she never let her wary gaze stray far from the weapon in Matt's hand. "You really should stop fighting it," she said, her voice eerily conversational. "It would be easier in the end, you'll see." Easier? Matt echoed, with a bitter, mirthless laugh, rubbing the spot on his chest where her blade would have sunk. Just get over there. She offered only a casual, indifferent shrug as she obeyed, a serious misstep. There's been a great deal of disarray ever since that arrogant fool Goad bungled his task. And let's not forget the complete idiot who sparked that chaos in Market Sharan. No one truly understands what occurred there, or how. That uncertainty makes your situation far more perilous, can't you see? Come to the great Lord willingly, and you will be granted a position of honor. But if you keep running, the hunt will continue, and who can predict how that will end? A cold dread settled in Rand's stomach. My hounds are jealous and may not be gentle.
"So you're having problems with a couple of farm boys," Matt said with a grim laugh. "Maybe you dark friends aren't quite the threat everyone makes you out to be." He yanked the tack-room door open and stepped aside. She paused in the doorway, glancing back at him over her shoulder. Her eyes were glacial, her voice even colder. "You will learn precisely how dangerous we are.
When the Myrdral arrives, whatever threat she meant to utter was cut short as Matt slammed the door and dropped the heavy bar into place. Turning, his expression was tight with worry. "A fade," he said, his voice strained as he tucked the dagger back beneath his coat. "She says one's coming. How are your legs holding up?" "I won't be winning any foot traces," Rand muttered. "But if you help me stand, I can walk." He looked at the blade in his hand and shuddered. "Light. I'll even run." Quickly gathering their gear, Matt hauled Rand to his feet. Rand's legs trembled violently, and he had to lean heavily on his friend just to remain upright, but he fought not to slow their pace. He held the woman's dagger as far from his body as he could. Outside the door sat a wooden bucket of water. As they hurried past, he flung the blade into it. The metal hit the water with a sharp hiss, and a plume of steam billowed to the surface. Grimacing, Rand forced himself to move faster. Morning light found plenty of people already in the streets, despite the early hour. Everyone was absorbed in their own affairs, and with so many outsiders around, no one spared a second glance for two young men leaving the village. Even so, Rand locked every muscle, striving to stand tall. With each step, he wondered if any of the passing faces belonged to dark friends. Is anyone here waiting for the woman with the dagger, or for the fade? A mile outside the village, his strength finally failed. One moment he was shuffling forward, clinging to Matt. The next, they were both sprawled in the dirt. Matt dragged him to the side of the road. "We have to keep moving," Matt insisted, scrubbing a hand through his hair before adjusting the scarf low over his brow. "Sooner or later, someone's going to let her out, and then they'll be on us again." "I know," Rand gasped. "I know. Just give me a hand up." Matt pulled him upright, but Rand wavered, knowing it was futile. The moment he tried to take a step, he'd be face down in the road again. Propping him up, Matt watched impatiently as a horse-drawn cart approached from the village. He grunted in surprise when it slowed and came to a stop beside them. A man with a weathered face looked down from the driver's seat, a pipe clenched between his teeth. "He all right?" the man asked, nodding toward Rand. "Just worn out," Matt said. Rand could see that excuse wouldn't hold, not while he was draped over Matt like a sack. He pushed himself away and took an unsteady step. His legs shook, but he willed himself to stay standing. "Haven't slept in 2 days," he managed. "Ate something that didn't agree with me. I'm better now, just exhausted." The man blew a thoughtful stream of smoke from the corner of his mouth. "Heading to Camelin, are you? At your age, I suppose I'd be off to see this false dragon myself?"
Yes.
Matt nodded quickly. "That's it. We're going to see the false dragon." "Well, climb on up, then. Best your friend rides in the back. If he takes sick again, better it's on the straw than up here with me." The man introduced himself as Hyam Kinch. Night had already fallen by the time they arrived at Carrisford, the journey having taken longer than Rand anticipated, based on Master Kinch's earlier estimate. He was beginning to question his own perception of time. It felt like a lifetime had passed since the encounter with Howell Goad in Four Kings. Though it was only 3 nights ago, the run-in with Pater in Market Sharan was a mere 2 nights past, and the attack by the unnamed Dark-Friend woman at the Queen's Man Inn was just yesterday. Yet that violent moment in the stable felt like a distant memory belonging to another year or a completely different life. Despite this strange warping of time, Carrisford looked deceptively ordinary on the surface. Neat brick houses draped in vines lined narrow lanes, with the broader Keemlin Road running through it all, presenting a picture of quiet, outward peace. But Rand couldn't shake his suspicion. Market Sharan had looked peaceful too, as had that other village where the woman had. He never did learn its name, and had no desire to dwell on it now. Golden light spilled from homey windows onto streets that were nearly deserted, a detail Rand found comforting. He moved cautiously from one shadowy corner to the next, avoiding the handful of villagers still out and about. Matt stayed close, flinching into stillness at the crunch of approaching footsteps on gravel, then darting forward again once the dim shape had passed. The River Carry was narrow here, perhaps 30 paces across, its dark waters moving with a sleepy current. The ancient ford had been bridged over long ago. Centuries of weather had worn the stone supports until they resembled natural rock formations, and years of freight wagons had grooved and loosened the thick wooden planks. Their boots made the boards rattle like warning drums as they crossed. Rand held his breath, half expecting a shout to demand their identities, or worse, to hear a voice that already knew exactly who they were. The tension didn't leave him until they were well beyond the village and back into the open countryside. The land had grown increasingly settled as they travelled. Farmhouse lights were always visible in the distance now. Hedges and rail fences bordered the road, enclosing fields that stretched out on either side. There were no comforting stretches of woodland near the road anymore. It felt as though they were perpetually on the outskirts of some village, even when hours from the nearest actual town. Everything was neat, peaceful, and utterly devoid of any sign that dark friends, or things far worse, might be lying in wait. Without warning, Matt simply sat down in the middle of the road. He had pushed his scarf up onto his head, now that the moon provided the only light. 2 paces to a span, he muttered, a hint of delirious exhaustion in his voice. 1,000 spans to the mile, 4 miles to a league. I am not taking another 10 steps, unless there's a warm bed at the end of them. A bite to eat wouldn't hurt either. You haven't been hoarding anything in your pockets, have you? An apple, maybe? I wouldn't even be mad. You could at least check. Rand scanned the road in both directions. They were the only things stirring in the vast, silent night. He looked at Matt, who had pulled off a boot and was massaging his foot. Or they had been the only ones moving. Rand's own feet ached fiercely, and a tremor ran up his legs, a blunt reminder that he hadn't recovered as much strength as he'd hoped. Just ahead, in a field, stood several dark mounds, haystacks worn down by a winter's worth of feeding, but offering shelter nonetheless. He nudged Matt with the toe of his boot. We'll sleep there. Haystacks again, Matt sighed with theatrical resignation, but he tugged his boot back on and hauled himself upright. The wind was picking up, sharpening the night's chill. They climbed over the smooth poles of a fence and quickly burrowed into the fragrant hay. The heavy tarp protecting the stack from rain also helped cut the wind. Rand twisted in the hollow he'd made, trying to find a comfortable position. Stalks of hay persistently poked through his clothes, but he'd learned to endure it. He tried to count all the haystacks he'd slept in since Whitebridge. It was almost funny, in a bitter way. The heroes in the stories never seemed to bed down in haystacks or under hedges. Pretending he was a character in one of those tales, even for a moment, wasn't so easy anymore. The fantasy had worn thin, scraped away by cold nights and constant fear. He tugged his collar higher, trying to keep the scratchy hay from finding its way down his shirt. Rand. Matt's voice was a low murmur in the dark. "Do you think we'll actually get there? To Tar Valon? It's still a long journey, but... I mean Camelin. Do you think we'll reach Camelin?" Rand lifted his head, though the inside of their haystack hideaway was pitch black. He knew Matt was there only by the sound of his words. "Master Kinch said 2 more days. Day after tomorrow or the next we should arrive. Assuming there aren't 100 dark friends waiting around the next bend, or a couple of fades lurking in the shadows." Matt fell quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice held a tremor of fear. "I think we're the only ones left, Rand. Whatever this is really about, it's down to just the 2 of us now. Just us." Rand shook his head, a pointless gesture in the darkness, meant more for his own reassurance than for Matt's. "Try to get some sleep, Matt," he said, weariness weighing the words down, but he stared into the black for a long time after Matt's breathing evened out, the phrase echoing in his mind. Just us. A rooster's cry jolted him awake at first light. He crawled out into the grey, pre-dawn chill, hastily brushing straw from his clothes. Despite his efforts, several stubborn pieces had wormed their way down his back, itching maddeningly between his shoulder blades. He shed his coat and tugged his shirt free from his breeches to reach the irritation. He was in an awkward, half-twisted pose, one hand down his collar and the other reaching up his back, when he finally noticed the others. The sun hadn't properly risen yet, but a steady stream of people was already moving down the road toward Camelin. They walked alone or in pairs, some burdened with packs or bedrolls, others carrying nothing but a worn staff. Most were young men, though here and there was a young woman or someone older. All shared a dusty, road-weary look, as if they'd been walking for weeks. Some trudged with eyes on their feet, shoulders slumped with exhaustion even this early. Others stared intently toward the dawn, their gazes fixed on something unseen ahead. Matt tumbled out of the haystack, scratching vigorously. He only paused to re-wrap the scarf around his head, though it did little to shade his eyes this morning. "You think we might scrounge up some food today?" Rand's own stomach growled in agreement. "We can worry about that once we're walking," he said, quickly straightening his clothes and digging their shared bundles from the hay. By the time they reached the roadside fence, Matt had also spotted the travellers. He frowned, stopping in the field as Rand climbed over. A young man, perhaps a year or 2 older than them, glanced their way as he passed. His clothes were coated in dust, as was the bedroll strapped to his back. "Where are you headed?" Matt called out. "Camelin. To see the dragon. Same as you," the fellow shouted back without breaking stride. He raised an eyebrow at their own loaded-down shoulders and added with a laugh, "Looks like we're all on the same path." Then his eyes turned eagerly back to the road ahead. Matt asked the same question several more times that day. The only people who didn't give a similar answer were the locals. If they answered at all, it was with a spit of disgust and a sharp turn away, though they kept a wary, sidelong watch on all the strangers passing through. Their suspicious looks said clearly that newcomers couldn't be trusted and needed watching. The people who lived nearby weren't just wary, they seemed genuinely annoyed. There were just enough travellers, spread just thinly enough, that when farmers' carts began rumbling onto the road with the sunrise, their usual slow pace was cut in half. None were in a mood to offer a ride. A sour grimace and a muttered curse about missing a day's work were the more likely response. The merchants' wagons, however, rolled past with little more than shaken fists to slow them, whether they were headed toward Camelin or away from it. When the first merchant train appeared early that morning, coming at a brisk trot with the sun just a sliver on the horizon behind them, Rand quickly stepped off the road to let them pass. The wagons thundered down the road without any hint of slowing, forcing other travellers to scramble clear. He pressed himself all the way to the grassy verge, but kept moving forward. A sudden flicker of movement was his only warning as the lead wagon drew near. The whip cracked through the air, right where his head had been a moment before, sending him stumbling to the ground. From the dirt, he locked eyes with the driver as the wagon rolled past, a hard, unfeeling stare above a tight-lipped grimace. The man showed no concern that he might have taken an eye or split skin. "Light blind you, Matt," shouted after the wagon. "You can't just—" A mounted guard struck Matt's shoulder with the butt of a spear, knocking him down on top of Rand. "Out of the way, you filthy dark friend." The guard snarled without breaking pace. After that, they gave the wagons a wide berth. There seemed to be no end to them. The rattle and clatter of one had barely faded before another could be heard approaching. Every driver and guard stared at the foot traffic heading toward Camelin as though they were watching mud learn to walk. Once, Rand misjudged the reach of a driver's whip, feeling the very tip slice a shallow cut above his eyebrow. Clapping a hand to the stinging wound, he swallowed hard against a wave of nausea at how close it had come to his eye. The driver smirked back at him. With his free hand, Rand grabbed Matt, who was already reaching for an arrow. "Let it go," Rand said tightly. He nodded toward the guards, riding alongside the wagons. Some were laughing, others were eyeing Matt's bow with cold intent. "If we're lucky, they'd only beat us with their spears. If we're lucky," Matt grunted in frustration, but allowed Rand to pull him back onto the road. Twice, squadrons of the Queen's Guards came trotting down the highway, the streamers on their lances fluttering in the breeze. Farmers occasionally hailed them, demanding something be done about the strangers, and the guards would pause with strained patience to listen. Around midday, Rand stopped to overhear one such exchange behind the bars of his helmet. The guard captain's mouth was a thin, severe line. If one of them steals or trespasses, he growled at a lanky farmer frowning beside his stirrup. "I'll haul him before a magistrate, but walking the Queen's highway breaks no law." "But they're everywhere," the farmer argued. "Who knows what they are or what they want? With all this talk about the Dragon Light Man, you've got a handful here. Camelin's walls are near bursting with them, and more arrive every day." The captain's scowl deepened as he noticed Rand and Matt standing nearby. He gestured sharply with a steel-backed gauntlet. "Move along, or I'll have you in for blocking the road." His tone was no rougher with them than with the farmer, but they hurried on. Rand could feel the captain's eyes on his back long after. It was clear the guards had little patience left for wanderers, and even less sympathy for anyone caught stealing out of hunger. Rand decided then he'd stop Matt if he brought up stealing eggs again. Still, there was a silver lining to the crowded roads, especially with so many young men all heading toward Camelin. For any dark friends on their trail, picking them out now would be like finding two specific pigeons in a vast flock. If the Murdrol on winter night hadn't known exactly who it sought, perhaps its allies would fare no better here. His stomach growled insistently, a reminder that their coins were nearly gone, certainly not enough for a meal at the inflated prices this close to the city. At one point, he found his hand resting on the flute case at his side, and he firmly pushed it around to his back. Gode had known about the flute and the juggling. There was no telling how much Baal-Zamon had learned from him before the end, if what Rand witnessed truly was the end, or how much of that knowledge had been passed to other dark friends. He glanced regretfully at a farm they were passing. A man patrolled the fence line with two tense, snarling dogs straining at their leashes. The man seemed eager for any reason to unleash the dogs. While not every farm had them out, no one was offering work to those passing through. As the afternoon waned, he and Matt passed through two more small settlements. The locals gathered in tight clusters, murmuring among themselves and watching the constant flow of travellers with hard, unwelcoming eyes. Their expressions held no more warmth than those of the farmers, the wagon drivers, or even the Queen's own soldiers. Just a river of fools, all drawn to the false dragon. People too stupid to stay in their proper places. Maybe they were his followers. Maybe there was something worse. In the eyes of the villagers, there was likely little distinction. As evening settled, the stream of people began to dwindle at the second town. Those with a few coins vanished into the inn, though raised voices suggested not everyone was welcome. The rest began scouting for shelter behind hedges or in unguarded fields. By full dusk, the Caemlyn road belonged only to the two of them. Matt started in again about finding a haystack, but Rand pushed to keep moving. "We go as far as the light allows," he insisted, his own voice sounding hollow. "Every step now is a step ahead later. If they're even chasing you, why would they? They've just been waiting for you to walk right to them, haven't they?" It was enough to convince Matt. With a nervous look behind them, he picked up the pace, forcing Rand to hurry just to match him. The night grew dense, the thin moonlight doing little to pierce the gloom. Matt's brief energy vanished, replaced by a fresh wave of complaints. A deep, burning ache settled into Rand's calves. He tried to tell himself he'd walked farther during a long day's work back on the farm with Tam, but the thought rang utterly false. Clenching his jaw, he focused on nothing but the next step and refused to stop. Between Matt's grumbling and his own grim concentration, they nearly stumbled into the village before Rand noticed the distant glow of windows. He wobbled to a halt, a sharp, fiery pain shooting up from his feet. He was sure a blister had formed on his right heel. At the sight of the lights, Matt dropped to his knees with a groan. "Can we stop now?" he gasped. "Or should we just rent a room at the inn and put up a sign welcoming dark friends? Or maybe one of the Fades would like to join us for a drink." "Just the other side of town," Rand answered, staring at the clustered lights. In the darkness, it could have been his own home village. What's actually waiting there? "1 more mile, that's all." "That's all? I'm not walking another inch." Every muscle in Rand's legs screamed, but he forced one foot forward, then the other. It didn't get easier, but he kept going, step by painful step. He hadn't gone 10 paces before he heard Matt stumbling along behind him, muttering a string of words under his breath. Rand decided it was probably for the best that he couldn't make them out. The village streets were deserted at this hour, though lamplight glowed in most windows. The inn at the town's centre was a beacon, its windows spilling a warm, defiant pool of light into the street. The muffled sounds of music and laughter seeped through its walls. A sign swung and creaked in the wind above the door. Near one end of the building, a man was checking the harness of a horse and cart parked in the road. At the far edge of the lit area, 2 men stood just within the shadows. Rand stopped beside a dark, silent house, too weary to search for a path around. A minute's rest couldn't hurt. Just a minute. Just until those men moved on. Matt slumped against the wall with a sigh of pure relief, leaning back as if he planned to sleep standing up. Something about the 2 men at the fringe of the light made Rand uneasy. He couldn't pinpoint it at first, but then he noticed the man with the cart felt it too. The man finished adjusting a strap, fiddled with the bit in the horse's mouth, and then, instead of moving on, he went back and started checking the same harness all over again. He kept his head down the entire time, his eyes carefully fixed on his work and deliberately away from the 2 shadowy figures. He might not have even noticed them, though they were less than 50 feet away, if not for the rigid way he moved and the occasional awkward turn, deliberately keeping his back to their direction. One figure was just a dark silhouette, but the other stood closer to the light, facing away. Even from behind, his discomfort was obvious. He kept wringing his hands, his gaze fixed on the ground, offering only jerky, nervous nods in response to whatever the shadowed man was saying. Though Rand couldn't catch the words, it was clear the hidden figure did all the talking, while the anxious listener simply nodded and wrung his hands. Finally, the one shrouded in darkness turned and left, and the nervous man began moving back toward the light. Despite the cold, he was mopping his face with his long apron as if he'd just run a mile in summer heat. A strange prickling sensation crept over Rand as he watched that departing shadow. His unease seemed to cling to that figure, a vague tingling at the nape of his neck and a stirring of the hair on his arms, like the sudden awareness of something creeping up behind you. With a quick shake of his head, he rubbed his arms briskly, getting as jumpy as Matt, aren't you? Just then, the form skirted the edge of light from a window, barely touching its glow, and Rand's skin crawled. The inn's sign swung with a scree, scree, scree in the wind, but the dark cloak hanging from the figure remained utterly still, as if untouched by the breeze. "Fade," he whispered, and Matt jerked upright as though he'd shouted. "What?" Rand clamped a hand over Matt's mouth. "Quiet." The dark shape had already melted into the night. Where had it gone? "It's gone now, I think. I hope—" He removed his hand. Matt only drew a long, shaky breath. The nervous man had nearly reached the inn door. He paused, smoothing down his apron and visibly steadying himself before stepping inside. "Strange friends you keep, Raymond Holdwyn," a voice suddenly called from near the cart. It was an old man's voice, but strong. The speaker straightened, shaking his head. "Strange friends to meet in the dark for an innkeeper." Holdwyn jumped at the words, looking around as if he hadn't noticed the cart or the other man until that moment. He drew a deep breath, gathering his composure, then asked sharply, "And what do you mean by that, Almond Bunt?" "Just what I said, Holdwyn." "Strange friends? That fellow's not from around here, is he?" "Lot of odd folk passing through these last few weeks." "An awful lot of odd folk. You're a fine one to talk." Holdwyn gave the man by the cart a sidelong look. "I know plenty of men, even some from Camelin. Not like you stuck out alone on that farm of yours." He paused, then added, as if feeling the need to explain further, "He's from Four Kings looking for a couple of thieves. Young men. They stole a heron-marked sword from him." Rand's breath hitched at the mention of Four Kings. At the mention of the sword, he shot a glance at Matt. His friend was pressed hard against the wall, staring wide-eyed into the darkness. Rand wanted to search the night, too. The halfman could be anywhere, but his attention snapped back to the two men in front of the inn. "A heron-marked sword," Bunt exclaimed. "No wonder he wants it back." Holdwyn nodded. "Yes, and them too. My friend's a wealthy man, a merchant, and they've been stirring up trouble with his workers, spreading wild tales and upsetting people. They're dark friends and followers of Loghain, too." "Dark friends and followers of the false dragon? And telling wild stories on top of it? Busy young fellows? You did say they were young?" A sudden note of dry amusement coloured Bunt's voice, but the innkeeper didn't seem to catch it. "Yes. Not yet 20. There's a bounty out for them, 100 gold crowns for the pair." Holdwyn paused, then went on. "They're clever talkers. Those two, who knows what stories they'll spin to turn folks against each other, and don't let appearances fool you. They're dangerous, vicious even. Best steer clear if you spot them. 2 young men, one carrying a sword, both acting jumpy. If they're the ones, my associate will collect them once they're found. You talk like you'd recognize them on sight. I'll know them when I see them," Holdwyn stated firmly. "Just don't try grabbing them yourself. No point in anyone getting hurt. Come, tell me if you see anything. My friend will handle it. 100 crowns for the pair, but he wants them both." 100 crowns for the 2, Bunt repeated thoughtfully. "How much for that sword he's so eager to get?" Suddenly, Holdwyn seemed to notice the other man was mocking him. "Why am I even telling you this?" he snapped. "You're still stuck on that ridiculous plan of yours, I see." "Not so ridiculous," Bunt replied calmly. "Might be my last chance to see a false dragon before I die. Light willing, and I'm too old to choke on some merchant's dust all the way to Camelin. I'll have the road to myself and be in Camelin first thing tomorrow, to yourself. The innkeeper's voice took on a nasty, trembling edge. You never know what's lurking in the night, Almond Bunt, all alone on the road in the dark. Even if someone hears you scream, nobody's going to unbar their door to help. Not these days, not even your closest neighbour. None of that seemed to bother the old farmer, he answered as evenly as before. If the Queen's Guards can't keep the roads safe this close to Camelin, then none of us are safe, even in our own beds. If you ask me, one way the Guards could make the roads safer would be to clap that friend of yours in irons. Skulking around in the dark, too scared to let anyone see him. Can't tell me he's up to any good. Scared. Holdwyn burst out. You old fool, if you only knew, he cut himself off abruptly, shaking his head. I don't know why I'm wasting my breath on you. Get moving. Stop blocking the front of my establishment. The inn door slammed shut behind him. Grumbling under his breath, Bunt gripped the edge of the cart seat and planted his foot on the wheel hub. Rand hesitated only a moment. Matt grabbed his arm as he started forward. Have you lost your mind, Rand? He'll recognize us for sure. You'd rather stay here, with a fade nearby? How far do you think we'll get on foot before it finds us? He tried not to think about how far they'd get in a cart if it did find them. Shaking free of Matt, he hurried up the road. He kept his cloak carefully closed to hide the sword. The biting wind and cold were excuse enough for that. I couldn't help overhearing you're headed to Camelin, he said, Bunt startled, yanking a quarterstaff from the cart. His weathered face was a map of wrinkles, and he was missing half his teeth, but his gnarled hands held the staff steady. After a moment, he lowered one end to the ground and leaned on it. So you two are going to Camelin, going to see the dragon, eh? Rand hadn't realized Matt had followed him. Matt hung back, out of the light, watching the inn and the old farmer with as much suspicion as he did the surrounding darkness. The false dragon, Rand emphasized. Bunt nodded. Of course, of course. He shot a sideways glance at the inn, then abruptly shoved his staff back under the cart seat. Well, if you want a ride, get in. I've wasted enough time already. He was already climbing up to the seat. Rand scrambled over the back as the farmer shook the reins. Matt had to run to catch up as the cart began to roll. Rand caught his arms and hauled him aboard. The village vanished swiftly into the night behind them. At the brisk pace Bunt set, Rand stretched out on the hard wooden planks of the cart, battling the rhythmic, sleep-inducing groan of the wheels. Matt fought back a yawn behind his knuckles, his gaze scanning the darkened landscape with a tense wariness. The night pressed down heavily on the fields and distant farmsteads, where lonely points of light from farmhouse windows waged a feeble, losing war against the gloom. A solitary owl hooted, its call a sombre lament, while the wind sighed through the trees like the whispers of forgotten spirits. It could be anywhere out there, Rand thought. Bunt, the farmer, appeared to feel the night's heavy mood as well, breaking the silence abruptly. Either of you boys ever laid eyes on Camelin? He gave a short, dry laugh. Didn't figure so. Just you wait. Greatest city in the world, bar none. I've heard all the tales about Ilion, Ebodar. Tyr folks always think something's grander just 'cause it's farther off. But for my coin, Camelin takes the prize. Couldn't be finer. Course, it might improve a touch if Queen Morgase, may the light shine on her, sent that Tar Valon witch packing from the palace. Rand rested his head on his bedroll, which was piled atop the bundle containing Tom's cloak, letting the farmer's voice become a steady stream against the mournful wind and the pressing dark. He craned his neck to peer at Bunt's shadowy outline. You're talking about an Aes Sedai. What else would I mean? Sitting up there in the palace like a patient spider. Now I'm a loyal man to the Queen, never doubt it, but it just ain't proper. I'm not one of those muttering that Elida has the Queen's ear too much. Not me. And as for the fools claiming Elida's the real power, that the Queen's just a puppet dancing for a witch, he spat over the side of the cart. They can choke on it. Morgase is no one's puppet, another Aes Sedai. If, no, when Moiraine reached Caemlyn, she would likely seek out a sister. If things turned desperate, this Elida might even help them get to Tar Valon. He glanced toward Matt, and as if he'd spoken the thought aloud, Matt gave a sharp, visible shake of his head in the darkness. Rand didn't need to see his friend's face to know it was set in stubborn refusal. Bunt kept talking, occasionally flicking the reins when his horse lagged, but mostly letting his hands rest. Like I said, I'm the Queen's man, but even a fool stumbles on a truth now and then. Even a blind hog finds an acorn. Changes are needed. Look at this weather. Crops failing, cows gone dry, calves and lambs born dead or twisted. Ravens so bold they don't wait for the dying. People are frightened. They want someone to blame. The dragon's fangs scrawled on doors, things moving in the dark, barns set ablaze, drifters like that friend of Holdwyn's spreading fear. The Queen has to act, and soon. You see that, don't you? Rand offered a vague, non-committal grunt. It seemed their luck in finding this old man, and his cart was even greater than he'd realized. Had they waited for morning in that last village, they might never have left it. Things creeping about in the night. He pushed himself up to peer over the cart's side into the inky blackness. For a moment, shadows seemed to twist and coil in the dark. He lay back down quickly before his own imagination could conjure something solid out of the void. Bunt took the sound for agreement. Right. I'll stand for the Queen against any threat. But I'm not wrong. Take the Lady Elaine and Lord Gawain, for instance. Now there's a change that wouldn't hurt a thing, and might do a world of good. Sure, I know the tradition in Andor. Send the daughter heir to Tar Valon to learn from the Aes Sedai, and the eldest son to train with the warders. I believe in the old ways, I do, but look what it brought us last time. Luke dead in the Blight before he could be named first Prince of the Sword, and Tigraine gone, vanished, or dead, right when she was to take the throne. We're still feeling the ripples from that. You'll hear some folks claim she's still alive, that Morgase isn't the rightful queen. Bloody fools. I remember how it was. I remember it like it was yesterday. There was no daughter heir to claim the throne when the old queen passed, and every noble house in Andor was deep in its schemes and battles for the crown. And Taringale de Modred. You wouldn't believe a man who'd just lost his wife could be so eager, already calculating which house would come out on top so he could marry again and finally become Prince Consort. He got what he was after, in the end, though why Morgase ever picked him. Well, no man can truly understand a woman's mind, and a queen is doubly complex, bound to both a husband and her kingdom. He achieved his ambition, just not in the manner he'd planned. He even dragged Caerhyn into the whole mess before he was finished, and we all know how that turned out. The Avendazora cut down, and the black-veiled Isle sweeping over the Dragon Wall. At least he had the decency to get himself killed after fathering Elaine and Gawain, so that chapter closed, I suppose. But why send them to Tar Valon? It's high time men stopped associating the Lion Throne of Andor with Aes Sedai. If they must go elsewhere for an education, Illian's libraries rival those in Tar Valon, and they'd teach Lady Elaine as much about statecraft and intrigue as any witch ever could. Nobody understands scheming better than an Illiana. And if the Queen's guards can't instruct Lord Gawain sufficiently in warfare, well, Illian has soldiers too. So do Shienar and Tyr, for that matter. I'm a loyal man to my queen, but I say we end this long entanglement with Tar Valon. 3,000 years is more than enough. It's far too long. Queen Morgase can guide us and set everything right without the White Tower's interference. I tell you, she's the kind of woman who makes a man proud to kneel for her blessing.
Why? I recall once, during a spring festival in Camelin, she walked among the common folk with such grace that the entire city fell silent just to watch her pass. Rand battled the exhaustion pleading through his limbs, but the cart's steady rocking and the monotonous hum of Bunt's voice pulled him under. He dreamed of Tam.
First, they were at the wide oak table in the farmhouse, sharing tea while Tam explained the intricacies of prince consorts, daughter heirs, the dragon wall, and the black-veiled isle the heron mark blade lay between them. Yet neither gave it a glance. Abruptly, he was in the westward again, hauling a rough litter through the silver-lit night. When he glanced back, it was Tom reclining on the litter, not his father, sitting cross-legged and juggling glowing spheres in the moonlight.
"The Queen is wed to the land," Tom declared, as the colourful orbs wove a circle in the air. "But the dragon is one with the land, and the land is one with the dragon." Further back, Rand saw a fade approaching, its black cloak hanging utterly still in the wind, its horse moving without a sound through the trees. Two severed heads swung from the Murdral's saddle, dripping dark blood that streaked the mount's shadowy shoulders. The faces were Lans and Wyrains, twisted in agony. The fade held a bundle of tethers, each leading back to the bound wrists of figures stumbling behind its silent horse, their expressions hollow with hopelessness. Mat and Perrin, and Egwene. "Not her," Rand roared. "By the light, you want me, not her." The halfman made a casual gesture, and flames engulfed Egwene, her flesh withering to ash, her bones charring and turning to dust. "The dragon is one with the land," Tom repeated, juggling without a care. "And the land is one with the dragon." Rand screamed and his eyes flew open. The cart jolted along the Camelin road, steeped in darkness and the faint, sweet scent of old hay and horse. A shape blacker than the night perched on his chest, and eyes darker than the void stared into his. "You are mine." The raven croaked, and its sharp beak lanced into his eye. He screamed as it tore the eyeball from his socket. With a raw, tearing cry, he bolted upright, hands slapping against his face. The soft light of early morning filled the cart. Bewildered, he stared at his hands. No blood, no pain. The rest of the nightmare was already dissolving, but that sensation, he carefully touched his face and shuddered. Well, at least Mat began, then broke off into a massive jaw-cracking yawn. "At least you managed to get some rest." His tired eyes held little comfort. He was curled under his cloak, his bedroll bunched beneath his head. He kept talking the whole blasted night. "You finally awake back there?" Bunt called from the driver's seat. "You gave me a real scare, shouting like that." "Well, we've arrived." He made a sweeping gesture ahead of them. "Camelin, the finest city you'll ever see." Rand pushed himself up to kneel behind the seat, a laugh of sheer relief escaping him. "We did it, Mat. I told you we would." The words caught in his throat as his gaze landed on Camelin after Baerlon, and especially after the haunting emptiness of Shadar Logoth. He'd believed he understood what a great city should be. But this surpassed anything he could have imagined. Beyond the massive outer wall, buildings crowded together as though every town he'd ever passed through had been collected and pressed side by side into one sprawling mass. Inns rose above the tiled roofs of houses, and wide, windowless warehouses pressed in among them. A jumble of red brick, grey stone, and white plaster spread as far as he could see. Baerlon could have been tucked inside without a trace, and Whitebridge could vanish here 20 times over and hardly cause a stir, and then there was the wall itself. A sheer sweep of pale grey stone streaked with silver and white. It soared 50 feet high and curved away to the north and south in an immense circle. Towers rose along its length, standing even taller than the wall, their red and white banners snapping in the wind. Beyond them, slender towers,
and gleaming white and gold domes peeked above the inner defences. 1,000 tales had painted cities in his mind, places of kings and queens, thrones and legends, and Caemlyn settled into those mental pictures as naturally as water fills a jug. The cart rattled down the broad road toward the city gates, which stood flanked by towers. A merchant train was rolling out through a vaulted archway, so large it could have admitted a giant, or 10 of them walking abreast. Along both sides of the road stretched open markets, their red and purple roof tiles glistening. Stalls and animal pens filled every gap, and the air vibrated with noise, calves bawling, cattle lowing, geese honking, chickens clucking, goats bleating, sheep buying, and people shouting over one another as they bargained. It was a wall of sound funneling them toward the gates of Caemlyn. What did I tell you? Bunt had to raise his voice to a near shout to be heard. The grandest city in the world, built by the Ogier, you know, at least the inner city and the palace were. It's that ancient. Here in Caemlyn, good Queen Morgase, may the light illumine her, makes the law and keeps the peace for Andor. The greatest city anywhere, Rand was inclined to agree, his mouth hung open, and he fought the urge to cover his ears against the clamour. The road was packed with people, as thick as the crowds on the green during Beltane in Immen's Field. He remembered thinking Baerlon had too many people to believe, and nearly laughed at the memory. He glanced at Mat and grinned. Mat already had his hands clamped over his ears, his shoulders hunched, as if he wanted to pull them up over his head. "How are we supposed to hide in this?" Mat shouted, when he noticed Rand looking. "How can we tell who to trust with so many people, so blasted many, light, the noise?" Rand glanced at Bunt before answering. The farmer was absorbed in staring at the city. With the racket he probably hadn't heard anyway. Still, Rand leaned close to Mat's ear. "How could anyone ever find us in a crowd this size? Don't you see it, you wool-headed fool? We're safe if you can ever learn to watch that tongue of yours." He threw out a hand, taking in the bustling markets and the towering city walls ahead. "Mat, just look at this place. Anything could happen here. Absolutely anything. We could even find Moiraine waiting for us, with Egwene and all the others." "If they're still alive," Mat muttered, his voice flat. "If you ask me, they're as gone as the Gleeman." Rand's hopeful grin vanished. He turned his attention to the approaching gates, clinging stubbornly to the thought that a city like Caemlyn was a place of possibilities. The horse couldn't go any faster, no matter how Bunt flapped the reins. The crowd grew denser the closer they got, a jostling mass of shoulders pressing against carts and wagons, all trying to get in. Rand noticed with some relief that many in the throng were young men on foot, looking as dusty and lightly burdened as he and Mat. People of all ages had that worn-out look, rickety carts, exhausted horses, clothes wrinkled from sleeping rough, and steps that dragged with fatigue. Yet every weary eye was fixed on the gates as if passing through that stone arch would magically wash all their troubles away. 6 of the Queen's guards stood at the entrance, their clean red and white tabards and polished armour a stark contrast to the stream of travellers. Standing rigid, they watched the incoming crowd with a mix of disdain and suspicion. It was clear they'd have preferred to turn most of these people away, aside from keeping a lane clear for outgoing traffic and barking at anyone pushing too hard. However, they let the flow continue. "Keep your places, don't shove for the light's sake. There's room for everybody. May the light help us? Just hold your line." Bunt's cart crept forward with the sluggish tide and passed under the arch, finally entering Caemlyn. The city climbed a series of low-stepped hills toward its heart. Encircling that centre was another wall, gleaming pure white as it curved over the slopes. Beyond it rose even more towers and domes in shades of white, gold, and purple, their lofty perches making them seem to look down on everything else. Rand figured that had to be the inner city Bunt had mentioned. The Caemlyn road transformed inside the walls, becoming a broad boulevard split by wide, tree-lined medians. The grass was brown and the branches bare, but the people rushing past acted as if nothing was amiss, laughing, arguing, going about their business as if they hadn't noticed there'd been no spring this year and might never be one. Rand realized they simply didn't see it. Their eyes skipped over the leafless trees, and they trod on the dead grass without a downward glance. If you refuse to see something, it might as well not exist. What a wonderfully convenient way to live. Ignore the world falling apart around you, and maybe it'll just go away. Gawking at the city and its oblivious inhabitants, Rand was startled when the cart swung onto a side street. It was narrower than the boulevard, but still twice as wide as any back in Eamon's Field. Bunt pulled the horse to a stop and glanced back at them uncertainly. The foot traffic here was a little lighter, flowing around the stationary cart without pause. "That thing you're hiding under your cloak," Bunt asked hesitantly, "is it really what Holdwyn claims?" Rand was in the middle of hoisting his saddlebags. He didn't flinch. "What are you talking about?" His voice stayed calm, even though his stomach was twisting into knots. Matt stifled a yawn with one hand, but the other was shoved under his coat, clutching that cursed dagger from Shadar Logoth. Rand knew. His eyes above the wrapped scarf had a sharp, hunted look. Bunt carefully avoided looking at Matt, as if he could sense the weapon hidden there. "Suppose it doesn't mean anything," Bunt said. "Look, if you overheard I was headed to Camlin, you were there long enough to catch the rest. If I was after a reward, I'd have made an excuse to stop at the Goose and Crown and talk to Holdwyn. But I don't much care for Holdwyn, and I like that friend of his even less. Not at all." The old farmer's words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken warnings. "Seems he wants you two more than anything else in this world," he'd said. Rand shook his head, trying to clear the fog of uncertainty. "I don't know what he wants," he replied, and it might have been the truth. One of those cloaked figures was indistinguishable from another to him. The farmer just shrugged, his expression weary. "I don't know a thing, and I reckon I don't want to. There's trouble enough to go around without me hunting for more." Matt took his time gathering his gear, so slow that Rand was already standing in the muddy street before he began his awkward climb down from the cart. Rand waited, irritation prickling at him. Finally, Matt turned, clutching his bow quiver, and bedrolled tightly against his chest, his movements stiff. Dark shadows pooled beneath his eyes, making him look haunted. A low growl from Rand's own stomach made him wince. It wasn't just hunger. A sick, twisting dread coiled inside him, threatening to rise up. Matt was staring at him now, waiting for a decision. Which direction? What was their next move? Just then, the farmer Bunt leaned over and motioned Rand closer. Hoping for some guidance about navigating Camlin, Rand stepped near. "I'd hide that," Bunt began, then paused, his eyes darting around nervously. The flow of people parted around the cart, paying them little mind beyond a few muttered curses about being in the way. "Stop wearing it," the old man whispered urgently. "Hide it, sell it, give it away. That's my counsel. A thing like that's bound to draw eyes, and I gather you don't want any more attention." Without another word, Bunt straightened up, clicked to his horse, and the cart creaked forward, merging into the river of traffic. A heavy wagon laden with barrels rumbled past, forcing Rand to jump aside. When he regained his balance and looked, Bunt and his cart had vanished into the city's churn. "What do we do now?" Matt demanded, his voice tight. He licked his lips, his wide eyes taking in the towering buildings, some rising 6 stories high, and the relentless press of strangers. He'd uncovered his ears, but his hands twitched nervously at his sides. A constant low hum lay over Camlin, the combined drone of countless workshops and 10,000 conversations to Rand. It felt like being trapped inside a colossal, buzzing beehive. Even if the others are here, Matt pressed, how could we ever find them in all this? Moraine will find us, Rand said, though the words came slowly. The sheer scale of the city felt like a physical weight crushing his shoulders. He had a powerful urge to flee, to find a quiet corner away from the noise and the crowd. He tried to reach for the void, the calm focus Tam had taught him, but it slipped away. The city itself seemed to flood into that empty space. Instead, he forced himself to focus only on what was immediately around them, this single street, the carts, the shop fronts. For a moment, it almost felt like Berlon where they'd last felt anything resembling safety. Nobody's safe anymore, a dark thought whispered. Maybe they're all gone. What do you do then? They're alive, he snapped aloud, more fiercely than he intended. Egwene is alive! A few passers-by gave him strange looks and quickened their pace. Maybe, Matt muttered, unconvinced. Maybe. But what if Moiraine doesn't find us? What if the only one who does is, he shuddered, unable to finish the thought. We'll face that if it happens, Rand told him, putting a firmness into his voice he didn't entirely feel. If it happens. The worst-case scenario, he knew, would mean seeking out Elida, the Aes Sedai in the royal palace. He'd go to Tar Valon first. He wasn't sure if Matt remembered Tom's grim stories about the Red Ajah and the even more sinister Black, but Rand certainly hadn't forgotten. His gut twisted again at the memory. Tom told us to find an inn called the Queen's Blessing. We'll start there. With what? Matt's laugh was brittle. We can't even afford a single meal between us. It's a place to start, Rand insisted. Tom believed we could find help there. I can't, Rand. Matt's gaze dropped to the cobblestones. He seemed to shrink into himself, as if trying to pull away from the surrounding press of humanity. They're everywhere. Wherever we go, they're right behind us, or they're already waiting. They'll be at the Queen's Blessing, too. I can't. Nothing stops a fade. Rand's hand shot out, grabbing the front of Matt's coat. He clenched his fist, fighting to keep it from trembling. He needed Matt. The others might be alive. Light let them be, but here and now it was just the two of them. The thought of going on alone was a yawning chasm he couldn't bear to look into. He swallowed, the sour taste of bile lingering in his mouth. His eyes darted around the bustling street. Thankfully, no one in the preoccupied crowd had seemed to notice Matt's dangerous mention of the Fade. Rand leaned in close, his voice a strained whisper. Look, we've gotten this far, right? They haven't caught us. We can make it the whole way, but only if we keep moving. I refuse to just give up and wait for them like some helpless animal. I won't do it. So, are you planning to stand here until you collapse from hunger? Or until they come and scoop you up? Releasing Matt's arm, Rand turned away. His fists clenched so tightly his nails bit into his palms. Yet his hands wouldn't stop shaking. A moment later, Matt fell into step beside him, gaze fixed on the cobblestones, and Rand allowed himself a slow, relieved exhale. I'm sorry, Rand, Matt mumbled, the words almost lost in the street noise. Forget it, Rand replied, his tone brusque but not unkind. Matt kept his eyes down, just high enough to avoid colliding with passers-by as a stream of bleak words spilled out. I can't shake this feeling that I'll never see home again. I just want to go back. Go ahead and laugh. I don't care. I'd give anything right now to have my mother scolding me for tracking mud on the floor. It's like a heavy, burning pressure right behind my eyes. Everyone here is a stranger, and there's no way to know who to trust, or if we can trust anyone at all. Light the two rivers feels so distant it might as well be on another planet. We're completely alone, and we're never getting back. We're going to die out here, Rand. Not today, we're not, Rand shot back, a stubborn edge to his voice. Everyone dies eventually. The wheel keeps turning, but I'm not about to lie down and let it happen without a fight. You sound just like Master Alvert, Matt grumbled, though a faint spark of his usual spirit had returned to his tone.
Good, Rand said firmly. That's good, Light. Let the others be safe. Please, don't let us be the only ones left. He started asking for directions to the Queen's blessing. The answers he received were wildly inconsistent, ranging from a muttered curse about outsiders to a blank, uncomprehending stare. Some people just brushed past without a second glance. A broad-shouldered man, nearly as large as Perrin, tilted his head and gave them a curious look. The Queen's blessing, is it?
You farm boys, Queen's men? He wore a white cockade on his wide hat and a matching armband on his coat. Well, you're a bit late for that party. He strode off, his booming laughter fading into the din, leaving Rand and Matt to exchange bewildered looks. Rand shrugged it off. Camelin was full of peculiar people he'd never imagined. The city was a spectacle of oddities. Some individuals stood out starkly. People with skin tones far darker or lighter than any in the Two Rivers, wearing coats in bizarre cuts or shockingly bright colors, hats with sharp peaks or adorned with long feathers. He saw women with veils covering their faces, others in stiff, wide dresses that took up half the street, and some in gowns that revealed more skin than any tavern worker he'd ever seen. Every so often, a vividly painted and gilded carriage, pulled by a team of 4 or 6 plumed horses, would force its way through the packed thoroughfare. Sedan chairs were everywhere, their carriers shoving through the crowd with ruthless indifference. Rand witnessed one such shove spark a fight. A sedan chair tipped over, and a pale man in a red-striped coat scrambled out, only to be set upon by 2 roughly dressed bystanders who seemed to have been waiting for an opportunity. The gathering crowd began to rumble angrily, shaking fists and shouting. Rand grabbed Matt's sleeve and they hurried away, the sounds of a burgeoning riot chasing them down the lane. Their travel-worn, dusty clothing seemed to mark them as targets for certain unsavory types. Furtive men with shifty eyes approached, offering genuine relics of the false dragon Loghain for sale, always poised to flee. Rand quickly calculated that if all the purported fragments of Loghain's cloak and sword were genuine, they could have assembled several complete outfits and weapons. It was almost amusing in a grim way. Matt's expression sparked with curiosity, at least initially, but Rand shut them down with a firm refusal. The locals accepted it with a respectful nod and a hurried, light illumine the Queen, good master, before melting back into the crowd. Nearly every shopfront displayed painted plates and cups depicting dramatic imagined scenes of the false dragon Loghain being paraded in chains before Queen Morghese. White cloaks were a common sight as well, each moving through the streets inside a bubble of clear space that travelled with them, just as it had back in Berlon. Staying inconspicuous weighed heavily on Rand's mind. He kept his cloak draped over his sword, but he knew that wouldn't hold up forever. Sooner or later, someone would grow suspicious about what he was hiding underneath. Letting go of the blade entirely, as Bunt had suggested, wasn't an option. It was his last tangible link to Tam, to his father. Plenty of men in the bustling streets carried swords, but none bore the heron mark that might draw unwanted attention. Most of the Camelin natives, and even some of the out-of-toners, had taken to wrapping their weapons in cloth, red bound with white cord or white bound with red. 100 heron-marked blades could be concealed beneath those bindings without a soul noticing. Besides, blending in with local custom would help them appear less out of place. Many shops had set up tables, selling the cloth and cord right on the street. Rand stopped at one, choosing the cheaper red cloth over the white, though to his eye they seemed identical aside from color, and paired it with white cord. Matt grumbled about their dwindling coins, but Rand ignored him. The shopkeeper watched them with a pinched, disapproving expression as he took the coppers, and when Rand asked if he could step inside to wrap his sword, the man cursed under his breath. "We didn't come for Loghain," Rand said, keeping his tone even. "We only wanted to see Camlin, remembering Bunt's pride," he added. "The greatest city in the world." The shopkeeper's scowl didn't budge. "Light illumine good Queen Morgase," Rand tried, hoping a show of loyalty might help. "You cause any trouble," the man snapped, "and there are 100 men within earshot who'll deal with you guards, or no?" He paused to spit, narrowly missing Rand's boot. "Now get on with your filthy business." Rand nodded as if the man had wished him well and pulled Matt away. Matt kept glancing back, muttering under his breath, until Rand steered him into a narrow, empty alley where they wouldn't be watched. With their backs to the street, Rand unbuckled his sword belt and began winding the cloth around the sheath and hilt. "I'd bet he overcharged you for that scrap of fabric," Matt grumbled. "Probably triple what it's worth." Wrapping the sword neatly proved trickier than it looked, keeping the strips tight and the cord secure so nothing slipped off. "They're all going to try cheating us, Rand," Matt went on. "They think we're here for the false dragon like everyone else. We'll be lucky if we don't get robbed in our sleep. This city's too crowded, too dangerous. Why don't we leave for Tar Valon now? Or head south to Ilian? I wouldn't mind seeing them muster for the Hunt of the Horn. If we can't go home, let's at least go somewhere. I'm staying," Rand replied flatly. "If they aren't here already, they'll come looking sooner or later. They'll show up in Camlin." He wasn't certain he'd wrapped the sword the same way others had, but the herons on the hilt and scabbard were safely hidden, and the bindings felt secure. Stepping back onto the street, he felt a little lighter, one less thing to worry about drawing trouble. Matt followed beside him, dragging his feet as if tugged by an invisible leash. Bit by bit, Rand pieced together the directions he needed. At first the answers were vague, somewhere over that way or in that general direction. But the closer they got, the clearer the instructions became, until finally they stood before a wide stone building with a wooden sign swinging in the wind. It showed a man kneeling before a red-haired, crowned woman, her hand resting on his head. "The Queen's blessing." "You sure about this?" Matt asked, eyeing the inn warily. "Of course," Rand replied, drawing a steadying breath before pushing the door inward. The common room was spacious, its walls lined with dark wood panels and warmed by fires crackling in 2 hearths. A serving girl swept the already clean floor, while another polished candlesticks in the corner. Both offered brief, polite smiles to the newcomers before returning to their tasks. Though only a handful of tables were occupied, a dozen men at this early hour felt like a crowd. None appeared particularly thrilled to see Rand and Matt, but at least they looked tidy and clear-headed. The rich scents of roasting beef and fresh bread wafted from the kitchen, making Rand's mouth water instantly. He was relieved to see the innkeeper was a portly man, a pink-faced fellow with greying hair combed over a bald spot it failed to conceal, wearing a crisp white apron. His keen eyes swept over them, taking in their dusty clothes, worn boots and bundles. Yet he maintained a genial smile. His name was Basil Gill, Master Gill, Rand began. "A friend sent us here, Tom Merrilin." "He?" The innkeeper's smile faltered. Rand glanced at Matt, who was too absorbed in the kitchen aromas to notice. "Is something wrong? You know him, don't you?" "I know him," Gill said tersely, his attention now fixed on the flute case at Rand's side. "Come with me." He gestured toward the back. Rand gave Matt a nudge to follow, a knot of confusion tightening in his stomach. In the kitchen, Master Gill paused to speak with the cook, a round woman with her hair in a bun, nearly matching him in size. She continued stirring her pots as he talked. The smells were magnificent. After 2 days of sparse meals, anything would have seemed delicious, but this reminded Rand of Mistress Alvia's kitchen back home. His stomach growled loudly. Matt was practically leaning into the pots, entranced. Rand elbowed him. Matt jerked upright and hastily wiped a trickle of drool from his chin. Then the innkeeper hurried them out the back door into the stable yard. He scanned the area to ensure they were alone before turning sharply on Rand. "What's in that case, lad?" "Tom's flute," Rand answered cautiously. He opened the case as if displaying the ornate gold and silver instrument might explain everything. Matt's hand drifted subtly beneath his coat. Master Gill never looked away from Rand. "I recognize it. Saw him play it many a time. There aren't two like that outside a royal court." All pretense of pleasantry vanished. His gaze turned sharp as a blade. "How did you come by it? Tom would sooner part with his own arm than that flute. He gave it to me." Rand slipped the bundled cloak from his shoulders and laid it on the ground, unfolding a corner to reveal the coloured patches and the end of the harp case. A sudden brisk wind made the patches flutter like trapped butterflies. "Tom's dead, Master Gill. If he was your friend, I'm sorry. He was mine too. Dead, you say? How?" "A man tried to kill us. Tom shoved this into my hands and told us to run." Rand's throat tightened. He carefully folded the cloak again, the memory a fresh weight. "We'd have died right there, if not for him. We were all travelling to Camelin together. He told us to come here, to your inn." "I'll believe he's dead when I see his body," the innkeeper said slowly. He prodded the bundled cloak with his boot and cleared his throat, a rough, emotional sound. No, I believe you saw what you saw. I just don't believe he's gone. Tom Merrilin's a harder man to kill than he lets on." Rand placed a hand on Matt's shoulder. "It's all right, Matt. He's a friend." Master Gill glanced at Matt and sighed wearily. "I suppose I am at that." Matt straightened up, folding his arms across his chest, though a wary tension remained in his posture and a muscle twitched in his cheek. "Camelin, is it?" The innkeeper shook his head, his expression unreadable. This was the absolute last spot I'd picture Tom showing up, aside from maybe Tar Valon itself. Master Gill waited for a stable hand leading a horse to move out of earshot before he even continued, his voice dropping to a murmur. "I'm guessing you've run into some difficulty with the Aes Sedai." "Yes," Matt muttered, just as Rand asked, "What makes you say that?" The innkeeper gave a dry, rasping laugh. "Because I know the man, that's why he'd dive headfirst into that sort of mess, particularly for a pair of young men about your age." The nostalgic light in his eyes faded abruptly, and he straightened up, his expression turning cautious. "Now, I'm not accusing anyone, mind you, but I have to ask, neither of you can. Well, what I'm trying to get at is, what exactly is your business with Tar Valon, if you don't mind my asking?" A cold prickle ran down Rand's spine as he understood the implication. "The one power? No, it's nothing like that. I swear it. There was an Aes Sedai actually helping us. Moiraine was," he cut himself off, but the innkeeper's guarded look didn't shift. "Glad to hear it. Not that I've any great fondness for Aes Sedai myself, but I'd rather deal with them than the other possibility." He shook his head slowly, a weary gesture. "There's been too much loose talk about that kind of thing since they brought Logain through the city gates. No offence intended, you understand, but, well, a man has to be sure, doesn't he?" "None taken," Rand said. Matt's indistinct mumble could have meant anything, but Master Gill seemed to accept it as agreement. "You two seem decent enough, and I do believe you're friends of Tom's, but these are hard days. I suppose you can't pay?" He sighed at their silence. "No, I didn't think so. Everything's scarce, and what little there is costs a fortune. I'll give you beds, nothing fancy, but they'll be warm and dry, and a meal. I can't promise more than that, much as I might want to." "Thank you," Rand said, throwing a puzzled glance at Matt. It was more generosity than he'd dared hope for. What did decent enough even mean, and why would the man want to promise more? Well, Tom's a good friend, an old friend, hot-tempered and apt to say the worst possible thing to the worst possible person, but a loyal one all the same. If he doesn't turn up, we'll manage something, but you'd best stop any talk about Aes Sedai aiding you. I'm a loyal man to the Queen, but there are too many in Camelin right now who'd take that the wrong way, and I'm not just speaking of the White Cloaks." Mat snorted with derision. "For all I care, the ravens can carry every last Aes Sedai straight to Shael Ghul." "Mind your tongue," Master Gill snapped, his patience thinning. "I said I don't love them. I didn't say I'm a fool who blames them for every ill. Queen Morgase supports Elaida, and the Queen's guards stand with her. Light send, it doesn't come to worse. Lately, some guards have forgotten themselves enough to get a little rough with folks they overhear bad-mouthing Aes Sedai. Not while they're on duty, thank the light, but it's happened. I don't need off-duty soldiers tearing up my common room to teach you manners, and I certainly don't need White Cloak stirring someone to paint the dragon's fang on my door. So if you want my help, you keep your opinions on Aes Sedai, good or bad, to yourself." He paused, thinking it over, then added, "Might be best you don't mention Tom's name where anyone but me can hear either. Some of the guards have long memories, and so does the Queen. No sense in taking chances." "Tom had trouble with the Queen?" Rand said, disbelief colouring his voice. The innkeeper actually laughed. "So he didn't tell you the whole story? Can't say why he should. Then again, can't say why you shouldn't know. It's not exactly a buried secret. Do you think every gleeman is as full of himself as Tom? Well, come to think of it, they probably all are, but Tom always seemed to have a double portion of that particular pride. He wasn't always a wandering gleeman, sleeping under hedges and playing for his supper in dusty village squares. There was a time when Tom Merrilin served as the royal bard right here in Camelin, celebrated in courts from Tyr all the way to Maradon." Mat expressed his surprise, and Rand gave a slow nod, easily imagining Tom in a queen's presence with all his dignified poise and theatrical flair. Master Gill confirmed it. The trouble began not long after Terengale de Modred's death, when issues surrounding Tom's nephew arose. Gossip suggested Tom had grown too familiar with the young Queen Morgase, but as Gill saw it, a widow could do as she pleased. Tom, however, possessed a fierce loyalty. Upon learning of his nephew's peril, he departed abruptly to intervene, a move that displeased the Queen, especially since it involved Aes Sedai affairs. Gill admitted he wouldn't have approved of such meddling either, family or not. When Tom eventually returned, he spoke words no one should ever utter to a queen, particularly one with Morgase's fiery spirit. The Queen's adviser, Elaida, already held a grudge over his earlier interference. Between Morgase's wrath and Elaida's hostility, Tom was forced to flee Camelin, narrowly escaping imprisonment or worse. To Gill's knowledge, the warrant for his arrest remains active. Rand suggested that perhaps, after so long, people might have forgotten. Master Gill shook his head firmly. Gareth Brine, Captain General of the Queen's Guards, personally led the failed mission to apprehend Tom and returned to find the bard had already slipped away after a daring, unannounced visit to the palace. Brine isn't the type to forget such an embarrassment, and Morgase, she never forgets anything. Do you know any woman who does? The entire city tread lightly for a month after her fury erupted. Plenty of older guardsmen remember it all too well. Gill advised them to keep Tom's connection to them as quiet as they kept their association with their Aes Sedai. "Come," he said, noting their weary looks. "Let's get you some food. You both look half-starved." Master Gill led them to a secluded table in the common room and summoned a serving maid. When the plates arrived, each holding a few slices of beef in gravy, a spoonful of mustard greens, and 2 potatoes, Rand shook his head, not in anger, but in grim acceptance. The innkeeper had warned of shortages. Wondering what would happen when supplies ran out entirely made this modest meal feel like a banquet. Yet the thought sent a chill through him. Gil had positioned himself with his back to the corner, keeping a watchful eye on the room to ensure their privacy. Once the maid left, he leaned in and asked softly for them to explain their troubles, wanting to understand what he was committing to. Rand glanced at Matt, but his friend was scowling at his plate as if the potato had personally offended him. Taking a deep breath, Rand began, admitting he didn't fully understand it himself. He kept the tales straightforward, omitting any mention of Trollocs or Fades. Fables wouldn't help when asking for aid, yet he felt it dishonest to downplay the peril. He explained that dangerous men were pursuing him, Matt, and a couple of their friends appearing unpredictably and intent on killing them or something worse. Myrain had called some of them dark friends. Tom, wary of Myrain, had stayed with them out of duty to his nephew. They were separated during an attack on the way to Whitebridge, and there in Whitebridge Tom gave his life protecting them from another assault. There had been other attempts since. He was aware the story had gaps, but it was the best he could manage on such short notice without revealing more than was wise. We just kept moving until we reached Camelin, he explained. That was always the plan. Camelin first, then on to Tar Valon. He shifted on the hard chair, the act of sharing even this much feeling strange after so long spent guarding every word. If we stick to that path, the others will find us eventually. If they're still breathing, Matt mumbled into his plate. Rand didn't look at him. A sudden urge made him add, "Helping us might cause you problems." Master Gil dismissed the concern with a wave of his thick hand. "Trouble's not my favorite guest, but it's visited before. No filthy dark friend will make me abandon a friend of Tom's. As for your companion from the north, if she arrives in Camelin, I'll know. There are folks here who watch the gates and the roads. Word gets around." Rand paused before asking, "What of Elida?" The innkeeper also hesitated, finally shaking his head. "I wouldn't risk it. Not with your link to Tom. She'd dig that out. And then, where would you be? In a cell or worse. They say she has a sense for things. What's been, what will be. They say she can peel back a man's secrets like an onion. I don't know the truth of it, but I wouldn't chance it. If not for Tom, you could go to the city guard. They'd deal with dark friends quick enough. But even if you kept Tom's name from them, just mentioning dark friends would draw Elida's attention, and you'd be right back in the muck." "No guards," Rand agreed. Matt nodded emphatically around a mouthful of food, managing to smear gravy on his chin. "The problem is, lad, you're tangled in the edges of politics, even if you never asked for it," Master Gil said, leaning forward. "And politics is a foggy swamp teeming with vipers." Rand started to speak, but the innkeeper suddenly grimaced, his chair groaning as he straightened. The cook stood in the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on her apron. Seeing his attention, she gestured sharply for him before disappearing back inside. "Might as well be wed to her," Master Gil sighed. "She finds problems before I know they exist. If it's not blocked drains or clogged gutters, it's vermin. I run a clean establishment, mind you, but pack people together and you get rats. Caemlin's got a sudden plague of them. You wouldn't believe the price a good mouser brings these days." He pushed his chair back, the wood protesting. "Your room's in the attic. I'll tell the serving girls which one any can point the way. And don't fret over dark friends. I've no love for the white cloaks, but between them and the guard, that lot won't dare show their faces here. Now, I hope to the light it's not the drains again." Rand returned to his meal, but noticed Matt had stopped eating. "I thought you were starving," he said. Matt just stared at his plate, idly pushing a piece of potato in circles with his fork. "You need to eat, Matt. We have to keep our strength if we're going to make it to Tar Valon." Matt let out a short, hollow laugh. Tar Valon, for weeks it was all about Camelin. Moiraine would be here, we'd find Perrin and Egwene here. Everything would be set right if we just reached Camelin. Well, we're here, and nothing is right. No Moraine, no Perrin, no one. Now the story changes, and suddenly everything will be fine if we just get to Tar Valon. He looked up, his expression bleak. It's a joke. We're the punchline. We're alive, Rand said, his voice sharper than he meant. He drew a steadying breath, forcing his tone to soften. We are alive. That has to count for something, and I plan to stay that way. I plan to find out why any of this is happening to us. I won't give up, Rand said, more to himself than to Matt. Matt pushed his plate away, his voice dropping to a low, tense mutter. Look at all these people. Any one of them could be a dark friend, and Master Gill agreed to help us far too easily. What sort of man just accepts talk of Aes Sedai and dark friends without a second thought? A normal, decent person would tell us to leave, or something else entirely. It isn't right. Just eat, Rand urged softly, waiting until Matt reluctantly took a bite of beef. He kept his own hands pressed flat against the table for a long moment, willing them to stop trembling. Fear was a cold knot in his stomach. It wasn't about Master Gill, of course, but there was plenty else to be afraid of. Those towering city walls wouldn't keep a Fade out. Perhaps he should warn the innkeeper, but even if Gill believed him, would he still be so willing to help if he thought a halfman might come knocking at the Queen's blessing? And then there were the rats. Maybe they were common in a big city, but he couldn't forget the dream. That wasn't a dream in Baerlon, the sound of a small spine snapping. Lan's words echoed. Sometimes the Dark One uses carrion eaters as his eyes. Ravens, crows, rats. He forced himself to eat, but when he was finished, he couldn't recall the taste of a single mouthful. The same dark-eyed serving girl who had been polishing candlesticks earlier led them up to an attic room. A dormer window was set into the slanted ceiling, with a narrow bed on either side and pegs by the door for their belongings. The girl kept twisting her apron and giggling whenever her gaze landed on Rand. She was pretty enough, but he knew if he tried to speak to her, he'd only manage to sound like a fool. She made him wish he had Perrin's easy way with girls, and he was relieved when she finally left. He expected a mocking comment from Matt, but as soon as the door shut, Matt flung himself onto one of the beds, still wearing his cloak and boots, and turned to face the wall. Rand hung up his things, watching the rigid line of Matt's back. He was sure Matt had a hand tucked under his coat, gripping that cursed dagger again. "You're just going to hide up here?" Rand asked finally. "I'm tired," Matt mumbled into the wall. "We still have questions for Master Gill. He might even know how to find Egwene and Perrin. For all we know, they could already be in Camelin if they managed to keep their horses." "They're dead," Matt said, his voice flat and final. Rand hesitated, then gave up. He closed the door quietly behind him, hoping Matt might actually get some sleep. Downstairs, however, Master Gill was nowhere to be seen, though the cook's sharp glance around the kitchen suggested she was looking for him as well. Rand tried sitting in the common room, but he found himself scrutinizing every patron who entered. Every stranger who could be anyone or anything, especially in that first instant when they were a cloaked silhouette in the doorway. A Fade in this room would be like a wolf among sheep. A guardsman in a red uniform stepped in from the street. He paused just inside, his cool gaze sweeping over the outsiders in the room. Rand studied the grain of the wooden table. When those eyes passed over him, when he looked up again, the man was gone. The dark-eyed maid hurried past with an armload of linens. "They do that sometimes," she said in a confidential tone as she went by, "just to see there's no trouble starting. They look after the Queen's good folk. They do. Nothing for you to worry about." She giggled again. Rand shook his head. Nothing to worry about. It wasn't as if the guardsman would have marched over and demanded to know if he was travelling with a gleeman. He was getting as jumpy as Matt. He pushed his chair back. Another maid was tending to the lamps along the wall. "Is there somewhere else I could sit?" he asked her. The thought of returning upstairs to Matt's sullen silence was unbearable. Perhaps a private dining room that isn't being used. There's the library, she said, pointing to a door. Through there, turn right. It's at the end of the hall. It might be empty this time of day. Thank you, Rand said, already moving toward the door, desperate for a quiet corner where his own thoughts wouldn't feel so loud. If you happen to see Master Gill, could you let him know Rand al'Thor would like a word when he has a moment? I'll pass that along, she replied with a grin, though the cook's been looking for him as well. The innkeeper was likely avoiding everyone, Rand thought as he moved away. Stepping into the room she had indicated, he froze, his gaze sweeping over shelves that held what seemed like hundreds of volumes. There were more books here than he'd ever seen gathered in one place. Cloth and leather bindings with gold-lettered spines, only a handful with wooden covers. His eyes eagerly scanned the titles, finding familiar friends, the Travels of Jane Farstrider, the Essays of Willem of Manekes. Then his breath hitched at a leather-bound copy of Voyager Among the Sea Folk. His father, Tam, had always spoken of wanting to read that one. He could almost see Tam now, carefully turning the book in his hands, that quiet smile appearing as he tested its weight, ready to settle by the hearth with his pipe. The vivid memory brought a sharp pang of loss, and Rand's grip tightened on his sword hilt, the earlier wonder at the library fading into a hollow ache. A polite cough sounded behind him, and he spun, startled from his thoughts. He opened his mouth to apologize for intruding, but the words died as he looked up and up. The figure before him nearly brushed the 10-foot ceiling. A broad, almost snout-like nose dominated a wide face, under which pale, teacup-sized eyes were framed by drooping tail-like eyebrows. Tufted ears poked through a shaggy black mane. Trolloc. With a shout, he stumbled backward, fumbling for his sword, only to trip and land hard on the floor. "I do wish you humans would stop doing that," a voice rumbled, deep as a drum. The tufted ears gave an irritated twitch, and the tone turned mournful. "So few remember us anymore. I suppose it's our own fault. Not many of my kind have walked among men since the shadow tainted the ways. That was, 6 generations ago, right after the War of the 100 Years. The shaggy head shook slowly, releasing a sigh that sounded like it came from a bull. Too long a time, and with so few travellers, it might as well have been forever. Rand remained on the floor for a long moment, staring up at the being who wore knee-high boots and a dark blue coat that buttoned to the waist before flaring out like a kilt over loose trousers. In one massive hand was a book, looking comically small, a thick finger marking the page. "I thought you were," he started, then stopped himself. "What are you? That wasn't any better." He climbed to his feet and cautiously offered his hand. "My name is Rand al'Thor." A hand the size of a ham enveloped his, accompanied by a formal bow. "Loyal son of Arent, son of Helen, your name sings in my ears, Rand al'Thor." It sounded like a ritual greeting. Rand bowed in return. "Your name sings in my ears, loyal son of Arent." "Ah, son of Helen." The whole situation felt surreal. He still had no idea what loyal was. The giant's grip was surprisingly gentle, though Rand was relieved to retrieve his hand intact. "You humans are terribly excitable," Loyal said in his bass rumble. "I'd read all the stories, of course, but I didn't truly understand. On my first day in Camelin, I couldn't believe the commotion. Children wailed, women shrieked, and a mob chased me clear across the city, waving clubs, knives, and torches while shouting, 'Trolloc!' I confess, I was starting to grow rather distressed. There's no telling what might have happened if a group of the Queen's guards hadn't intervened." A lucky thing, Rand managed weakly. Indeed, though even the guardsmen seemed nearly as frightened as the others. "I've been here 4 days now and haven't dared step outside this inn. Good Master Gill even requested I avoid the common room. His ears twitched again, a gesture of clear frustration. The Ogier had been perfectly welcoming, of course, but that first evening had been chaotic. It seemed every human in the place decided to depart simultaneously. The resulting clamour, with everyone pushing toward the exit, was a scene of pure bedlam. It was a wonder no one was injured in the crush. Rand found himself captivated by the subtle flick of those large, tufted ears. I assure you, the Ogier rumbled, "This is not the quiet contemplation I envisioned when I departed the steading." "You're an Ogier," Rand blurted out. A thought struck him. "Hold on. You mentioned 6 generations since the War of the 100 Years. How old does that make you?" He knew the question was impolite the moment it left his lips, but Loyal seemed more flustered than insulted. "I am 90 years old," Loyal stated with a touch of formality. "In a mere decade, I will finally be old enough to speak before the stump. Personally, I believe the elders should have allowed me to address them when they were debating my departure. They are perpetually anxious about any Ogier, regardless of age, venturing into the outside. You humans are so impulsive, so unpredictable." He paused, blinking his large liquid eyes, and offered a small, awkward bow. "My apologies. That was an unfair generalization. But it is observable that you do seem to engage in conflict with astonishing frequency, often without clear provocation." "No offense taken," Rand managed, his mind still grappling with the number. 90 years. Older than the oldest person in Eamon's Field, and yet considered a youth by his own people. He sank into one of the room's oversized chairs. Loyal settled into another, a chair built for 2 humans, which he filled completely. Even seated, the Ogier was as tall as a standing man. "At least they permitted you to leave," Rand offered. Loyal studied the floorboards, wrinkling his broad nose and rubbing it thoughtfully with a thick finger. "Well, regarding that, you see, the stump had not been in session for very long, less than a year, in fact, but from listening to the debates, I calculated that by the time they reached any decision, I would have reached my majority and could go without their permission. Some might accuse me of sharpening my axe before the tree is felled, but I simply departed. The elders often said I was too impetuous. I fear I have rather confirmed their opinion. I do wonder if they have noticed my absence yet? But I had no choice." A sudden, unexpected memory of his own father, Tam, chastising him for rushing into the woods after a lost sheep without telling anyone, flashed through Rand's mind, making Loyal's confession feel strangely familiar. Rand pressed his lips together to suppress a laugh. If this thoughtful, bookish giant was considered hot-headed among Ogier, he could scarcely imagine what the calm ones were like. A council meeting lasting less than a year was considered brief. Back home, Master Alver would simply stare in disbelief. A village council meeting that ran past supper would have everyone, even steady Haral Luhan, fidgeting and irritable. A sharp pang of homesickness tightened his chest, bringing with it vivid images of Tam by the hearth, Egwene's laugh, the warm bustle of the Winespring Inn, and the joyful chaos of a Beltine celebration on the green. He pushed the feelings down, forcing a neutral tone. "If it's not too personal a question," he began, clearing his throat, "why were you so determined to leave, to go outside? I find myself wishing I had never left my own home." "Why, to see it for myself," Loyal answered, as if it were the simplest truth in the world. "I read all the books, every traveller's journal I could find, and a fire was lit within me. I had to witness these places, not just read about them." His pale eyes began to gleam, and his ears perked up straight. "I studied every fragment of knowledge concerning travel, the lost ways, human customs, and the great cities we Ogier built for your kind after the world was broken. The more I learned, the more certain I became that I had to walk those lands and behold the groves with my own eyes." Rand frowned slightly. Groves. Indeed, the groves. The trees. Loyal's chair protested as he leaned forward, gesturing animatedly with the hand not holding his book. Only a handful of the great trees, of course, reaching for the clouds to hold the memory of the steading close. But mostly they used the native trees of each region. You cannot force the land to be what it is not. Not permanently. The land will always reassert its true nature. The vision must be shaped to fit the land, not the other way around. His voice took on a reverent, almost musical quality. In every grove they planted every species that would flourish in that soil, each positioned in perfect harmony with the others. For optimal growth, certainly, but also so the entire arrangement would create a balance that sings to both the eye and the spirit. Ah! The books describe groves so sublime they could make an elder weep for joy and sorrow simultaneously. Groves destined to remain evergreen in one's memory. But what of the cities themselves? Rand asked, steering the conversation back. Loyal regarded him with a look of confusion. The cities? The ones my people constructed. Take this place, Caemlyn. Ogier built Caemlyn, correct? The tales all claim we did? Working with stone, the Ogier's broad shoulders lifted in a heavy shrug. That was merely a skill we picked up in the years following the breaking, during our exile when we were still searching for the lost steading. It is a worthy craft, I suppose, yet not our true calling. No matter how hard one tries, and I have read that the Ogier who raised those cities truly did strive. You cannot make stone breathe. A few of us still practice the craft, but only because you humans so frequently damage the structures with your endless conflicts. I encountered a small group in, what is it called now, Carrion, as I journeyed through. They hailed from a different steading, fortunately, so they were unaware of my personal circumstances, though they were deeply suspicious of a youth travelling the outside alone. In truth, it was just as well I had no cause to linger. You see, stonework was simply thrust upon us by the weaving of the pattern, cultivating the groves that comes from the soul. Rand shook his head, feeling as though half the stories of his childhood had just been turned upside down. I never realized Ogier held belief in the pattern. Loyal. Naturally, we believe. The wheel of time weaves the pattern of the ages, and our lives are the threads it uses. No one can foresee how their own thread will be placed, or how the thread of an entire people will be woven in. It brought us the breaking of the world, and the exile, and the work with stone, and the longing. Eventually, it returned the steading to us before we all perished from yearning. Sometimes I think the reason you humans are so frantic is because your threads are so brief. They must dart about in the tapestry. Oh, there I go again. The elders always say you humans dislike being reminded of your fleeting lives. I hope I haven't offended you. Rand let out a laugh and shook his head. Not at all. I suppose living as long as you do would be interesting, but I've never dwelled on it. Frankly, if I live to be as ancient as old Sen Bui back home, I reckon that's plenty for anyone. Is he a man of great age? Rand merely nodded, not about to explain that old Sen Bui was likely decades younger than Loyal himself. It was a strangely humorous thought, this reversal of perspective. Well, Loyal continued, his tone shifting from scholarly to something more wistful and a touch sarcastic, perhaps your lives are short, but you certainly pack them full. Always rushing, always in a hurry, and you have the entire world as your stage. We Ogier are tethered to our steading, but you're out here, you're outside. For a time, Rand, but I must return eventually. This world belongs to you and your kind. The steading are my home. It's all too much chaos and hurry out here, and so much has altered from the histories I've studied. Well, things do change over the years. Some things anyway. Some. Loyal's voice grew more forceful, edged with a quiet frustration. Half the cities I've read of have vanished entirely, and most of the remainder are known by different names. Take Caerhien. Its true name is Alcerrahinallen, the Hill of the Golden Dawn. They don't even recall for all the sunrise on their banners. And the grove there, I doubt it has been properly tended since the Trolloc Wars. It's just another patch of woods now where they chop firewood. The great trees are gone, forgotten. And here, Camelin may keep its name, but they let their cities sprawl right over the sacred grove. We sit not a quarter mile from where its heart should be. Not a single tree remains. I've seen Tyr and Ilion as well. New names and no memories. In Tyr, the grove is now pasture land for horses. In Ilion, it's the king's private hunting park for deer, and no one enters without his leave. Everything has changed, Rand. I fear I will find the same emptiness everywhere I travel. All the groves lost, all the memories faded, all the old dreams withered and dead. You can't just surrender, Loyal. You must never surrender. If you give up, it's as good as being dead. Rand sank back into his chair, his face flushing with the intensity of his own words. Rand anticipated a laugh from the Ogier, but Loyal gave a solemn nod. That is the nature of your people, is it not? Loyal's tone shifted, taking on a reciting quality, until the shade vanishes and the waters run dry, into the shadow with bared teeth, shouting defiance with a final gasp to spit into the eye of the deceiver on the final dawn. Loyal tilted his great, shaggy head expectantly, but Rand had no notion what response he sought. A minute stretched into two, with Loyal waiting patiently until his bushy eyebrows knitted in confusion. The silence grew thick and awkward for Rand. "The great trees," Rand said at last, simply to end the quiet. "Are they similar to a Vendisora?" Loyal straightened so abruptly his chair groaned and cracked, sounding near to splintering. "You should know better. You especially. Me, how could I possibly know? Is this some jest? You Aiel often find humour in the strangest matters." "What? I am not Aiel. I'm from the Two Rivers. I've never even met an Aielman." Loyal shook his head, the tufts on his ears sagging outward. "You see, everything is altered, and half my knowledge is now pointless. I meant no offence. I am certain your Two Rivers is a fine land, wherever it lies." "Someone mentioned to me," Rand offered, "that it was once named Manetheren. I'd never heard it myself, but perhaps you—" The Ogier's ears lifted happily. "Ah, yes, Manetheren." Then the tufts drooped again. "There was a splendid grove there. Your sorrow resonates in my heart, Rand al'Thor. We could not arrive in time." Loyal bowed from his seat, and Rand returned the gesture, suspecting the Ogier would be wounded by any rudeness. He wondered if Loyal imagined he carried the same ancient memories. The Ogier's downcast eyes and mouth truly seemed to share in a grief that, for Rand, was only a story from Moiraine, a tale of ruins 2 millennia old. After a moment Loyal sighed. "The wheel turns," he murmured, "and none can predict its spinning. Yet you have journeyed nearly as far from home as I. A remarkable distance, given the state of things now, when the ways stood open, of course, but that is long faded. Tell me, what brings you so far? Is there something you wish to see as well?" Rand opened his mouth to speak of the false dragon, and the words stuck. Perhaps it was because Loyal treated him as an equal, despite being 90 years old. Maybe 90 years was young for an Ogier. It had been so long since he could speak openly without fear of dark friends, or of being thought one. Mat was too wrapped in his own suspicions to talk with, almost against his will. Rand found himself describing Winternight, not some vague tale, but the truth. Trollocs breaking down the door. A fade on the quarry road, part of him recoiled at the risk, yet another part felt a desperate relief in the telling. The words tumbled out in a disjointed rush, Shadar Logoth losing his friends in the dark. The fade in Whitebridge and Tom's sacrifice, the fade in Baerlon, the dark friends like Howell Goad, the frightened boy, the woman who tried to kill Mat, the half-man outside the inn. But when he began to stammer about the dreams, even the part of him that longed to speak felt a chill creep up his neck. He clamped his jaw shut, biting back the rest. Rand drew a ragged breath through his nostrils, his eyes fixed warily on the osier. He hoped Loyal believed he was only speaking of bad dreams. The whole situation sounded like something from a nightmare, or at least the kind of story that would give anyone sleepless nights. Perhaps Loyal would simply think he was losing his mind. Maybe that was for the best. Taverin, Loyal said abruptly. Rand blinked. What did you say? Taverin, Loyal repeated. He scratched behind one pointed ear with a thick finger and gave a slight shrug. Elder Hayman always claimed I never paid attention, but I did listen on occasion. I actually listened. You understand how the pattern is formed, I assume? I never gave it much thought, Rand replied slowly. It just exists. Well, yes and no. You see, the wheel of time weaves the pattern of the ages, and the threads it uses are our lives. The pattern isn't always fixed. If a man attempts to alter the course of his life, and the pattern has space for it, the wheel simply continues weaving and incorporates that change. There's always room for minor adjustments, but sometimes the pattern outright rejects a major shift, no matter how desperately you struggle. Does that make sense? Rand nodded. So I could choose to live on the farm or in the village. That's a small change. But if I decided I wanted to be a king... He let out a short laugh, and Loyal responded with a grin so wide it seemed to crack his broad face. His teeth were startlingly white and as wide as woodworking tools. Exactly. But sometimes the change chooses you, or the wheel chooses it for you. And occasionally the wheel bends a life thread or several threads so forcefully that all the threads around them are pulled into the swirl. Those then tug on others, and on it goes. That initial bend that creates the web, that is Taverin. There's nothing you can do to alter it until the pattern itself shifts. The web, Tamaraleylan we call it, might last for weeks or for years. It can envelop a single town or even the entire pattern. Artur Hawkwing was Taverin. So was Lews Therin Kinslayer, I suppose? He released a deep, rumbling chuckle. Elder Hammond would be proud. He always lectured on, and I found the books about travelling far more interesting, but I did absorb a thing or two. That's all very fascinating, Rand said, but I fail to see what it has to do with me. I'm a shepherd, not some legendary figure like Artur Hawkwing, and neither are Mat or Perrin. The whole idea is just absurd. I didn't say you were him, Loyal replied patiently, but I could almost feel the pattern trembling just from hearing your story, and I possessed no special talent for such things. You are Taverin, without a doubt. You, and likely your friends as well. The osier paused, rubbing the bridge of his broad nose thoughtfully before nodding to himself, as if confirming a private conclusion. I wish to travel with you, Rand. For a long moment, Rand simply stared, unsure if he had heard correctly. With me, he finally exclaimed. Did you not hear a word I said about? His eyes darted toward the door. It was securely shut, thick enough that any eavesdropper would catch only a faint murmur. Even so, he lowered his voice. About who is hunting me? Besides, I thought you were eager to visit your trees. There is a remarkable grove in Tar Valon, and I've heard the Aes Sedai maintain it beautifully, but it isn't only the groves I wish to see. You may not be another Artur Hawkwing, but for a time at least, a part of the world will reshape itself around you. Perhaps it is already happening. Even Elder Hayman would want to witness that. Rand hesitated. It would be a comfort to have company. The way Mat had been acting lately, being with him felt almost as lonely as being alone. Loyal's presence was steadying. He might be considered young by Osier standards, but he possessed a rock-like calm that reminded Rand of Tam. And Loyal had travelled widely. He knew of places Rand had only heard of in tales. he studied the Ogier, who sat with an expression of infinite patience. Sitting, Loyal was still taller than most men standing. A new practical worry surfaced. How do you hide someone who stands nearly 10 feet tall? With a resigned sigh. Rand shook his head. I'm not sure that's wise, Loyal. Even if Moiraine locates us here, the journey to Tar Valon will be fraught with peril if she fails to find us. If she doesn't, it means she's gone, and likely everyone else with her. Egwene? He shook himself, forcing the thought away. Egwene was alive. Moiraine would come. Loyal offered a sympathetic look, his large hand resting gently on Rand's shoulder. I am certain your companions are safe, Rand. Rand managed a nod, gratitude stuck in his constricted throat. Will you converse with me occasionally? Loyal's sigh was a deep, resonant sound, perhaps even a game of stones. It has been days since I had proper company, save for the innkeeper, and he is perpetually occupied. His cook appears to command him relentlessly. Perhaps she is the true proprietor? Of course I will, Rand rasped. He cleared his throat, attempting a weak smile. And when we reach Tar Valon, you can show me the grove there. They have to be safe. Please, let them be safe. Nynaeve clutched the reins of the 3 horses, her gaze piercing the moonlit night as if she could force the shadows to reveal the Aes Sedai and the warder. Gaunt, leafless trees stood like black sentinels around her, their branches clawing at the sky. The darkness and the woods provided perfect cover for whatever Moiraine and Lan were about. Not that either had bothered to explain. A terse command from Lan to keep the horses calm, and they had vanished, leaving her feeling like a forgotten groom. She shot an irritated glance at the animals and exhaled sharply. Mandab was nearly invisible in the gloom, much like his master's cloak. The fierce stallion only tolerated her proximity because Lan had personally handed her the reins. He stood quietly now, but she vividly recalled the silent, dangerous curl of his lips when she had once dared reach for his bridle without permission. After a final, cautious look at the warhorse, she turned back to stare into the woods, absently running a hand along her own mount's neck. She jumped when Aldieb's pale muzzle nudged under her fingers, but after a moment she gave the white mare a pat as well. "No reason to blame you," she whispered, "just because your mistress is an infuriating stone-faced." She strained her eyes again. What in the light were they doing out there? Their flight from Whitebridge had taken them through villages that felt disturbingly ordinary, quiet market towns that seemed to exist in a different world entirely, one untouched by Fades, Trollocs, and the schemes of Aes Sedai. They had kept to the Camlin Road until finally Moiraine had reined in, staring eastward as though she could see the entire winding length of the highway to the capital and discern what awaited them there. After a long moment, the Aes Sedai released a slow breath and settled back in her saddle. "The pattern unfolds as it will," she murmured, almost to herself, "but I refuse to believe it weaves only despair. I must address what lies within my power. The rest is in the hands of the wheel." With that, she turned Aldieb north, leaving the road and plunging into the forest. One of the boys, and the token she had given him, was in that direction. Lan followed without a word. Nynaeve cast one last longing look at the Camlin Road. Traffic was sparse here, a few distant carts, a lone empty wagon, and scattered travellers on foot, their worldly goods strapped to their backs or piled on handcarts. Some admitted almost proudly they were heading to Camlin to see the false dragon. Others, particularly those who had passed through Whitebridge, denied it with frantic vigour. It was in Whitebridge that Nynaeve had finally, reluctantly, begun to believe Moiraine, a little, and there was no comfort in that realization whatsoever. The warder and the Aes Sedai were almost lost among the trees. With a muttered curse for stubborn Aes Sedai and their cryptic ways, she hurried her horse forward to catch up. Lan kept glancing back, motioning for her to hurry, yet he remained close to Moiraine, who stared fixedly ahead. One evening, after they had left the main road, the unseen trail they followed simply vanished. Moiraine, usually so composed, rose abruptly beside their small fire as the kettle began to boil, her eyes wide with shock. "It's gone," she murmured into the darkness. "He's—"
Nynaeve couldn't bring herself to finish. "Light? I don't even know which one of them it is." "He is not dead," the Aes Sedai stated calmly, though her words were measured. "But he no longer carries the token." She settled back down, her hands steady as she lifted the kettle from the flames and sprinkled in some tea leaves. "At first light, we continue as before. Once I am near enough, I can locate him without the coin." After the fire dwindled to embers, Lan wrapped himself in his cloak and slept. Nynaeve found no such rest. She watched Moiraine, who sat with eyes closed yet perfectly upright, clearly awake. Much later, when even the coals had lost their glow, Moiraine opened her eyes and looked toward her. Nynaeve could sense the Aes Sedai's smile in the dark. "He has the coin again, wisdom, all will be well." With a soft sigh, Moiraine lay on her blankets and was almost instantly asleep. Exhausted as she was, Nynaeve struggled to follow. Her mind spun with grim possibilities, no matter how she tried to stop it. All will be well after what happened in Whitebridge. Believing that came far less easily. Suddenly, Nynaeve was ripped from her thoughts back into the present night. A hand truly gripped her arm, choking back a cry. She scrambled for the knife at her belt, her fingers closing on the hilt before she recognized Lan's touch. The warder's hood was down, but his cloak melted into the shadows so completely that his faintly visible face seemed to float in the air. The hand on her arm looked as if it emerged from nothingness. She drew a shaky breath, expecting him to remark on how easily he had caught her off guard. Instead, he turned to rummage in his saddlebags. "You're needed," he said simply, then knelt to hobble the horses. Once the horses were secure, he stood, took her hand, and led her into the night. His dark hair blended into the darkness nearly as well as his cloak, and he moved with even less sound than she did. Reluctantly, she admitted she could never have trailed him through this blackness without his hand guiding hers, and she wasn't sure she could pull free even if she tried, given the strength in his grip. They approached a slight rise, little more than a gentle swell in the land, and he dropped to one knee, pulling her down beside him. It took her a moment to spot Moiraine, motionless and nearly indistinguishable from the shadows in her dark cloak. Lan pointed down the slope toward a broad clearing among the trees. Nynaeve squinted in the faint moonlight, then smiled as understanding dawned. Those pale shapes were tents arranged in orderly rows, a quiet, darkened camp. "White cloaks," Lan whispered. 200, maybe more. There's a good spring down there, and the boy we're seeking inside the camp." She felt rather than saw Lan's nod, right in the middle of it. "Moiraine can pinpoint him. I got close enough to see he's under guard." "A prisoner?" Nynaeve asked. "But why?" "I don't know. The Children of the Light shouldn't care about a village boy unless something made them suspicious. And let's be honest, it doesn't take much to make white cloaks suspicious. Still, it troubles me. How will you get him out?" Only when he glanced at her did she realize how certain she had sounded, as if he could simply stroll into the heart of a camp of 200 men and emerge with the lad. Well, he is a warder. Maybe some of those tales aren't just stories after all. She couldn't tell if he was mocking her, but his tone was all business. "I can get him out, but he won't be in any condition for subtlety. If we're spotted, we could have 200 white cloaks on our tail and us sharing a saddle, unless they're distracted. Are you willing to roll the dice? For someone from Eamon's Field?" "Absolutely. What's the plan?" He gestured once more into the blackness beyond the tents. This time she saw only shifting shadows.
They're horse lines. If the picket ropes are sliced, not severed, just weakened enough to snap during Moiraine's diversion, the White Cloaks will be too busy rounding up their own mounts to bother with us. There are 2 sentries posted beyond the lines. If you're half as skilled as I believe, they'll never know you were there. Her throat tightened. Hunting rabbits was one thing, guards with spears and swords was another. So he thinks I'm capable, does he? I'll do it. Lan gave a single nod, as if he'd anticipated her answer. One more thing, there are wolves out tonight. I spotted 2, which means there are likely more. He hesitated, and though his voice remained level, she sensed a flicker of confusion. It was almost as if they intended to be seen. Regardless, they shouldn't trouble you. Wolves generally avoid people.
I wouldn't know,
she replied with false sweetness. I only spent my childhood around shepherds. He gave a non-committal grunt, and she allowed herself a thin smile in the dark. We move now then, he said. Her smile vanished as she stared down at the camp, swarming with armed men. 200 soldiers with spears, swords, and before doubt could take hold. She checked her knife and began to slip away. Moiraine's hand closed around her arm with a grip nearly as firm as Lan's. Be careful, the Aes Sedai murmured. Once the ropes are cut, return swiftly. You are woven into the pattern as well. I would not risk you lightly, any more than the others, not when the world itself hangs in the balance. When Moiraine released her, Nynaeve rubbed her arm discreetly. She wouldn't give the Aes Sedai the satisfaction of knowing it had hurt, but Moiraine had already turned back to watch the camp, and the warder was gone. Nynaeve started realizing she hadn't heard him leave. Light blind the man. Quickly, she hitched up her skirts for better movement and hurried into the night. After an initial clumsy rush, with twigs snapping loudly underfoot, she forced herself to slow, grateful no one was there to witness her flush of embarrassment. The goal was silence, not some foolish rivalry with the warder. Oh, really? She pushed the thought aside and focused on navigating the dark woods. The terrain itself wasn't difficult. The slim light of the waning moon was ample for anyone taught by her father, and the land rose and fell in gentle swells. But the bare, skeletal trees against the night sky were a stark reminder this was no childhood game, and the wailing wind carried an eerie echo of Trolloc horns. Now, alone in the darkness, she recalled that the wolves around the 2 rivers hadn't been behaving normally this winter. They'd been bolder, lingering closer to homesteads than ever before. Relief, warm and sudden, washed over her when she finally caught the scent of horses. Holding her breath, she dropped to her stomach and crawled upwind toward the smell. She nearly stumbled upon the guards. They marched out of the night toward her, white cloaks flapping and almost glowing in the moonlight. They might as well have been carrying torches. They couldn't have been more visible. She froze, pressing herself into the earth. Nearly directly in front of her, not 10 paces off, they halted with a synchronized stomp, facing one another with spears shouldered. Just beyond them, she could discern the dark shapes that had to be the horses. The smell of the lines, horseflesh and manure, hung thick in the air. The night was declared secure by a figure in a white cloak. May the light guide us and shield us from the shadow, he intoned. All is well with the night. Came the identical reply from his companion. May the light guide us and shield us from the shadow. They turned in unison and disappeared back into the dark. Nynaeve waited silently counting as they completed 2 identical circuits. Each pass took the exact same number of heartbeats. Each time they robotically recited the same hollow phrases without variation. Their eyes remained fixed straight ahead, never wavering to the left or right. She doubted they would have spotted her if she'd been standing in plain sight. Honestly, they moved with all the awareness of a pair of sleepwalking mules before they could fade into the gloom a 3rd time. She was up and moving, darting in a low crouch toward the horse lines. She slowed her approach, careful not to spook the animals. Those white-cloaked sentries might be oblivious, but they'd certainly come running if the horses started making a fuss. The picketed horses were dark, sleeping shapes in rows, heads drooping. An occasional snort or the thud of a hoof broke the quiet. In the faint moonlight, she almost stumbled into the end post of the first line. Her hand stretched for the thick rope, then froze as the nearest horse lifted its head and stared right at her. Its lead was looped around that heavy line secured to the post. One whinny, her heart hammered against her ribs, so loud she was sure the guards would hear it. Never looking away from the animal, she sawed at the picket rope, fingers checking the cut's progress. The horse tossed its head, and her breath caught just one sound. Only a few stubborn fibers remained. She edged toward the next line, watching the horse until it melted into the shadows, then finally let out a shaky breath. If they were all that alert, she'd never manage. But at the next rope, and the one after that, the horses slept soundly, even when she nicked her thumb and stifled a curse. Sucking the cut, she glanced warily back the way she'd come. The wind blowing toward her stole any sound of the guards' routine exchange. If they had heard her and were coming, she wouldn't know until they were upon her. It was time to go. With 4 out of 5 lines cut, the horses would scatter. A fine plan, really. A tidy bit of sabotage that would leave the white cloaks in a proper muddle. Yet her feet refused to move. She could picture Lan's expression when he learned what she'd done. There would be no blame in his eyes. Her logic was sound, and he'd expect no grand heroics from a village wisdom. She wasn't some legendary warder who could blend into the shadows. Her jaw tightened, and she moved to the final picket line. The first horse there was Bella. That sturdy, shaggy outline was unmistakable. Another horse like that here was beyond coincidence. A wave of relief so intense it left her trembling washed over her. She was suddenly fiercely glad she hadn't skipped this last line. Her limbs shook, but her thoughts were crystal clear. Whichever of the boys was in that camp, Egwene was there too. If they had to flee riding double on scattered horses, some of the children would catch them. People would die. She knew it with a certainty that had nothing to do with reason, a knowledge that speared cold fear into her gut. This wasn't about predicting rain or healing a fever. Why did Moiraine have to tell her she could channel? Why couldn't the Aes Sedai have just left her in peace? Strangely, that icy fear steadied her. Her hands became as calm and sure as if she were grinding herbs in her own kitchen. With deliberate care, she sliced through the last picket rope. She slid the dagger back into its sheath and freed Bella's lead rein. The sturdy mare woke with a jolt, tossing her head, but Nynaeve soothed her with a gentle touch and murmured quiet reassurances. Bella settled with a soft snort, seeming to trust her. Other horses along the picket line were now awake and watching her. Recalling Mandarb's temperament, she reached cautiously for the next lead rein. But this horse offered no resistance. In fact, it nudged forward, eager for the same calming attention Bella had received. She secured Bella's rein firmly in one hand and looped the other around her wrist, all while anxiously scanning the camp. The pale tent stood only 30 yards away, and she could make out the shapes of men moving between them. If they noticed the horses stirring and came to investigate. A desperate wish surged in her. Let Moiraine act now without waiting. Whatever the Aes Sedai planned, let her do it this instant. Light, make her do it now before, without warning, lightning tore the sky apart, bleaching the darkness in a searing flash. Thunder hammered her ears, so violent she felt her knees might give way, as a jagged fork stabbed the earth just beyond the horses, hurling dirt and stones into the air. The roar of shattered ground battled the rolling thunder. Horses screamed and reared in panic. The picket ropes, already weakened, snapped like thread. Another bolt ripped down before the afterimage of the first had faded. Nineve had no time for triumph. The instant the chaos erupted, Bella lunged one way while the other horse reared back in the opposite direction. For a breathless moment she was suspended between them, feet off the ground, her cry swallowed by another deafening crash. Lightning struck again and again, a relentless, roaring fury from the heavens. Thwarted, the horses surged backward, dropping her abruptly. She longed to crouch and rub her aching shoulders, but there was no chance. Bella and the other horse jostled her, wildly eyes, rolling white, threatening to knock her down and trample her. Gritting her teeth, she forced her arms up, grabbed handfuls of Bella's mane, and hauled herself onto the mare's heaving back. The other rein was still wrapped tight around her wrist, biting into the skin. Her breath caught as a long grey shadow snarled past, seeming to ignore her and the horses but snapping at the panicked animals, now scattering in every direction. A second shadow followed close behind. Nineve tried to scream, but no sound came out. "Wolves! Light, help us! What is Myrain doing?" She dug her heels into Bella's sides, though the mare needed no urging. Bella ran, and the other horse gladly followed. Anywhere was better than here, anywhere to escape the sky's fiery wrath. Perrin shifted uncomfortably, his wrists bound behind his back, and finally sighed in resignation. Every rock he avoided seemed to summon two more. Awkwardly, he tried to pull his cloak back over himself. The night was bitterly cold, and the frozen ground seemed to leach all warmth from his body, just as it had every night since the White Cloaks captured them. The Children of the Light believed prisoners deserved neither blankets nor shelter, especially not dangerous dark friends. Egwene lay curled against his back for warmth, lost in the deep sleep of exhaustion. She didn't stir, not even when he moved. The sun had been down for hours, and he ached from head to toe after a day spent walking behind a horse with a halter around his neck. But sleep refused to come. The column hadn't moved quickly. With most of their spare mounts lost to the wolves in the steading, the White Cloaks couldn't push as hard as they wished, a delay they blamed squarely on the Eamon's fielders. The winding column pressed on relentlessly. Lord Bornhold was determined to reach Camelin before whatever awaited them there, and a constant dread gnawed at Perrin's thoughts. If he stumbled, the White Cloak holding his tether wouldn't halt, regardless of Lord Captain Bornhold's orders to deliver them alive to the questioners in Amador. Saving himself was impossible. His hands were only freed for meals and the latrine pit. The halter turned each step into a perilous event, every stone a possible death sentence. He moved with muscles coiled tight, his anxious gaze fixed on the uneven ground. Whenever he managed a fleeting look toward Egwene, she mirrored his tense vigilance, her face drawn with fear. Neither dared look away long enough for more than that quick glance. Normally, he'd collapse like a spent rag the moment the White Cloaks called a halt, but tonight his mind wouldn't quiet. A dread that had been simmering for days prickled across his skin. Closing his eyes only summoned the grim promises Bayar had detailed for their arrival in Amador. He was certain Egwene still refused to believe what Bayar had told them in that chilling, matter-of-fact tone. If she truly accepted it, exhaustion wouldn't matter. Sleep would be impossible. At first, Perrin hadn't believed it either. Part of him still fought against the notion people simply didn't inflict such horrors on others. But Bayar wasn't making threats. He described hot irons and pincers, knives flaying skin and needles piercing flesh, with the casual air of someone discussing the weather. There was no attempt to frighten them, no hint of gloating in his hollow eyes. He simply did not care, whether they were terrified, tortured, or even breathing. That indifference, once Perrin grasped it, is what sent cold sweat beading on his face. That utter lack of humanity is what finally convinced him Bayar was speaking nothing but the plain, awful truth. The two guards' cloaks shone a dull grey in the thin moonlight. He couldn't see their faces, but he felt their watchful eyes, as if he and Egwene could attempt anything bound hand and foot. From the last fading light, he remembered the disgust in their eyes, the pinched expressions, as if guarding something vile and reeking. Every white cloak looked at them that way, a judgment that never wavered. Light, how do you convince men you're not a dark friend when they're already utterly convinced you are? The thought twisted his stomach into a sick knot. In the end, he'd probably confess to anything just to make the pain stop. A figure approached, a white cloak carrying a lantern. The man paused to exchange words with the guards, who replied with stiff respect. Perrin couldn't catch what was said, but he recognized the tall, gaunt silhouette. He winced as the lantern was thrust near his face. Bayer held Perrin's axe in his other hand. He'd claimed the weapon as his own. Perrin never saw him without it. Wake up. Bayer stated flatly, as though he thought Perrin slept with his head raised. A heavy kick to the ribs punctuated the words. Perrin grunted through clenched teeth. His sides were already a tapestry of bruises from Bayer's boots. I said, wake up. The foot drew back again, and Perrin spoke quickly. I'm awake. You learned to acknowledge whatever Bayer said, or he found more persuasive ways to get your attention. Bayer set the lantern down and bent to inspect the bonds. He jerked roughly at Perrin's wrists, wrenching his shoulders. Finding the knots as secure as he'd left them, Bayer yanked the ankle rope, scraping Perrin painfully over the rocky earth. The man looked like a skeleton, but his strength was immense. Perrin was as helpless as a child. It was a nightly ritual. As Bayer straightened, Perrin saw that Egwene was still asleep. "Wake up!" he shouted, his voice raw. "Egwene, wake up!" "What?" What? Egwene's voice was thick with sleep and sudden fear. She raised her head, eyes adjusting to the lantern's glow. Bayer showed no hint of disappointment at being unable to rouse her with a kick. Such reactions were foreign to him. He merely yanked at her bindings, just as he had with Perrin, indifferent to her pained sounds. Inflicting suffering was simply another neutral act to him, except where Perrin was concerned. For Perrin alone he reserved a special, deliberate cruelty. Even if Perrin's memory was hazy, Bayer had not forgotten the two children of the light who had fallen by his hand. Why should dark friends enjoy rest? Bayer stated flatly, while honorable men lose sleep standing guard. For the 100th time, Egwene replied, exhaustion weighing her words. We are not dark friends. Perrin braced himself. Often such a denial would prompt a dry, grating lecture on confession and repentance, complete with vivid descriptions of the questioner's methods, sometimes accompanied by a sharp boot. Tonight, however, Bayer let it pass without comment. Instead, the man crouched before Perrin, all sharp angles and sunken cheeks, the axe balanced across his knees. The golden sun embroidered on his cloak, flanked by 2 stars, caught the lantern light. He removed his helmet, setting it aside, and for once his hollow-eyed gaze held something beyond contempt, an intense, unreadable focus. Resting his arms on the axe handle, he studied Perrin in silence. Perrin fought the urge to squirm under that piercing stare. You are delaying us, dark friend, you and your wolves. The Council of the Anointed has received reports of such phenomena, and they demand further examination. You are to be delivered to Amador and handed over to the questioners, yet your presence slows our pace. I had hoped we might maintain speed even without spare mounts, but I miscalculated. He paused, frowning at them both. Perrin waited. Bayer would speak again when he chose. The Lord Captain is trapped in a dilemma, Bayer continued at last. The wolves compel him to bring you before the council, yet he must also reach Camelin by a fixed hour. We have no extra horses to carry you, but if you continue to walk, we will miss our deadline. The Lord Captain views his duties with singular focus, and he is determined to present you to the council. Egwene let out a faint breath. Bayer's eyes remained locked on Perrin, who forced himself not to blink. "I don't understand," Perrin said carefully. "There is nothing to understand," Bayer answered. "Only idle speculation. If you were to escape, we would lack the time to pursue you. We cannot spare even an hour if we are to reach Camelin as ordered. If, say, your ropes frayed against a sharp stone and you vanished into the night, the Lord Captain's problem would be resolved." Without shifting his gaze, he reached beneath his cloak and tossed something onto the ground. Perrin's eyes followed instinctively. When he recognized the object, his breath caught. A rock. A split stone with a jagged edge. "Merely speculation," Bayer said. "Your guards tonight are also speculative." Perrin's mouth went dry. "Think it through. Light, help me think this through without a mistake. Could it be true? Could the White Cloaks' need to reach Camelin possibly outweigh capturing suspected dark friends? That line of reasoning led nowhere. He lacked the information. Bayer and Lord Captain Bornhold were the only White Cloaks who spoke to them, and neither offered much. Consider another angle. If Bayer truly wanted them to escape, why not just cut the ropes? If Bayer wanted them to escape, Bayer, who was bone-deep certain, they served the Shadow, Bayer, who despised dark friends more than the Dark One himself. Bayer, who seized every chance to make him suffer for those two dead White Cloaks. Bayer, offering them freedom. It was almost laughable. A bitter, twisted joke from a man who found humor only in others' pain. If he had thought his mind raced before, now it tumbled like a rock slide. Despite the chill sweat traced lines down his face, he stole a glance toward the guards, their shadows long and shifting in the flickering light. The shadows were little more than smudges of pale grey, yet Perrin felt their intent, a poised stillness that spoke of waiting. If he and Egwene died in an escape attempt, with ropes conveniently frayed on a rock that might have been mere chance, the Lord Captain's problem would be neatly solved, and Bayer would have his wish for their deaths. The gaunt man reached for his helmet beside the lantern and began to rise. "Wait," Perrin rasped, his mind churning desperately for any alternative. "Just wait. I need to. Help comes." The thought exploded in his consciousness, a brilliant flare of certainty amidst the turmoil. For a heartbeat, the world fell away. Dapple was alive. Ilias? He pushed the thought outward, a wordless demand. An image answered. Ilias, resting on a bed of pine boughs in a firelit cave, carefully tending a gash in his side. It all happened in a flash. Perrin stared at Bayer, and a wide, helpless grin spread across his face. Ilias lived. Dapple lived. Help was on its way. Bayer paused in his crouch, studying him. "A thought has struck you, Perrin of the Two Rivers. I would know what it is for a terrifying second." Perrin feared he meant the wolf thought. Panic flashed, then relief. Bayer couldn't possibly know. The White Cloak watched the play of emotions on his face, and for the first time his shadowed gaze dropped to the discarded rock on the ground. "He's reconsidering," Perrin realized. If Bayer changed his mind about the rock's role, would he dare leave witnesses? Ropes could be cut after the fact, even if it was riskier. Perrin looked into the man's eyes, dark pits in a gaunt face that seemed to stare from deep caverns, and saw the decision for death settled there. Bayer opened his mouth to speak, and as Perrin braced for the pronouncement, everything erupted into motion. One of the guards simply disappeared. Where there had been two dim shapes, now there was one. The remaining guard turned, a cry starting in his throat, but a solid thunk cut it short, and he dropped like a felled log. Bayer spun with viper speed, the axe in his hands becoming a humming blur. Perrin's eyes went wide as the night itself seemed to pour into the lantern's glow. He tried to shout, but fear clenched his throat shut. In that instant he even forgot Baia wanted him dead. The white cloak was another human, and the living darkness had come for them all. Then the flowing darkness resolved into Lan, his cloak shifting through greys and blacks as he moved. Baia's axe shot out like a bolt of lightning, and Lan simply leaned aside, letting the blade pass so close it must have stirred his hair. Baia's eyes bulged as his own momentum threw him off balance, and the warder struck, hands and feet a fluid, rapid sequence Perrin could barely follow. The result was clear. Baia crumpled like a sack of grain. Before the man had fully settled, Lan was already kneeling, snuffing the lantern. In the abrupt return to darkness, Perrin blinked blindly. Lan had vanished again. "Is it truly?" Egwene's voice was a choked sob. "We thought you were dead. We thought everyone was not quite yet," came the warder's deep whisper, touched with dry humour. Hands found Perrin in the dark, working at his bonds. A blade sliced through the ropes with effortless ease, and he was free. He sat up, muscles protesting, rubbing his sore wrists as he peered at the greyish heap that was Baia. Is he?" "No," Lan's voice answered softly from the shadows. "I do not kill without purpose, but he will trouble no one for some time. Stop asking questions and fetch 2 of their cloaks." Time was slipping away. Perrin moved on his hands and knees to where Baia lay motionless. It took a conscious effort to reach out and touch the man, and when he felt the faint rise and fall of the white cloak's chest, he nearly pulled back. His skin prickled as he forced himself to unfasten the white cloak and draw it free. Even with Lan's assurance, he half expected the skeletal figure to lurch upright. Quickly, he groped around until his fingers closed on the familiar haft of his axe, then crawled to the next guard. It struck him as odd that he felt no hesitation touching this unconscious man until he understood why. The other white cloaks hated him, but that was a human feeling, something he could grasp. Baia's cold focus held no hatred, no emotion at all, just the absolute certainty that Perrin should die. Gathering both cloaks, he turned and froze. In the deep dark, all sense of direction vanished. He couldn't remember which way led back to Lan and the others. His feet felt glued to the earth, afraid to take a step. Even Baia was invisible now, without his pale cloak. There was nothing to guide him. Any movement might lead him deeper into the camp here. He stumbled toward the sound of Lan's whisper until hands caught him. Egwene was a faint shape in the gloom. Lan's face was a smudge against the night, the rest of him seeming to dissolve into shadow. He could feel their eyes on him and wondered if he ought to explain his hesitation.
"Put on the cloaks," Lan murmured. "Quickly, bundle your own, and stay silent. You're not safe yet."
Relieved to avoid admitting his fear, Perrin handed one cloak to Egwene. He rolled his own into a bundle to carry and swung the white cloak around his shoulders. A prickling sensation settled over him as the fabric draped down his back, a sharp, uneasy worry right between his shoulder blades. Had he ended up with Baia's cloak, he could almost swear he caught the gaunt man's scent lingering in the wool. Lan instructed them to join hands. Perrin gripped his axe in one hand and Egwene's fingers with the other, wishing the warder would hurry their escape so his imagination would stop conjuring dangers. But they simply stood there, surrounded by the tents of the Children of the Light, 2 figures in white cloaks and one that seemed more a presence than a shape. "Soon," Lan whispered. "Very soon." Then lightning tore the sky above the camp, so near the air itself felt charged, lifting the hair on Perrin's arms and scalp. Just beyond the tents, the ground erupted where the bolt struck, the crash on earth merging with the roar from the clouds. Before the light faded, Lan was already pulling them forward. With their first step, another bolt split the darkness. Lightning fell like hail, making the night flicker as if darkness itself blinked on and off. Thunder rolled without pause, a continuous deafening roar. Terrified horses screamed, their cries swallowed except in the brief lulls between peals. Men spilled from their tents, some cloaked in white, some half-dressed, some dashing about wildly, others standing stunned. Land led them at a trot, straight through the chaos, Perrin lagging at the rear. White cloaks stared at them with wide, frantic eyes as they passed. A few shouted, their voices lost in the heavenly din, but with their white cloaks wrapped close, no one moved to stop them. They moved through the tents, out of the camp, and into the open night, and not a hand was raised against them. The ground grew rough under Perrin's boots, and low branches whipped at him as he let himself be pulled along. The lightning began to flicker fitfully, then ceased altogether. Echoes of thunder rumbled across the sky before fading into silence. Perrin glanced back. A few fires glowed among the tents. Lightning must have struck true, or perhaps lamps had been overturned in the panic. Distant shouts carried on the night air, men struggling to restore order, to understand what had happened. The land began to rise, and soon the tents, the fires, and the shouting were left behind. Lan halted abruptly, causing Egwene to nearly stumble into him. In the pale moonlight ahead, 3 horses stood waiting. A shadow shifted, and Moiraine's voice cut through the quiet, edged with clear annoyance. "Nynaeve has not come back. I suspect that stubborn young woman has gone and done something reckless." Lan turned sharply, as if to retrace their steps, but a single sharp command from Moiraine froze him. "No." He remained still, his face and hands just faint shapes in the gloom, watching her sideways. Her tone softened, though it lost none of its steel. "Some duties outweigh others. You understand this?" The warder did not stir, and her voice hardened once more. "Remember the vows you swore, Allan Mandragoran, Lord of the 7 Towers? What of the oath sworn by a diademed battle, Lord of the Malkiri?" Perrin stared, stunned. Lan was all those things. Egwene was whispering beside him, but Perrin couldn't look away from the scene. Lan poised like a cornered wolf from Dapple's pack, trapped before the small yet formidable Aes Sedai, searching futilely for a way out. The tense stillness shattered with a crash of splintering wood from the forest. In 2 swift strides, Lan placed himself between Moiraine and the noise, moonlight glinting coldly along his drawn blade. To the sound of snapping undergrowth, 2 horses burst from the trees, one bearing a rider. "Bella!" Egwene cried out, just as Nynaeve, from the shaggy mare's back, called, "I almost lost you, Egwene. Thank the light you're safe." She slid down from Bella, but as she moved toward the others, Lan caught her arm, bringing her up short. She stared up at him, her expression unreadable. "We must go, Lan," Moiraine said, her composure restored, and the warder released his grip. Nynaeve rubbed her arm as she hurried to embrace Egwene, but Perrin thought he caught a low, almost amused chuckle from her. It confused him. It didn't seem to stem from simple relief at their reunion. "Where are Rand and Mat?" Perrin asked. "Elsewhere," Moiraine answered calmly, while Nynaeve muttered something under her breath so sharply it made Egwene gasp. Perrin blinked. He'd caught the tail end of a wagon driver's curse, and a particularly crude one at that. "May the light keep them safe," the Aes Sedai continued, as if she hadn't noticed. "None of us will remain safe," Lan stated, "if the white cloaks locate us. Change your cloaks and mount up." Perrin clambered onto the horse Nynaeve had led behind Bella. The absence of a saddle was no hindrance. He seldom rode back home, but when he did, it was usually bareback. He still carried the white cloak, now rolled and fastened to his belt. The warder had insisted they leave as little trace for the children of the light as possible. Perrin could still swear he caught Bayar's scent clinging to the fabric. As they set off, with Lan leading on his tall black stallion, Perrin felt Dapple's presence brush his mind once more, one day again. It was less words than a feeling, a sigh laden with the certainty of a destined meeting, threaded with both anticipation and resignation for what lay ahead. He tried to ask when and why, fumbling in haste and a spike of fear. The sense of the wolves grew distant, fading. His frantic, silent questions received only the same weighted reply. One day again, it lingered hauntingly in his thoughts long after the awareness of the wolves had vanished. Lan guided them south at a careful but persistent pace. The night-cloaked wilderness, all rolling terrain, hidden brush, and trees standing thick against the sky, permitted no great speed. Twice the warder left them, riding back toward the sliver of moon, he and Mandab dissolving into the darkness. Both times he returned to report no sign of pursuit. Egwene stayed close to Nynaeve, their hushed, excited whispers drifting back to Perrin. The two women seemed lifted, as if they'd found a piece of home again. Perrin hung back, trailing at the rear of their small column, alone with his thoughts and the echo of a wolf's promise. Sometimes the wisdom glanced back over her shoulder at him, and each time he managed a small wave, a silent reassurance that he was fine, that he was staying put. His mind was a tangle of thoughts he couldn't sort, all circling the same looming question. What was coming next? What could possibly be coming next? Perrin guessed dawn wasn't far off when Moiraine finally signaled for them to stop. Lan guided them to a shallow gully where he built a small fire tucked into a recess in the bank, its light hidden from view. At last they were free to shed the hated white cloaks. They dug a pit near the flames to bury them. As Perrin moved to toss his in, the embroidered golden sun and the two stars beneath it on the breast seemed to glare up at him. He dropped the cloak as if it were poisoned and stepped back, wiping his hands hard on his coat before finding a place to sit alone in the shadows. "Now," Egwene said, once Lan began covering the hole with dirt, "will someone please tell me where Rand and Mat are? I believe they are heading for Caemlyn." Moiraine replied with measured care, "or may already be there." Nynaeve let out a loud, skeptical snort, but the Aes Sedai continued smoothly, as if uninterrupted. "If they are not, I will find them. That is a promise." They ate a quiet meal of bread, cheese, and hot tea. Even Egwene's usual energy was dampened by exhaustion. The wisdom brought out a salve from her bag for the rope burns on Egwene's wrists, and a different one for her other bruises. When she approached Perrin, where he sat at the edge of the firelight, he didn't look up. She stood watching him for a long moment, then knelt, setting her bag down with a businesslike air. "Take off your coat and shirt, Perrin. I heard one of those white cloaks took a particular dislike to you." He moved slowly, still half lost in the memory of Dapple's sending, until Nynaeve's sharp gasp snapped him back. He stared at her, then down at his own chest. It was a canvas of bruises, fresh purple blotches layered over older ones faded to brown and sickly yellow. Only the solid muscle he'd built working at Master Luhan's forge had kept his ribs from cracking. With his mind so full of the wolves, he'd almost forgotten the pain, but now it returned with a vengeance. He drew a careful breath and bit back a groan. "What did you do to make him hate you so much?" Nynaeve murmured, almost to herself. "I killed 2 men," out loud he only said. "I don't know." She rummaged in her bag, and he flinched when she began smoothing a slick ointment over his bruises. "Ground ivy, 5-finger and sunburst root," she stated. The sensation was both searing hot and icy cold at once, making him shiver even as sweat broke out on his skin. He didn't complain. He'd experienced Nynaeve's remedies before. As her fingers worked the mixture in gently, The strange heat and cold faded, and with them went the deep, throbbing pain. The vivid purple marks dulled to brown, and the older discolorations lightened, some vanishing entirely. He tested a deeper breath and felt only the faintest twinge.
"You look surprised," Nineve said. She herself seemed oddly startled and even a little afraid. "Next time, you can just go to her for healing." "Not surprised," he said gently, "just grateful. Her ointments sometimes worked quickly, sometimes slowly, but they always worked." What? What really happened to Rand and Matt? Nineve began shoving vials and pots back into her bag, jamming each one in as if she were fighting it. "She says they're fine. She says we'll find them."
"In Caemlyn, she says. She says it's too important for us not to, whatever that means. Oh, she says a great many things. That one." Perrin couldn't help a faint grin. Some things never changed. The wisdom was still herself, and she and the Aes Sedai were clearly no closer to being friends. Suddenly, Nineve went still, her eyes fixed on his face. She dropped her bag and pressed the backs of her hands against his cheeks and forehead, her expression turning urgent and searching. He attempted to draw away, but her hands were quick, cupping his face firmly as her thumbs pressed back his eyelids. She leaned close, studying his eyes while whispering under her breath. Though she was slight of stature, her grip was unyielding. Escaping Nineve's attention was never a simple matter once she had decided to focus on you. "This doesn't make sense," she announced at last, letting him go and settling back on her heels. "If it were Yellow Eye, you'd be flat on your back. Yet you have no fever, and the yellowness isn't in the whites, only the irises themselves." "Yellow?" Moiraine's voice came softly, making both Perrin and Nineve start. The Aes Sedai had approached without a sound. Perrin noticed Egwene asleep near the fire, bundled in her cloaks. His own eyes felt heavy, ready to close. "It's nothing," he insisted, but Moiraine already lifted his chin, examining his eyes just as Nineve had done. He pulled back, bristling. Being handled like a child by both women grated on him. "I told you, it's nothing." This was not foretold. Moiraine's words seemed directed inward, her gaze fixed on something far beyond him. A thread meant to be woven, or a shift in the pattern. If a shift, by whose hand the wheel weaves as it wills, it must be so. "Do you understand what this is?" Nynaeve asked, the reluctance clear in her tone. She paused, then forced out the next words. "Can you help him with your healing?" Asking for aid, admitting her own limits, appeared to pain her. Perrin scowled at both women. "If you're going to discuss me, include me. I'm right here." Neither paid him any mind. Healing. A faint smile touched Moiraine's lips. "Healing has no power here. This is not sickness, and it will not." She hesitated briefly, casting a quick glance at Perrin, a look that held regret for many things, though he felt oddly excluded from it. He muttered in frustration as she turned back to Nineve. "I intended to say it will not harm him, yet who can know the final outcome? At the very least I can say it will cause him no direct injury." Nineve rose, brushing dirt from her knees, and faced the Aes Sedai squarely. "That isn't enough. If something is wrong with what is woven cannot be unwoven." Moiraine turned away sharply. "We must rest while possible and depart at dawn, should the Dark One's grip strengthen. We need to reach Caemlyn with haste." Before Perrin could speak, Nynaeve snatched up her bag and strode off angrily. He began to growl a curse, but a sudden realization struck him like a physical blow, leaving him sitting in stunned silence. Moiraine knew the Aes Sedai knew about the wolves, and she believed it might be the work of the Dark One. A cold tremor ran through him. Hurriedly, he pulled his shirt back on, tucking it in with clumsy fingers, then shrugged into his coat and cloak. The extra layers did little to warm him. A deep chill had settled into his bones, as if his very marrow had turned to frozen jelly. Lan sank down cross-legged nearby, his cloak swept back. Perrin was relieved. It was unsettling to look at the warder and feel his gaze wanting to slide away. For a long moment they simply watched each other. The warder's rugged face gave nothing away, but in his eyes Perrin thought he detected something. Pity? Interest? Perhaps both, you know? Perrin asked, and Lan gave a single nod. I know part of it, not everything. Did it come upon you suddenly, or did you meet a guide, someone to show you the way? There was a man, Perrin answered slowly. He knows, but does he share Moiraine's fears? He called himself Elias Makara. Lan drew a sharp breath, and Perrin studied him closely. You knew him. I knew him once. He taught me much about the Blight, and about this Lan's hand rested on his sword hilt. He served as a warder before what occurred, the Red Ager. His eyes flickered toward where Moiraine now lay near the fire. It was the first time Perrin could recall seeing any hint of uncertainty in the warder. Even amid the dangers of Shadar Logoth or facing Fades and Trollocs, Lan had always been steady and sure. Perrin felt certain the man was not afraid. But there was a deep caution in him now, a guardedness as if each word carried a risk. I've heard things about the Red Ajar, he said to Lan. Most of what you've heard is probably mistaken, Lan replied. You need to understand, there are divisions in Tar Valon. Different factions believe in fighting the shadow by different means. The aim is the same, but those disagreements, they can alter lives or end them. The lives of individuals or whole nations. Is Elias well? I believe so. The White Cloaks claimed they killed him. But Dapple. Perrin broke off, uneasy under the warder's steady gaze. I don't know for sure. Lan appeared to accept his uncertainty, though with clear reluctance, and that gave Perrin the courage to press on. This connection with the wolves. Moiraine seems to think it's something the Dark One might have caused. It isn't, is it? He refused to believe Elias could be a dark friend. Lan did not answer at once. A cold sweat broke out on Perrin's forehead, chilling in the night air. It was trickling down his temples when the warder finally spoke. Not in its nature, no, some claim it is, but they are wrong. This ability is ancient, far older than the Dark One's prison. But consider the coincidence, Blacksmith. The pattern may seem random to our eyes, but what are the odds you would meet a man who could guide you in this, and you unable to follow? The pattern is weaving what some name the lace of ages, and you young men are threads at its very heart. I doubt there's much left to chance in your lives now. So were you chosen? And if so, by the light or by the shadow? The Dark One cannot touch us unless we speak his name, even as he said it. Perrin remembered the dreams, the visions of Baal-Zamon that felt more real than any sleep. He wiped the sweat from his face. He can't. Stubborn as stone, Lan observed, almost to himself. Maybe that stubbornness will save you in the end. Remember the age we live in, Blacksmith? Remember what Moiraine Sedai told you? Old boundaries are fading, walls that once stood firm are crumbling, the barriers between what is and what was, between what is and what will be. His tone grew grim. Even the walls of the Dark One's prison. This could be the close of an age. We might live to see a new one dawn, or it may be the end of all ages, the end of time itself, the end of everything. Abruptly he grinned, though the expression held no warmth. His eyes glittered with a kind of bleak mirth, like a man laughing on the scaffold. But that's not for us to fret over, eh? We'll fight the shadow while we draw breath, and if it overwhelms us, we'll go down biting. You two Rivers folk are too stubborn to yield. Don't waste worry on whether the Dark One has meddled in your path. You are back among friends now. Remember the wheel weaves as the wheel wills. Not even the Dark One can alter that. Not with Moiraine watching over you, but we must find your friends soon. What do you mean? They have no Aes Sedai channeling the one power to shield them. Blacksmith, if the prison walls have thinned enough for the Dark One to influence events, not openly, or we would already be lost, but through slight nudges in the threads, a turn taken one way instead of another, a meeting that seems like chance, a single word overheard, they could slip so far into the shadow that not even Moiraine could pull them back. "We have to find them," Perrin said urgently, and Lan gave a short, rough laugh. "That's what I've been saying. Get some sleep, Blacksmith." The warder's cloak swirled around him as he rose in the faint glow of fire and moon. He seemed to blend into the surrounding shadows. "We face hard travel to Caemlyn. Pray we find them there. But Moiraine, she can find them anywhere, can't she? She says she can. But can she find them in time? If the Dark One is strong enough to take a hand himself, then time is slipping through our fingers like sand." Rand gazed down from his high window at the Queen's blessing, watching the throngs surging through the street below. A river of people flowed in one direction, their voices a rising tide of excitement, a sea of red banners, each bearing the White Lion. Citizens of Caemlyn and visitors from afar ran side by side, and for once no one seemed interested in starting a brawl. Today, perhaps, they were all united under a single cause. He turned from the view with a grin. Aside from the joyful day, Egwene and Perrin had returned alive and full of stories. This was the moment he had been anticipating most. "Are you coming with me or not?" he asked once more. Mat remained curled tightly on his bed, his expression dark. "Go with that Trolloc you're so fond of. For the last time, Mat, he's not a Trolloc. You're just being a stubborn fool. How many times are we going to have this same argument, Light? It's not like Ogier are some big secret." "I never heard they looked like walking nightmares," Mat muttered, pressing his face deeper into the pillow. "Stubborn fool," Rand said under his breath. "How long do you plan to hide up here? I won't keep hauling your meals up all these stairs forever. You could use a bath, too." Mat only shifted as if trying to vanish into the mattress. With a sigh, Rand moved to the door. "Last chance, Mat. I'm leaving now." He shut the door slowly, half hoping for a change of heart. But his friend didn't move. The latch clicked firmly into place. Out in the hallway, Rand leaned against the doorframe. Master Gill had mentioned an elderly woman a couple of streets over, Mother Grubb, who sold herbs and poultices, delivered babies, tended the sick, and told fortunes. She sounded somewhat like a wisdom. What Mat really needed was Nynaeve, or maybe even Moiraine, but Mother Grubb was the only option here. Bringing her to the inn, though, might draw the wrong kind of attention if she'd even agreed to come. It could be risky for her, and for Mat and him as well. These days, herbalists and hedge doctors were keeping a low profile in Caemlyn. There was talk turning against anyone who practiced healing or fortune-telling. Nightly, the dragon's fang was smeared on doors, sometimes even in broad daylight, and when the cry of Dark Friend went up, people tended to forget who had cured their fevers or soothed their aches. That was the mood hanging over the city. It wasn't as if Mat were truly ill. He devoured every bit of food Rand brought from the kitchen, though he wouldn't accept a thing from anyone else, and never complained of pain or fever. He simply refused to step outside the room. Still, Rand had been certain today's events would finally draw him out. Adjusting his cloak, he hitched his sword belt so the weapon and the red cloth wrapped around it was better concealed.